Chapter 1456. That's right, the bike outside shouldn't be yours, right? It looks very similar to the legendary electric bike. What's your relationship with Marquis? Inside the Tang Alliance Medical Center, Gu Qingyue was secretly delighted to see Cheng Chumo's injured expression. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She suddenly remembered the car that Cheng Chumo had crashed into the telephone pole yesterday evening and couldn't help but ask. The reason why she was so sure that Cheng Chumo was related to Li Zixuan was because, as far as she knew, there was only one electric bike in the world, and it was in the hands of Li Zixuan. However, Cheng Chumo also had one, so it was either stolen or borrowed. In this world, the number of people who could steal from Li Zixuan could be counted on one hand. This mischievous lecher in front of her was obviously not one of them. Then there was only one possibility: Cheng Chumo's bike was definitely borrowed. To be able to borrow such an expensive bike from Li Zixuan, it meant that Cheng Chumo and Li Zixuan had a close relationship. Cheng Chumo thought about it and decided not to hide it. He smiled and said, "My name is Cheng Chumo. I'm good friends with Marquis. How about it? Miss Gu, do you still want to ask me for the consultation fee?" Cheng Chumo? The son of Lu Guogong, Qing Yaojin? Gu Qingyue was shocked, but when she saw a certain someone's proud expression, she tried not to show it on her face. Instead, she said lightly, "Yes, of course. Even if Marquis comes to the medical center to see a doctor, he will also take the initiative to pay the consultation fee. Since you are Marquis' good friend, how can you smear Marquis' face? Today, no matter what, you must pay the consultation fee." Cheng Chumo was stunned speechless. Gu Qingyue proudly snorted and said, "You stay here. In a while, I will send a servant to your house to inform Lu Guogong. I believe that with his unparalleled reputation he won't go back on his word, right?" No. Please don't. Wasn't it just a consultation fee? I'll hand it over now. How much is it altogether? When Cheng Chumo, who was on his sickbed, heard that Gu Qingyue wanted to send a letter to the Cheng residence, he was truly startled awake from his deathbed. He hurriedly called out to Gu Qingyue and said, "In the past, during the weekends, he often stayed at Yunshan Villa. Therefore, even if he did not return to his home in Chang, and last night, his father and mother would not think too much about it. However, if Gu Qingyue sent someone to inform them, wouldn't his father know about the embarrassing incident of him crashing his bicycle into an electric pole yesterday? This was something that Cheng Chumo would never allow. Not only did he embarrass himself, but he also embarrassed his father, Qing Yaojin. Who knows, old Qing might even beat him up." Gu Qingyue's eyes flashed as she was about to leave. She looked at Cheng Chumo with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "The consultation fee and medicine fee is 200 copper coins. Will eldest young Master Qing use Tang Yuan or copper coins?" "Of course it's Tang Yuan." Cheng Chumo rummaged through his pockets and fished out 3 Tang Yuan notes. He handed it over and said rather generously, "Dr. Gu, here's your consultation fee. Keep the change." Gu Qingyue secretly curled her lips. With her family's financial situation, she naturally did not care about a few coins. The reason why she said that was purely to tease Cheng Chumo. "Then you stay here properly. Someone will deliver your meal and change your medicine in the afternoon. Your leg will need at least 2 days before you can get out of bed and walk." Gu Qingyue said worriedly as she took the Tang Yuan from Cheng Chumo's hands. "Won't Dr. Gu be the one to change my medicine later?" When Cheng Chumo heard this, he stared at her and said, "In your dreams." Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes at this blockhead and turned to leave. "Mr. Zhang San, immediately send people to Raging Bull, Cool Breeze, and Fire Phoenix to investigate. You must find out if they were involved in the betting and match-fixing cases between King Lu and the 6th Prince last month." In the morning, Li Zixuan came to the Football Association office next to the academy and told the bearded man about Li Ji's confession yesterday. Since the Football Association of Tang Empire had developed to this point, its personnel allocation was basically complete. As the bearded man was the academy's physical education teacher, and he was not a simple-minded person who was all brawn and no brains, he was good at military strategy and management. Therefore, Li Zixuan handed over the task of the Football Association to him for the time being. The bearded man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will send people to investigate and get to the bottom of this. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Of course I'm not worried about Mr. Zhang San. Once this matter is confirmed, it will not be tolerated. Moreover, it will be announced to all the teams so that the rest can take note of it." The bearded man responded and paused. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing that the bearded man wanted to say something but stopped, Li Zixuan said, "If Mr. Zhang San has anything to say, please say it directly. Between you and me, what scruples do we have?" The bearded man hesitated for a moment and said, "Yamacho, it's June now. Although I've been living a carefree life in the academy for almost a year, this season is suitable for me to go out to sea. Back then, I promised Yamacho that I would protect Yunshan for a year and it's about to expire. Yamacho, what do you think?" After saying that, the bearded man's face looked a little unnatural. In his opinion, the academy had provided him with good food and drinks for so long, but he was going to say goodbye now. It felt a little unkind. Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he realize that the bearded man had actually stayed in the academy for almost a year. Time really flew. The scene of the bearded man being beaten into a pig's head when he went up to Yunshan to ask for the sea map was still vivid in his mind. But now, he was going to say goodbye and leave. After lamenting in his heart for a while, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "I was negligent and actually forgot about this matter. For almost a year, I thank Mr. Zhang San for protecting the academy and Yunshan. Since the agreed time is up and Mr. Zhang San wants to go out to sea, I naturally have no reason to stop you. However, I would like to ask Mr. Zhang San to stay for a few more days. At that time, I will hand over the sea map and compass and personally send Mr. Zhang San off." Hearing Li Zixuan mention the sea map and compass, the bearded man's face revealed a hint of excitement. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Zixuan nodded and left. The bearded man looked at Li Zixuan's back and couldn't help but recall everything that had happened to him in Yunshan for the past year. At that moment, his steel-like heart couldn't help but have a trace of reluctance. Yunshan was infinitely good. The mountains were good, and the people were even better. Unfortunately, the sea was the place that he, the bearded man, yearned for. Perhaps in the future, when he was old and couldn't run anymore, he could retire at Yunshan. The bearded man thought in his heart, "Marquis, there's news from the medical hall. They say that the eldest son of the Cheng family got into an accident while riding his bicycle yesterday and was admitted to the medical hall." After exiting the academy, Pang Feiji walked over and whispered in Li Zixuan's ear, "Cheng Chumo got into an accident?" Li Zixuan heard and couldn't help but frown slightly. "This guy. I shouldn't have lent the car to him. How is he now? Are his injuries serious?" Pang Feiji replied, "His injuries aren't serious. When Mr. Cheng got into an accident yesterday, Dr. Gu from the medical hall was at the scene. His injuries were treated by Dr. Gu." "Gu Qingyue? That's good. This idiot is really lucky." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qingyue's medical skills were considered the best in the entire Tang Alliance medical hall. With her treating Cheng Chumo's injuries, Li Zixuan would be more or less relieved. "Let's go to the medical hall to see him." After a pause, Li Zixuan said again. He wasn't feeling sorry for the electric bicycle. He just thought that the speed of an electric bicycle was definitely faster than a bicycle. Cheng Chumo's injuries were probably not light. Imperial Palace West Court, Concubine Yang's palace. Li Cheng was kneeling on the ground with snot and tears on his face. He looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Sob sob, "Mother, I know I was wrong." Li Cheng looked at Concubine Yang, who was so angry that her face turned green, and quickly cried. "Cheng heir, I already knew that you were daring, but I didn't expect you to be so daring. As a descendant of the emperor, you actually threatened a civilian team to play a match. You've completely disgraced the imperial family. From now on, I don't have a son like you. Go to your father to receive your punishment." Concubine Yang looked at her son kneeling on the ground and said bitterly. Although she said it casually, only she knew how painful it was to say the words, "I don't have a son like you." "Mother, Cheng heir will always be your son. This time, Cheng heir knows he was wrong. Mother, please give Qing Er a chance to change." Li Qing quickly cried. Li Ku, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but plead, "Mother, please forgive Qing Er this time on the basis that he knows he was wrong." This time, he was also bewitched by Imperial Uncle, so he was momentarily blinded and made a big mistake. "Shut up." Concubine Yang quickly interrupted. "Qing Er, no matter how wrong King Lu is, he's still your elder. You must not talk about him behind his back." Li Ku's eyes narrowed and he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Mother. I know I was wrong." Concubine Yang couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sigh. If Qing Er is half as sensible as you, I can be at ease. Now, we can only wait for your father to finish the morning court and see how he will deal with Qing Er." What are you talking about?" Just as Concubine Yang finished speaking, Li Er's voice came from outside the hall. Concubine Yang and Li Ku quickly went up and bowed. "Greetings to your majesty, father." "Qing Er is also here?" Li Er nodded. After seeing Li Ku, he couldn't help but be surprised. Replying to father, "I returned to the palace last night. At that time, it was already late. I was worried that I would disturb father's rest, so I didn't pay my respects to father. I hope father can forgive me." Li Ku bowed and said, It's fine, it's fine." Li Er laughed and waved his hand. "Qing Er, you can be considered to be busy with work in the Yanhuang Bank. Furthermore, I heard that the bank in Longtime County is lending more and more money. Just the monthly interest alone is more than 10,000 strings of coins. It's comparable to a superior county's annual tax. Today, you can tell father about the bank's current situation." Li Er admired Li Ku very much. Not only was he skilled in both the pen and the sword, he was also very smart and knew his limits. He wouldn't fight for things that he shouldn't. Furthermore, Li Ku was able to obtain Li Zishuan's recognition and learn a set of economic skills from Li Zishuan. This made Li Er very happy. Although he trusted Li Zishuan, the economic lifeline of Tang Dynasty was still more appropriate in the hands of the royal family. This wasn't only for himself, but also for Li Zishuan's good. "Greetings to father." Li Ku, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and bowed to Li Er with a guilty conscience. "Li Ku, you're here too? What are you doing?" Seeing Li Ku on the ground, Li Er couldn't help but be startled. His face couldn't help but darken. The dragon had 9 sons, and each of them was different. Li Ku was obviously one of the least likable of Li Er's sons. Li Er, who was still smiling when facing Li Ku, instantly pulled a long face when he saw Li Ku. Seeing old Li's long face, Li Ku felt even more terrified. He stuttered, "Father, Your Majesty, Shao Ke forced the team to play a fake match outside the palace and used it to profit. Your Majesty, please punish me severely." Yang Fei, who was at the side, saw Li Ku's stuttering and couldn't help but speak up. She knew that Li Er disliked cowardly people who dared to do things but didn't dare to admit it. The more Li Ku stuttered, the more Li Er would hate him. Rather than that, it would be better for her to clarify the matter quickly. There's such a thing?" Li Er's gaze darkened. He looked at Li Ku, who was on the ground with resentment, and said angrily, "Bastard. A dignified prince actually dares to threaten the people and do such dirty things. Our reputation is great. How did we give birth to such a disappointing thing like youths?" "Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Seeing Li Er angry, Li Ku trembled in fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. "In the future? There's a future? From today onwards, until the day you set up a government office, you can only stay in the palace. You can't go anywhere. When you have 30% of your third brother's ability, we will let you out of the palace." Li Er said angrily. Confinement, this was considered a long-term confinement. It would be at least a few years. After saying that, he looked at Li Ku and said, "We'll leave this stinking brat to you. We don't expect him to be as proficient in both the pen and the sword like you. As long as he doesn't do things that disgrace the royal family's reputation, we will be satisfied." Li Ku breathed a sigh of relief. To Li Ku, this was already a pretty good result. Thus, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, father." Li Er flicked his sleeves and left without even sitting down. It was obvious that Li Ku had angered him to no end. When it was close to noon, an imperial edict was sent out to the palace where Li Yuan lived. The king of Lu, Li Yuanshang, was reduced by 300 households, his salary was fined for a year, and he was grounded for half a year. It must be that after Li Er left Yang Fei's place, he investigated the whole matter clearly, so he added such an imperial edict. Compared to Li Ku, Li Yuanshang's punishment was obviously more severe. This fellow had been short of money recently and still had to pay 1,500 strings of coins to the bank. Now that he was punished by Li Er, it made things worse. He probably had a lot to cry about. Chapter 1457. Don't move. It might be a little painful to tear off the bandage. Bear with it. It's okay. Qingyue, just tear it off. If I make a sound, I'm not a man. Who allowed you to call me Qingyue? Lu Guogong is a hero. How did he give birth to a lecher like you? Well, we've been through thick and thin together, right? We can more or less be called friends. It shouldn't be too much to call me Qingyue, right? Otherwise, why would you take the time to come over and help me change my bandage? If you think it's unfair, you can call me Chumo or Chonyo. Who's been through thick and thin with you? Yesterday, at most, you were in trouble. I am your savior, so you better show me some respect. I'm here to help you change your bandage because the other doctors in the clinic are too busy. Besides, I think it's good to call you a lecher. How is this good? If others hear this, how can I survive in Chang and in the future? Tang Union Medical Officer. As noon approached, the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Gu Qingyue finally came over to help Chung Chumo change his bandage. As for Li Zishuan, who came to visit Chung Chumo at the clinic, he happened to hear this good show at the door. You can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? Alright, I've changed your bandage. If you want to eat, you can ask the servant to buy some food and wine for you. Oh, you can't drink with this injury. I'll take my leave first. After changing Chung Chumo's bandage, Gu Qingyue turned to pack her medicine box and said to Chung Chumo, Qingyue, I can't even get out of bed now. How can I call the servant? Why don't you help me buy some food and wine? Cheng Chumo licked his face and pretended to be pitiful. Lecher, you're really pushing your luck. Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes and left with her medicine box. Chumo, I'm here to see you. Cuff cuff. What a coincidence. Dr. Gu is here too? In order to avoid being discovered by Gu Qingyue that he had been eavesdropping at the entrance of the academy, Li Zishuan hurriedly walked out. When he saw Gu Qingyue, he pretended to be surprised. I'm here to help Ding too. Young Master Chung change his dressing. Dr. Sun still has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. You guys go ahead. In the face of Li Zishuan's sudden appearance, Gu Qingyue's face was a little flustered. She tightened her grip on the medicine box on her shoulder and said, Dr. Gu, if you have something to do, then go ahead and do it. Thanks for your hard work. Li Zishuan looked at Gu Qingyue with a smile and said, Who would have thought that the super strong woman who came to the Tang Alliance Medical Center to apply for a job would have such a panicked side? You're too kind. Saving the injured is the responsibility of us doctors. Gu Qingyue shook her head and said a few words, then left. When Li Zishuan walked to the sickbed, Chung Chumo suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know where to put his eyes. In the end, he simply raised his head and closed his eyes. Of all things, I shouldn't have knocked over your electric bike. Now, if you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Anyway, if you want me to compensate you with a new bike that's exactly the same, that's impossible. When this guy was flirting with Gu Qingyue a moment ago, he was still acting like a bootlicker. Now that he saw Li Zishuan, he suddenly became a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water piece of meat. The change of character was so fast that it was really jaw-dropping. Li Zishuan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Who wants to kill you? When I borrowed your bike, I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect you to fall so hard. I heard from Sun Daozhang that your leg needs at least 7 days to recover. Do you want me to tell Uncle Cheng and ask him to send someone to take care of you? When Chung Chumo heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Please don't. Xiao Xian, I'm begging you. Please don't tell my father about this. Why is that? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Cheng Chumo said with a bitter face, "Aren't you asking the obvious? With my father's temper, if he knew that I hit a pole with my bike, wouldn't he come over and beat me up? How can I expect him to send someone to take care of me?" Li Zishuan was silent. After a while, he said, "In your eyes, Uncle Cheng is that kind of person? What else could it be? I've been his father for more than 10 years. How can I not know him?" Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, I won't tell Uncle Cheng. In a while, I'll leave a guard here to take care of your food and lodging. I'll also apply for a week's sick leave from the academy. Here. I asked the drunken Immortal restaurant to make some food for you before we came. Eat it while it's hot." When Cheng Chumo heard that it was a leave of absence and that there was good food to eat, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He gave Li Zishuan a thumbs up and said, "Hee hee. What a good brother. The best thing I've done in my life was to recognize you as my good brother at the drunken Immortal restaurant." Li Zishuan teased at this time, "Hee hee. Your food. But I reckon that this food shouldn't be as good as the food that Dr. Gu bought for you, right?" Even though Cheng Chumo had always been shameless, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. Moreover, his love for Gu Qingyue was only one-sided. He didn't intend to announce his love for Gu Qingyue to the public. When Li Zishuan said this, he felt as if his old face was burning. "Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to eat. If you have something to do, quickly go do it." Cheng Chumo quickly took the food box that Li Zishuan handed over with both hands and ordered him to leave. When Li Zishuan saw this, his heart was suddenly shocked. Because from Cheng Chumo's expression, it was obvious that he really liked Gu Qingyue. Was this still the rash Cheng Chumo of the past? He even learned how to pick up girls? "You're really ungrateful. As your brother, I've worked so hard for you for so long. You're not even saying thank you, and you're directly chasing me away?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ridicule. "We're brothers, why are we still so polite? Don't you think so, Xiao Xian?" Cheng Chumo said in a muffled voice as he ate the food in his bowl. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with this idiot. He waved his hand and said, all right, then you eat slowly. If there's anything, just get someone to inform me directly." The next day, the Tang Daily published 2 major news, which shocked millions of people in and around Chang'an City. The first was an announcement issued by the Tang Football Federation. Tang Football Federation emergency announcement: Raging Bulls team, Cool Breeze team, and Fire Phoenix team, 3 teams of Tang League A, have been permanently expelled from the Tang Football Federation because of 3 match fixing last month. All the players of the 3 teams are permanently banned from participating in any competitions related to the Tang Football Federation. The owners of the 3 teams are permanently banned from establishing any football teams in the Tang Football Federation. We hope that all the teams in the Tang Football Federation will take this as a warning to cherish the hard-won opportunity to participate in competitions and their own honor, and stay away from betting and match fixing. If any players know that their team is about to play match fixing, please take the initiative to report it to the Tang Football Federation. For all the reporters, the Tang Football Federation will not punish them, but will instead reward them. From now on, the Tang Football Federation will increase its monitoring efforts. Teams that play match fixing and go against the spirit of competition will not be tolerated. All the people of the Tang Football Federation will also supervise this. Issued by the Tang Football Federation President, Li Zishuan. The second news was an announcement published by Yanhuang Bank. Yanhuang Bank announcement: from today onwards, Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will introduce the following preferential policies to encourage the people to deposit money in the bank. First, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank, no matter how much money they deposit or how long they deposit it for, can enjoy the free exchange of Tang Yuan service. Money can be exchanged for 1 Tang Yuan, fair and square. Second, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will receive different amounts of interest depending on the type of deposit, the amount of deposit, and the time of deposit. As for the details, the types of deposit can be divided into fixed deposit and current deposit. Fixed deposit means that the money can only be withdrawn at a fixed time. Current deposit means that the money can be withdrawn from the bank at any time. The annual interest rate for fixed deposit is 1.75%, which means that a fixed deposit for a year can earn 6 when in interest. 10 strings of money is 61, and 100 strings of money is 600 when in interest. The interest rate for current deposit is lower at 0.3%. A fixed deposit for a year can earn 2. For when in interest. Yanhuang Bank will spare no effort to protect the vital interests of every depositor. The money deposited by the depositor will be recorded. The bank and the depositor will each have a passbook that is difficult to counterfeit. The depositor will withdraw money from the passbook. If the depositor loses any money deposited in the bank, Yanhuang Bank will unconditionally compensate the depositor in full. The new regulations will be implemented in Longtime County's Yanhuang Bank as of today. All the people of Longtime County can enjoy the preferential deposit policy. Please pass this message to each other and not miss this good opportunity. In addition, the new deposit policy of Yanhuang Bank in other states and counties will be implemented gradually. Please be patient. Issued by Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank's head steward. After seeing these two pieces of news on the front page of Datong Daily, the people were all stunned. These two announcements were issued by Li Zishuan, but they represented two different circles. One was the football circle, and the other was the financial circle. But no matter which circle, these two pieces of news could be said to be super heavy news that could shake the earth and mountains. Countless people were discussing it. What? Team Raging Bull, Team Cool Breeze, and Team Fire Phoenix played fake matches? They are Tongjia League teams. How could they play fake matches? Sigh. If you ask me, they are really stupid. It was not easy for them to become a Tongjia League team. Just relying on the financial support from the businessmen every year is enough for their team to squander for a year. They just had to think about playing fake matches. Now, from the team owners to the players, they can forget about participating in the competitions organized by the Football Association for the rest of their lives. Who said it wasn't? But this is also good. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches in the future. Yes. The determination of the Tang Dynasty Football Association to investigate fake matches is unquestionable. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches. After a team owner saw this news, he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Inform all the players to gather in the front yard immediately. I have something to say." Immediately after, when the people saw the second piece of news, they immediately went crazy. What? Not only do you not need to pay a commission to exchange Tang Yuan at the bank, but you can also get interest? Is there such a good thing in this world? When the Tang Yuan was first introduced, there was a free exchange business for the Tang Yuan for a period of time. However, after the imperial court took over the Yanhuang Bank and the Tang Yuan was confirmed as the official currency of the Tang Dynasty by Emperor Li Er, this free exchange business was cancelled. However, even so, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the people to exchange Tang Yuan. Firstly, Tang Yuan had the endorsement of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court, so it was very secure. Secondly, Tang Yuan was very convenient to carry around. People who were used to using Tang Yuan basically did not want to use cumbersome copper coins anymore. With the support of these two reasons, even though there was a certain commission to exchange Tang Yuan, the people were still very happy to exchange all the copper coins in their hands for Tang Yuan. Now, not only was the commission for exchanging Tang Yuan cancelled, but the safety of keeping copper coins or Tang Yuan in the bank was not only not safe, but they could also get interest. In the eyes of the people, this was no different from a pie falling from the sky. This was a good thing that could not be found even if one held a lantern. This little trick of the Yanhuang Bank was not worth mentioning to the modern people who were familiar with all kinds of financial management methods. In fact, many modern people would even feel that it was very low. This was because the interest rate given by the Yanhuang Bank was even lower than some of the modern banks. It was better to store it in the UX bao that could be used at any time. However, the ancient people did not know about all kinds of financial management methods. They only knew that the two preferential methods given by the Yanhuang Bank could be said to be unprecedented. Save money. I want to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not only is it safe, the interest I get in a year is enough to buy dozens of dongs of rice. I want to go too. Not to mention other things, with this saving until the new year, it is more than enough to use the interest to buy 10 jin of meat for the family. Save. Zhao San, quickly go back and inform Madam to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not to mention that it is not safe to keep so many copper coins in the house. We have to take them out to dry every once in a while. Saving them in the bank will save us a lot of trouble. And the interest every year, old master, let me calculate. With our family's wealth, the interest every year will be dozens of strings of coins. So, hey, didn't you see that it is only limited to the citizens of Longtime County? The citizens of other counties can't enjoy this kind of preferential treatment. Why is it that only the citizens of Longtime County can enjoy this kind of good treatment? The Marquis of Yong and is abusing his power for personal gain, especially for the citizens of Longtime County. What are you shouting about? Didn't you see what the newspaper said? The Yanhuang Bank in Longtime County is only a pilot operation. If the results are good, the banks in other counties will slowly adopt it. What abusing his power for personal gain? The Marquis of Yong and is selfless, wholeheartedly for the welfare of the citizens. I won't talk to you anymore. I am from Longtime County. I have to go to the bank to save money. Pay. After talking for so long, you are from Longtime County. Why am I not from Longtime County? Chapter 1458. Don't push. Come one by one and line up properly. Everyone will definitely be able to line up today. Longtime County, Yanhuang Bank. When the commoners found out that the Longtime County Bank did not charge any commission and that they could earn interest from saving money, they all brought along most of their copper coins and flocked over. At this moment, the sun had just risen and the bank had just opened for business. The door was already filled with people. The manservants in the bank quickly came out to maintain order and calm the excited hearts of the commoners. After all, these commoners were all carrying a large bag of copper coins. If there was a dispute because of queuing, it was easy to lose money. Considering this situation, Li Ke hurriedly sent someone to inform the Longtime County's Yamen runners to come over and maintain the law and order here. However, there were still too many people who came to save money. There were more than 1,000 people. Although the streets of Longtime County were not narrow after the renovation, it could not accommodate so many people. The entire street in front of the bank was filled with people. There are so many of us. Will the bank not take our money when it's our turn? That's right. There's so much money. The bank can't take it all, right? Some of the commoners who were queuing at the back could not help but worry. The manservant of the bank had clearly been trained. Hearing this, he said loudly, "Don't worry. Since Marquis dares to say that we can save money to earn interest, our bank will definitely be able to take in everyone's money. Furthermore, we will definitely be able to guarantee the safety of everyone's savings. If you have something to do today and cannot wait, go ahead and do it first. Wait until there are fewer people behind you to save money. Our bank will take it all. This I guarantee you." The manservant's words made the commoners feel more at ease. Those who were queuing at the back were prepared to carry their bags of copper coins home. After all, the commoners had a lot of farm work to do during this season. However, there were still some rich people in the queue who were not at ease. They questioned, "You guarantee? You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have? If everyone listens to you and goes back now, what if the bank doesn't take the money when they come back tomorrow? What will you use to compensate us for our losses?" The moment he said that, there were sparse voices of agreement from the crowd. "That's right. You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have? When the time comes, who will compensate us for our losses?" "That's right. We can't go back. Today, I must deposit all my copper coins in the Yanhuang banks." Right. I'm not leaving." After such a commotion, the people who were preparing to go home immediately stopped in their tracks. The manservant who shouted earlier couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. However, no matter how much he said, it was useless because he was only a manservant of the bank. If his promise is useless, then what about mine? At this moment, a young man walked out of the bank's hall and said expressionlessly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough to be heard clearly by everyone. Who is this young man? Shut up. That's His Highness, King of Shu. What? It's His Highness, the King of Shu? Soon, someone recognized Li Ke. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. Since everyone recognizes this prince, then this prince will make some things clear in front of all of you today. Li Ke looked at the crowd and said in a clear voice, waiving commission and saving money to earn interest is a preferential policy that the Yanhuang Bank of Lantian County has introduced to all the people in our county. This policy is long-term and will definitely not be gone tomorrow. I, in the name of the King of Shu, promise all of you. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is mighty. After hearing Li Ke's solemn promise, the people immediately burst into cheers. After a while, the cheers gradually died down. Li Ke continued, also, there is something that this prince needs to tell all of you in advance. That is, the deposit interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank is not fixed forever. This month it is 1.75%. Next month it may increase to 1.8%, 1.9%, or it may decrease to 1.7%. It may increase and it may decrease. However, this prince can promise all of you that even if the deposit interest rate decreases, it will not be lower than 1.5%. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to rush to the bank to deposit money today. It will be the same when you have time to deposit money. Moreover, the interest rate might be higher by then. What? The deposit interest rate can still increase? Good. Can any of you calculate for me? If the interest rate increases to 1.9%, how much interest would 100 strings of cash earn in a year? Old master, 100 strings of cash earn 15-20 copper coins in a year. That's close to 2 strings of cash. Ah, good. Then 500 strings of cash will be 10 strings of cash. Let's go. There are so many people today. Let's not fight with everyone to save money. That's right. There's no rush to save money. I still have to go up the mountain to water the white stack today. Yes. I'll save money when I have time. Hearing Li Ke's words, those at the back of the line, whether they were rich or ordinary people, all turned and left. Those at the front of the line did not leave. Although the deposit interest rate could increase in the future, it could also decrease at the same time. They might as well save their money in the bank today and be at ease. Seeing that most of the people had left, Li Ke could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This could not be blamed on the small scale of the Yanhuang Bank. It was just that the flow of people just now was too huge and too scary. Even if the bank scale was 10 times bigger, it would not be able to handle it. This was just like a modern bank. If a bank received thousands of depositors at the same time, it would not be able to handle it. Moreover, this sudden surge of customers was not a healthy and long-term way for the bank to operate. What the bank needed was a stable and long-term source of customers. The rest of the people, line up and go in one by one. Pass the copper coins to the servant who is counting the money. Also, tell him whether you want to deposit it for a current or fixed period. Remember to take your passbook and put your fingerprint on it. Li Ke looked at the remaining commoners and ordered loudly. Yamacho, you're here. I have something to ask you. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop. Not long after, Li Tai came to Li Zishuan with a messy stack of blueprints. Qingke, you didn't sleep last night? Li Zishuan was stunned. This was because Li Tai's hair was messy and there were dark circles under his eyes. This did not match the little fatty's usual clean image. It was obvious that he did not sleep last night or did not sleep well. Li Tai scratched his head, causing his already messy hair to look even more like a chicken's nest. Yamacho, there were some things that I couldn't figure out last night, so I read a little more. However, I still slept for a few hours. Yamacho, quickly help me solve a few problems. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. It's over. Looking at the little fatty's appearance, it was obvious that he was possessed. Just like Wang Ji back then. What problems? Tell me. In order to let the little fatty have a good night's sleep, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to a meeting room and said, Li Tai put down the blueprints in his hand and looked at Li Zishuan. Yamacho, I've already figured out the working principle and manufacturing process of the DC motor, battery, and diode. However, I heard from Professor Mo yesterday that you mentioned to her that there's an electronic device that can amplify current. I think it's called a transistor. It's based on the principle of the diode. Can you tell me more about it? Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Qingge, why do you suddenly want to hear this? Li Tai replied, Yamacho, I think that with the transistor's ability to amplify current, we can do a lot of things. For example, we can use it to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Other than that, I believe that it can be used in many other places. It's very important, so we should build it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a serious expression. Qingge, you're right. The transistor is indeed very important. It seems that the Academy's second killer project is about to start. The second killer project? Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he said excitedly, Yamacho, does the second killer project have something to do with the telegraph? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. But before we talk about it, I have to confirm if you're willing to participate in the Academy's second killer project. Li Tai didn't even think before replying, I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Li Zishuan was gratified. That's good. Today, I'll briefly explain the second killer project to you. The main purpose of this project is to improve the existing telegraph so that it can achieve ultra-long distance wireless communication. This ultra-long distance should be at least 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles? Li Tai opened his mouth in shock. Then wouldn't it be able to cover the entire Tang Empire? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. Although this sounds a little exaggerated, it's not impossible from a technical point of view. With the transistor and the diode, we can increase the transmission power of the telegraph. On the other hand, we can create detectors to enhance the telegraph's ability to identify useful information in electromagnetic waves. In addition, we can set up telegraph relay stations in the various provinces and counties to receive and transmit electromagnetic waves. With this three-pronged approach, it won't be difficult to achieve ultra-long distance communication. Although Li Zishuan's explanation was simplified as much as possible, there were still many technical terms in it. Li Tai only understood half of it. Yamacho, if the improved telegraph can really achieve ultra-long distance communication as you said, then our Tang Empire will very likely dominate the world in the future. Li Zishuan smiled. It's not just very likely, it's definitely. Tang Empire will definitely become stronger and stronger and become invincible in the world. In fact, the second trump card project has another purpose, and that is to use the improved telegraph to lay a certain foundation for Tang Empire's electronic industry in the future. For example, the electronic diode, the transistor, the resistor, the capacitor, the inductor, and so on. We have to find a way to produce some basic electronic components. Only then will we be able to produce more advanced and convenient communication tools than the telegraph. Li Tai listened attentively. Hearing this, he couldn't help but excitedly clasp his hands and say, Student Li Tai is willing to help Yamacho. Although he had given up on fighting for the throne, he was still a Tang Empire citizen. He hoped that Tang Empire could become stronger, especially after he learned geography at the Academy. After he understood how big the aristocratic families were and how many countries there were, his desire to make Tang Empire invincible in the world became even stronger. The pride and national honor of the Tang Empire was incomprehensible to others. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You are talented and smart, and you like to study. Of course, this second trump card project can't be done without you. I just hope that you won't complain about being tired when the time comes. Li Tai shook his head and said, Yamacho, don't worry. I've survived the military training. There's no obstacle in this world that I, Li Tai, can't overcome. Quickly teach me how to make the transistor. That was why it was said that military training was the best way to train people. After going through the military training, the little fatty was filled with the courage to overcome all difficulties, because he already felt that there was nothing more difficult than military training in this world. Li Zixuan nodded. He picked up the blueprint in Li Tai's hand and began to write and draw. It's not wrong to say that the transistor is based on the diode, because compared to the diode, the transistor only has an additional grid. The so-called grid is a mesh or spiral electrode made of metal filaments. It controls the electric field on the surface of the cathode, thus changing the cathode's emission of electrons or capturing the secondary emission of electrons. Qingke, you can make it like this? After Li Zixuan's explanation and step-by-step teaching, Li Tai finally understood the workings of the transistor and how to make it. After digesting it for a while, the little fatty frowned and said, Yamacho, after the transistor is made, how can I be sure that it can really amplify the current? Do I have to connect an electric lamp at the back and judge the strength of the current based on the brightness of the lamp? This question stumped Li Zixuan. After a long silence, just as Li Tai was about to lose his patience, Li Zixuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Tai with some sympathy and said, Of course we can't use this method. Firstly, it's not accurate, and secondly, it's too troublesome. Therefore, I think it's time to start Yanhuang College's third trump card project. Hearing this, Li Tai almost fell off his chair. After calming down, he said with some surprise, The third trump card project? Yamacho, isn't this a bit too fast? The second project hasn't even started, and you're already starting the third. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, It's a bit too fast, but we have no choice. The Academy's technology is developing too fast, and many of the basic facilities can't keep up. We can only carry out the trump card projects together. Li Tai thought for a while and felt that Li Zixuan's words made sense. He sighed helplessly and said, Yamacho, what's the third trump card project? Li Zixuan said slowly, the ammeter, the voltmeter, and some other basic instruments. The Academy wants to take this opportunity to set up its own standards committee. Chapter 1459. Li Zixuan had always wanted to set up units and standards for new physical quantities. In addition to these, Li Zixuan also planned to let Yanhuang College set the standards for new technologies in the future. In Li Zixuan's previous life, a certain superpower had launched a trade war using technology as the vanguard in order to curb the rise of China. Some international organizations and technical standards committees had wanted to kick out China's outstanding companies in an attempt to cause China's high-tech industry to collapse. At that time, although Li Zixuan was angry, his words carried little weight and his ability was limited. But in this life, Li Zixuan had the ability and status. He had to push China's technological development and let China's technological strength stand at the top of the world. Maybe his generation couldn't do it, but he could lay a solid foundation for future generations. This was why Li Zixuan was so busy and tired when he could just eat and wait to die for the rest of his life. Not only did he want to build a military power, but he also wanted to build a technological power. Yamacho, are these ammeters and voltmeters specifically used to measure current and voltage? Li Tai asked in surprise after hearing about Li Zixuan's third trump card project. Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's right. Any physical quantity must have a measurement scale and a quantitative measurement tool. In the future, if we want to develop more precise and complex integrated circuits, it's impossible without an ammeter and voltmeter. In addition, we also need to make instruments specifically used to measure electrical resistance. So, Qingit, we have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Li Tai nodded in agreement, then he frowned and said, But Yamacho, how am I going to make an ammeter and voltmeter? Li Zixuan knew that it would be difficult for a child who had only been exposed to electricity for less than a year to make an ammeter and voltmeter. So, he picked up a pen and drew a sketch on rice paper and said, Look, green sparrow. We can use the principle of electromagnetic induction to make an ammeter. When an electric current passes through, the electric current passes through the magnetic field along the spring and the rotating shaft. The electric current cuts the magnetic induction wire, so under the effect of the magnetic field, the coil is deflected, driving the rotating shaft and the pointer to deflect. Since the magnitude of the magnetic field force increased with the increase of the current, the magnitude of the current could be observed through the degree of deflection of the pointer. As for the voltmeter, we can use the above principle to get the current, then connect a resistor with a known resistance, and multiply the current by the resistor to get the voltage scale. The ammeter that Li Zixuan was talking about was called a magnetoelectric ammeter. It was the kind that was often used in modern school laboratories. Li Tai nodded his head as he listened. After a short pause, the little fatty asked, "Mountain leader, where do we get this resistor with a known resistance value?" Li Zixuan was stumped by this question. If they were in modern times, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to make a resistor with a known value? He could get as many as he wanted, but this was ancient times. Most people in this era didn't even know what a resistor was. Where would he get a resistor with a known value? After pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan finally said, "Since we don't have a resistor with a known value, let's set our own standard. Let the workshop forge a steel block that is 1 inch in length, width, and height, and use it as a standard resistor of 1 ohm to make a voltmeter. With a voltmeter and an ammeter, we can measure the resistance of all devices." In the end, it was still a matter of standards. There were many standards in this era that didn't exist, so he could only create standards. Otherwise, there would be a lot of follow-up work that couldn't be done. Li Tai heard this and said with deep admiration, "Yamacho is wise." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Qingke, you will probably encounter many similar problems in the future. You must diverge your thinking, have the courage to think, and have the courage to do. Otherwise, you will never be able to surpass me in the future because you learned all your knowledge from me. Only by having the courage to forge ahead will you be able to surpass me." This guy was painting a pie in the sky for Li Tai again. To be honest, even if Li Tai was a celestial being, even if Li Tai worked hard, he would still never be able to surpass Li Zixuan in engineering. Even if there was a chance, the probability was only 0.001%. After all, this guy's brain contained hundreds of years of engineering knowledge, the crystallization of more than 10 generations of knowledge. How could Li Tai surpass him? However, Li Tai definitely didn't know this. This poor kid was nodding energetically and said, "Tai will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zixuan nodded with a gratified expression and said, "N. Go." Li Tai stood up and saluted Li Zixuan, then turned around and left in high spirits. TSK. No wonder the teachers in my previous life liked to give their students chicken soup for the soul, because it really works. Li Zixuan sighed softly as he watched Li Tai leave with his head held high. If Li Tai heard this, he would definitely vomit blood. "Faubert, I'll have to trouble you to arrange for someone to make something for me." After helping Li Tai, Li Zixuan came to Faubert's office and said, "Young master, what do you want to make?" Faubert stood up and asked with a smile. Li Zixuan took out a stack of blueprints and said embarrassedly, "Faubert, the thing I want to make this time is more complicated. Take a look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you later." Faubert nodded and then immersed himself in the blueprints. After a while, the surprise on Faubert's face became more and more obvious. After looking at the last blueprint, Faubert couldn't help but ask, "Young master, you want to make a car?" Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "Faubert has good eyesight." "That's right, I want to make a car." Faubert frowned and said, "But what kind of car is this? Why does it look bigger than a horse carriage?" Li Zixuan replied with a smile, "I call it an electric car. The principle is similar to an electric bicycle. It uses a battery and an electric motor to drive the wheels to achieve the purpose of fast travel. It's just that this electric car is bigger, can carry more people, and needs more electricity." Faubert paused and said doubtfully, "Young master's idea is good, but this way, the car will become heavier. If it carries more people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to drive the car." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Faubert, you don't have to worry about this. The electric motor of this electric car is definitely different from that of an electric bicycle. It has more power and traction. You just have to arrange people to make it according to the blueprints. You can ask Qingke or me about the parts related to electricity. But you must remember to keep it a secret from Xiaoning and Ink Girl." Hearing this, Faubert asked curiously, "Young master, why is that?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Faubert, this car is my wedding gift to Xiaoning and Ink Girl. I plan to give them a surprise when the time comes." No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his good brother. His good brother's wedding gift definitely couldn't be shabby, so Li Zishuan came up with this idea. Faubert heard it and understood. He nodded and said, "I see. Young master, don't worry. I will arrange for people to make the car for you and keep it a secret." Faubert's old face was full of gratification. Yan Xiaoning and Li Zishuan, one was his current boss and the other was his former boss. Faubert had always had deep feelings for the Yan and Li families. Since Li Zishuan was so concerned about Yan Xiaoning's marriage, it proved that Li Zishuan really saw Yan Xiaoning as a brother. Of course, Faubert was happy. At the same time, Uncle Fu became more and more attentive to the car-building matters that Li Zishuan had instructed him to do. He secretly told himself that he had to be 120% alert and keep an eye on the people below to build the car building properly. I heard that countless people flocked to the Yanhuang Bank to save money today. I wonder if you can still handle it over there? Do you want father to send more people to help you? In the evening, Li Ku was unexpectedly summoned back to the palace by Li Er. After dinner, Li Er began to show concern for Li Ku's daily work. Li Ku was flattered. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, father. However, I can handle the bank. Yamacho told me this afternoon that he wants to recruit a group of guards for the Yanhuang Bank. After all, there is too much money in the bank. If there are criminals coveting it, the loss will be too great." Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes. Marquis Yong An's arrangement is very appropriate. Let's do as he says. Father, I won't do anything unnecessary." "Father, what are you saying? Yamacho and I are already grateful that you can personally inquire about the bank's affairs." Li Ku quickly cupped his hands and said, although these words were somewhat flattering, they were also somewhat sincere. After all, Li Er didn't ask about the bank's affairs before. Don't flatter father. I'm already tired of hearing such words." Li Er waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he asked again, Now that the people are flocking to the Yanhuang Bank, wanting to save money to earn interest, can the Yanhuang Bank take in so much money? When the time comes, can we pay off the promised interest to the people?" Originally, the free exchange of Tang Yuan for the commoners was already an act of the bank to give up on profits for the sake of the commoners. Now, not only is the bank not collecting the money for the commoners, but it is also giving them interest. In the long run, won't the Yanhuang Bank be unable to make ends meet? Li Ku pondered for a moment and said, "Father, the Yanhuang Bank will definitely not lose money. The annual interest rate we give the citizens is 1.75%, and the annual interest rate for lending money to the merchants is 8%. If we can borrow 100 strings of coins from the citizens to the merchants, then the Yanhuang Bank can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year with these 100 strings of coins. One thing that can't be ignored is that the 100 strings of coins didn't originally belong to us, but to the people who came to save money. In other words, our bank doesn't use any capital and can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year from the people's 100 strings of coins. This is a business without any capital, and the profits are not low at all. Where else can we find such a business? How can our bank lose money?" Modern banks had many types of business income, including the interest rate difference between deposits and loans, commission fees, investment income, etc. But the most important thing was still the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. This was the foundation of the bank. Similarly, today's Yanhuang Bank's most important way of making profits was the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. When Li Er heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, "What you said just now makes some sense. But if there are too many people who come to save money, and the merchants who come to the Yanhuang Bank to borrow money are not enough to support such a large amount of savings, for example, if the people save 100 strings of coins, and the bank only lends out 100 strings of coins, then wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank still suffer a loss?" To be able to say this, it proved that Li Er had done his homework. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a sharp question. Li Ku couldn't help but laugh. "Father, you don't have to worry about this. The reason why this policy of saving money for interest was first tested in Lantian County is mainly because the merchants in Lantian County are very active. All kinds of shops, big and small, have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing in the market of Longtime County. The merchants in the surrounding counties came and went. Under such circumstances, the merchants in Longtime County naturally have a higher demand for money than the merchants in other places. At the end of every month, the Yanhuang Bank in Longtime County would have a shortage of money. Now that the people are actively saving money, the bank probably won't have a shortage of money in the future. This is very beneficial to the expansion of the bank's business. Before this, I have carefully calculated with the bank staff. According to the current business situation of the bank, as long as the deposits are less than 500,000 strings of coins, we definitely won't lose money and will even make a big profit. Oh, you're so confident? Li Er couldn't help but ask with a smile. Li Ku replied, "Of course. Imperial Father, don't forget, although the interest rate of our bank's loans is higher than the deposit interest rate, compared to the other large families that lend money, the interest rate that our bank charges for loans from merchants is as low as it can be. Just based on this point, as long as the merchants lack money, they will definitely come to our Yanhuang Bank to borrow money. Therefore, we don't have to worry about whether we will lose money or not." Oh, the annual interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank in Longtime County is only 8%. Compared to the loans of the people, the interest rate is really low. Li Er had some understanding of the affairs of the people and nodded. This 8% annual interest rate may be a little scary in the eyes of the modern people, but to the ancient people, this interest rate was simply too cheap. In this era, a monthly interest rate of 10% could be called the conscience of the industry. With a monthly interest rate of 10%, the annual interest rate would be over 100. It was a little too expensive. Especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the imperial court set up a special fund called the public capital for official loans. Its function was a little similar to a modern-day bank. The public capital was managed by the various prefectures. Lending out 50,000 yuan, the monthly interest rate was 4,000 coins, and the annual interest rate was about 100%. Therefore, the interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank was simply a blessing from the heavens to the merchants who lacked money. Chapter 1460. Marquis, this Lin has exchanged 120,000 caddies of brass from the Wei Nation merchants. It has all been transported to Longtime County. The next day, early morning, Lin Wenyuan came to Marquillon and Manor and reported to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted and said, "So fast? Good. 120,000 caddies, plus Mr. Wang has already set up the production line at the Gall alumina mine. Our Longtime County shouldn't be lacking in brass for a short period of time. Boss Lin, you have done this Marquis a huge favor." 2 days ago, he had just received news that the production line at the Gall alumina mine in Longtime County had been set up. According to Wang Ji's estimation, the first month's output of brass from the Gall alumina mine should be about 3,000 caddies. Although it sounded a little, but in this era where there was a lack of brass, it was quite a lot. Furthermore, as the refining process matured, the monthly output of brass would definitely increase greatly. By then, the Great Tang Imperial Court would also pay attention to the wet smelting copper technique. The Gall alumina mine would definitely become very popular. You're too kind. To be able to work for Marquis is this Lin's honor. Lin Wenyuan bowed slightly and quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Boss Lin doesn't need to be so modest. Now that we have such a huge amount of brass, this Marquis can arrange for people to set up electric wires in Longtime County. By then, the people of Longtime County can be like Yanhuang College and use electric lights. Boss Lin has to be credited for this." I wouldn't dare. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and suddenly his eyes flashed and sighed. This Lin just moved from Chang and City to Longtime County a few days ago. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy such a magical thing like electric lights. No matter what, this is all thanks to Marquis's kindness. So helping Marquis to exchange brass is also helping this Lin. This Lin doesn't dare to claim the credit. Li Zishuan chuckled and asked, "Oh? Boss Lin has settled down in Longtime County? Is there anything you need this Marquis's help with?" "Settled down. Everything has been settled. The residence that I purchased is in Yong and Lane. It's only a few steps away from the Marquis's estate. Lin Wenyuan smiled and cupped his hands. Although the population of Longtime County had increased explosively in recent months, it was basically hard to find a place to live, and the prices of the houses and shops had increased by a lot, especially in Yong and Lane where the Marquis residence was located. Those who could live here were either rich or respectable, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to buy a house here. However, Lin Wenyuan was still part of the first batch of members of the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce. With his wealth, it wasn't difficult for him to buy a house in Yong and Lane. As for why he wanted to settle his family in Yong and Lane, those who understood would naturally understand. Oh, doesn't that mean Boss Lin is my neighbor? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, I dare not. I just want to be able to listen to Marquis's orders better. Li Zishuan didn't comment on this, but smiled and asked, Boss Lin, if you have any difficulties in doing business in Longtime County in the future, you can come and find this Marquis. This Marquis may be able to help you with some matters within the law. The officials of this era generally looked down on merchants, but Li Zishuan had never looked down on merchants. The workshop's products sold well all over the world, and the prosperity of Longtime County today were all due to the merchants. Sometimes, Li Zishuan was also willing to give the merchants some benefits to let them help him develop his territory. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Wenyuan's heart was instantly filled with a huge surprise. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. If Marquis has any errands in the future, I will definitely be at your beck and call. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then smiled and asked, It's already June. How is your son, Lin Hao, preparing for the exam? Hearing Li Zishuan mention Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan's old face was immediately filled with gratification. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Marquis, for your concern. My son has been diligently preparing for the exam under Han Zhao's guidance for more than half a year. He hasn't slacked off at all. This old man has watched this child grow up, but I have never seen him put so much effort into anything. From this, it can be seen that he really wants to get into a sacred place like Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You reap what you sow. With your son working so hard, he will definitely reap some rewards. Immediately, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to say that. It was as if he was hinting that Lin Wenyuan would secretly recommend his son to get into Yanhuang College, so he quickly added, However, even if your son is careless and fails in the exam, it doesn't matter. Now that the Lin family is considered to be part of Longtime County, Lin Hao can directly study in the county school. There are many teachers in the county school who have taught in Yanhuang College. After studying there for a year and a half, and then getting into Yanhuang College, the success rate will greatly increase. Under normal circumstances, Li Zishuan would not open the back door in the matter of college enrollment. In the past, royal children like Li Ku and Li Tai relied on their own abilities to get into Yanhuang College. Even if Lin Wenyuan helped Li Zishuan do more things, Li Zishuan would not open the back door for his son, Lin Hao, in the matter of college enrollment. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. It was mainly because Li Zishuan's first half of the sentence gave him hope. Otherwise, he would not have felt slightly disappointed. Marquis is right. When I decided to move my family to Longtime County, I also had this layer of consideration. After all, in other provinces and counties, it is basically impossible for a merchant's son to get into a local government school. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and smiled. At this moment, he had already thought it through in his heart. This was because compared to other merchants, he was undoubtedly much more fortunate. The prosperity of Longtime County today relies on the prosperity and vigorous development of commerce. Behind this, it cannot be separated from the efforts of merchants. This Marquis will not be like other officials in other provinces and counties, ostracizing merchants and their sons. Li Zishuan said with a solemn face. Marquis is righteous. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Speaking of commerce in Longtime County, this Lin is planning to build an inn recently to provide a place for merchants to rest. However, in the construction of this inn, there are many problems. I wonder if Marquis can help? Build an inn? What kind of inn does Boss Lin plan to build? According to what Lin Wenyuan said, this inn was definitely not an ordinary inn. Otherwise, he would not have come to ask for help. Li Zishuan could not help but ask curiously. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and replied, Marquis, this Lin plans to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa. With reinforced concrete and colored glass, this Lin plans to build a 6-story inn. The interior decoration will be a copy of the Cloud Mountain Villa's decoration. There will be sofas, transparent colored glass windows, and so on. I hope that Marquis can allow it. If it was someone in a higher position, they would definitely not agree. After all, people in a higher position were all tyrannical. They did not wish for someone to imitate their own home to build an inn. However, Li Zishuan did not care about this. Instead, he was somewhat surprised that Lin Wenyuan could see the potential value of the Cloud Mountain Villa and discover it. He waved his hand and said, Boss Lin is using your own money to build an inn. How can this Marquis disagree? If you like the architectural style of the Cloud Mountain Villa, I have some similar blueprints here. You can use them when the time comes. But then again, after Boss Lin's inn is built, it won't be cheap to stay for a night, right? When he was building the Cloud Mountain Villa, Li Zishuan did not only design a set of blueprints, but also many backups. Now that he did not have the energy to build a house, it was not a bad idea to give it to Lin Wenyuan as a favor at little cost. Lin Wenyuan was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks to Marquis for the blueprints. After this inn is built, this Lin hopes that it can become a big landmark of Lantian County. In terms of price, it should be slightly more expensive than other inns. Immediately, his face showed a difficult expression. He hesitated and said, But this inn needs a lot of cement and craftsmen who know how to build cement buildings. This Lin boldly asks Marquis to help. Cement, craftsmen. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He said, The workshop has a lot of cement in stock right now. I can transfer some to you. As for craftsmen, this Marquis has an idea. What do you think? Lin Wenyuan said respectfully, Marquis, please speak. Li Zishuan said slowly, When Yanhuang College and the Cloud Mountain Villa were built, most of the craftsmen were local farmers in Lantian County. This Marquis thinks that if the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa can be liked by the merchants, this Marquis can let some farmers who know how to build a construction team to specially contract the construction of this style of building. Firstly, it will be convenient for you. Secondly, it will allow the commoners to have more income and live better lives. What do you think? Wonderful. 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 Marquis's plan is wonderful. Lin Wenyuan's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Mar, you don't know. There are definitely a lot of merchants in Lantian County who have the same idea. They also want to build a clean and beautiful, tall and sturdy house like the Cloud Mountain Villa. However, they don't have cement or skilled craftsmen. If Marquis really wants to let the commoners form a construction team, there will definitely be a lot of merchants who will hire them. When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately said, That's good. This Marquis will first let the Han family village and Plum village set up a construction team. Then, I will first supply a batch of cement to Boss Lin. After your inn starts construction, this Marquis will encourage the people of the other villages to set up construction teams and open a few cement factories to speed up the production of cement. Lin Wenyuan said gratefully, Thank you, Marquis. It's just that. If this Lin is so bold, I would like to ask Marquis to help this Lin give this Lin's inn a name. Li Zishuan said with a strange expression, You want me to give your inn a name? Are you sure? Lin Wenyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. However, since he had already said it, there was no reason to take it back. Therefore, he braced himself and said, Please give me a name, Mar. Li Zishuan was helpless. He pretended to think for a while and then said with some mischievous interest, Then let's call it Dragon Gate Inn. Dragon Gate Inn? When Lin Wenyuan heard this, he was immediately suspicious. He thought to himself, Why did Marquis want to name it Dragon Gate Inn? I heard that there's a Longmen County in Hedong Province's Jiangzhou. Could it be that Marquis has some connection with that place? I have to find time to take a look. Li Zishuan didn't know that his little mischievous interest had implicated a big matter. Now that the brass was in place and the dozens of bicycles given to Lin Wenyuan had all been replaced, Li Zishuan immediately ordered to start setting up electric wires for Lantian County. At the workshop, the second generation of bicycles had also entered the stage of mass production. As for the electric bicycles, Li Zishuan planned to postpone it for a while. After all, it would take some time to set up electric wires and connect electricity to every household in the county. There was no point in selling electric bicycles before that. In addition, that afternoon, Li Zishuan found old Hu, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Wanshan and told them about the joint construction team in Plum Village and the Han family village. Young master, it's not a problem for us to set up a construction team to help others build houses like Yunshan Villa. However, the wheat in the fields is about to be harvested. During the busy farming season, no one in the village would be willing to work in the city. Old Hu scratched his head and said. Second Master Lu also nodded and said, Xiao Hu is right. We farmers naturally have to prioritize our crops. We can't let our crops rot in the fields just to earn money in the city. It wasn't Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu's fault for not giving Li Zishuan any face. It was just that farmers had always valued their crops more than anything else. This concept was already deeply ingrained in them, and no one could change it. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, there is no conflict between harvesting crops and working in the city. I didn't say that everyone in the village should join the construction team. That's not realistic. We only need a small number of young people who know how to build to join the construction team. The rest can still harvest crops in the village. Even if we don't have enough manpower, we can just pay outside the village to hire people to help harvest crops. We won't lose anything because the construction team will be very generous. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Finally, Second Master Lu said, That's a good idea. Young master, don't worry. We will go back and recruit people to set up a construction team. When the time comes, we will go to the county to help people build houses. Li Zishuan nodded. Lu Qingfeng then asked hesitantly, Young master, where should we buy the cement needed by the construction team? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Lu Lijing, you don't have to worry about this. I have already arranged it. Also, I plan to choose a few suitable locations and open a few cement workshops. When the time comes, we won't be short of cement. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, That's good. Then the few of them got up and left. Looking at their backs, Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to increase the income of the people. Previously, he had promoted bean sprouts and greenhouse vegetables. This year, he had promoted cotton. Logically speaking, farming could only provide food for the people. If he wanted the people to be rich, he had to think of other ways. The construction team was just a good start. According to Li Zishuan's plan, in the future, he would encourage those poor farmers to open some small workshops. When workshop production replaced the pure handicraft industry, production efficiency would be greatly improved. It would be difficult for the commoners not to be rich even if they didn't want to. Chapter 1461. The next day, a piece of good news came from the workshop. The transistor was completed, and Li Tai used a very crude ammeter to verify that it could indeed amplify the current. Li Zishuan heard the news and immediately rushed to the workshop. Yamacho, it's done. It's really done. According to my preliminary measurements, after the current passes through the transistor's grid, it's amplified by about 5 times. If we connect a few more transistors, the amplification can be even greater. As soon as he walked into the laboratory, Li Tai greeted him with a face full of excitement. Li Zishuan walked to the test bench and saw a glass tube slightly smaller than a fist and a crude instrument. The instrument didn't even have a casing, and the magnets, springs, wires, and pointers were all exposed. There were only a few simple fixtures. Although Li Zishuan could roughly guess the function of the instrument, the appearance of this thing was really not flattering. As for the glass tube that was slightly smaller than a fist, it should be the world's first transistor, because the glass tube had 3 electrode connectors exposed outside. However, this transistor was too big. The transistors that Li Zishuan used in his previous life were all semiconductor, crystal, transistors, which were only the size of a fingernail. With the development of microelectronics, some crystal transistors could even be smaller than 10 nanometers in size. In comparison, the electronic transistor in front of him could be called a giant. Qingke, connect it to the electricity for me to see. Li Zishuan knew that now was not the time to be picky. After all, under the current conditions, Li Tai was already not easy to make a transistor. It would be a bit difficult to ask for more, so he pointed to the transistor on the table and said to Li Tai, "Okay, Yamacho, wait a moment." Li Tai nodded in response and quickly started to connect the wires. After a while, he turned on the power switch and pointed to the ammeter. "Yamacho, look, the current at the cathode end is 0. 7. Now I connect the ammeter to the anode end. Look, the current is 3. 8, which is about 5 times amplification. This proves that the weak signal change on the grid can modulate the current from the cathode to the anode. Therefore, we can get the same current change as the input signal, but the intensity is greatly increased." Li Zishuan saw this series of operations and couldn't help but clap his hands and sigh. Good. Qingke, I didn't expect you to be able to make a transistor so quickly. It's not easy. Now that we have a transistor, and a resistor with a stable resistance value, the Academy can start the work of modifying the telegraph. Li Tai thought for a while and asked, "Mountain Leader, the factory has already made the resistor that you mentioned before. However, I feel that its volume is too big. If we need a bigger resistor in the future, its volume will be even bigger. If it is used in the circuit, it will seriously affect the volume of the entire product. Is there any material that can replace steel as a resistor?" Previously, in order to make it easier for Li Tai to make the voltmeter, Li Zishuan proposed to make a standard resistor with a length, width, and height of 1 inch of steel. However, although the conductivity of steel was not as good as copper, it was still good. The resistance of a piece of iron wire was very small, so it was not suitable to use it as a resistor. Modern resistors were mostly made of nickel-chromium alloy, while SMD resistors were made of metal powder and glass uranium powder mixed together and printed on a substrate by screen printing. With the current technology, it would be difficult to make these two resistors. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan said, "Yes. Of course there are materials that can replace steel. Qingke, you can mix carbon black, resin, and clay according to a certain ratio, press the mixture, and then heat treat it to make a resistor rod. The resistors made of this material are thinner than chopsticks, only about 1/4 of an inch long, but the range of resistance value can be very wide. It can completely meet the needs of any situation." The resistor he was talking about was called a carbon resistor in modern times, and its resistance value was represented by a color ring. Its material was cheap, its cost was low, and its resistance value was wide, but its performance was poor, so it was rarely used. In the market, it was replaced by more stable metal film resistors and SMD resistors. But for the current Tang Empire, it was already quite amazing to have carbon resistors. Carbon black, resin, and clay? Yamacho, can the resistors made of these materials be used? Li Tai was stunned. Carbon black, resin, and clay as resistors, no matter how he looked at it, it did not sound reliable. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Why can't they be used? Not only can they be used, but they are also very useful. If you don't believe me, Qingke, you can find a craftsman in the workshop later to try and make a batch of resistors like this for you." Li Tai scratched his head and said, "Okay. Then I will find someone to try and make one later." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then this matter is settled. This afternoon, I will officially announce the start of the 2nd and 3rd trump card projects at the Academy. Qingke, you will also attend the meeting." Yamacho, what can I do at this kind of meeting? I'm not going, I still have a lot of things to do here." Li Tai heard and quickly shook his head. When it came to important projects like the trump card projects, the teachers of the Academy were basically in charge. The students only played the role of assistant. Li Tai felt that it was better for him not to attend this kind of meeting. It was a waste of time. However, Li Zishuan still insisted, "Qingke, you have to attend this afternoon's meeting. After all, the next 2 trump card projects can't be done without you." After that, he did not wait for Li Tai to respond and directly left. "Can't be done without me? Yamacho, what do you mean by that?" Li Tai was puzzled. Gradually, he suddenly thought of something and could not help but feel a little excited. Today, I have called all the teachers for this meeting mainly because I have something important to announce. At 3 in the afternoon, all the teachers of the academy were called to the big meeting room on the first floor of the Guanghua building. As for the students, the first 2 classes in the afternoon were naturally changed to self-study. Anyway, it was near the end of the semester and all the classes were basically finished. The students just needed time to review. Seeing that all the teachers were here, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Seeing that Li Zishuan was so serious, everyone could not help but raise their spirits and wait for him to continue. Li Zishuan said, "All the gentlemen present here have passed the Academy's confidentiality exam and signed confidentiality agreements. Today's meeting is a top-secret meeting, and the minutes of the meeting will be classified as top-secret documents. After the meeting, Mr. Yen will send someone to file and lock it. What's more, what you hear later is not allowed to be leaked to others, including your family members. Violators will be charged with treason and handed to the Supreme Judiciary for punishment. I hope you can treat it seriously." Hearing this, everyone could not help but become serious. Ever since the Academy established a strict confidentiality system, there had never been a top-secret incident. One must know that top-secret technology was related to the safety and survival of the country. It was not easy to define a document as top-secret. However, it also showed the high standard of today's meeting and the importance of the content. Everyone cupped their hands and said solemnly, "Yes. Yamacho. We will strictly abide by the confidentiality system of the Academy and will not leak the content of today's meeting." Good. Now let's officially start the meeting. Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today, I called everyone here to inform you that from today onwards, Yanhuang College's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects will be officially launched. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. 2 trump card projects will be launched at the same time." All the academy teachers present felt that it was incredible. At the beginning of the year, Li Zishuan proposed 100 trump card projects for Yanhuang College, and the Ba hydropower station was the first trump card project. Until now, the first trump card project had not been completed, because the later work of the hydropower station had not been completed. However, now Li Zishuan directly proposed 2 more trump card projects. In everyone's eyes, the progress was too fast. Moreover, at the beginning of the meeting, Li Zishuan defined these 2 trump card projects as top-secret projects. This kind of high standard made the academy teachers feel a sense of seriousness. "Yamacho, what are the contents of the 2nd and 3rd trump card projects? Will it be too much pressure to launch them at the same time?" Mo Huai couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan replied, "Of course there will be pressure, but it must be overcome. The reason why I chose to launch 2 trump card projects at the same time is because I have sufficient reasons. Now, let me talk about the specific tasks of these 2 projects. The 2nd trump card project is to improve the current telegraph. First, we need to add signal amplification circuits to the telegraph to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Second, we need to install detectors for the telegraph to identify useful information in the electromagnetic waves and enhance the telegraph's signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. Third, we need to build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties to be used as transmission and reception relays of electromagnetic waves, further increasing the telegraph's communication range. The ultimate goal of this trump card project is to increase the telegraph's effective communication range to more than 1,000 miles, or even further. The workshop has already prepared the key electronic components needed for this project. Those who are involved in the project can go to the workshop later to understand the details. The communication range is 1,000 meters. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. This was really equivalent to a 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. If this had happened in the past, they would have scoffed if they had heard this. However, in the past year at Yanhuang Academy, they had seen too many incredible things. Therefore, even if the teachers felt that it was inconceivable, no one refuted it. Seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, Li Zishuan smiled and said, Although this sounds incredible, everyone has been at the academy for so long. You all have a certain understanding of engineering, especially those in the physics group. You should know that the goal I mentioned just now is not completely impossible, right? The group of physics students around Mo Huai all showed hesitation in their eyes, and their expressions showed that they were tempted. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said, "What Yamacho said just now is not completely impossible. The key question is, does the workshop have devices that can amplify power and detect electromagnetic waves? If there is, then the 1,000-mile communication range can be achieved." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, you can rest assured. Now, everything is ready. We only need one thing. Now, let me talk about the third trump card project. From today onwards, the Academy will establish a Standards of Measurement Committee. I will be the chairman, and Mr. Su Hongji, Mr. Mo Huai, and Mr. Wang Ji will be the vice chairman. The purpose of establishing the Standards of Measurement Committee is to establish measurement units and standards for some new physical quantities, such as current, voltage, resistance, and so on. For the third trump card project, first of all, we need to establish measurement units and standards for the three physical quantities of current, voltage, and resistance, and make measuring instruments. In addition, I plan to reformulate the units of length. From small to large, they are millimeters, centimeters, decimeters, meters, and kilometers. Among them, 3.07 meters is equivalent to 1 zheng. 1 meter is equivalent to 10 meters, 100 centimeters, and 1,000 millimeters. According to this conversion relationship, the Academy needs to make new measuring tools. In the future, all the projects of the Academy will use this new unit of measurement. This will be conducive to more precise production. The reason why we need to establish and carry out these two trump card projects at the same time is mainly because there are many cross-links between these two projects, which can play a role in promoting each other. According to historical records, 1 zhang in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 3.07 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint buzz of discussion in the conference room. Li Zishuan wanted to establish units and standards for the new physical quantities, but he also wanted to change the unit of length that had been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. This was a bit difficult to adapt to. However, Li Zishuan's reason was too strong, because the new unit was indeed more precise than the previous inch, foot, and zheng. It was also more conducive to precision processing and precision production. I know that you may not be able to accept the new unit of measurement for a while, but when you participate in the precision manufacturing project in the future, you will know the benefits of this new unit of measurement. Seeing the difficult expressions on everyone's faces, Li Zishuan smiled and comforted them. Then he said in a deep voice, "Next, I will announce the personnel appointments for these two trump card projects. I will appoint Mr. Mo Huai as the chief designer of these two trump card projects, and Li Tai, Mo Chue, and Su Hongji as the deputy chief designers. The few of you must quickly select the outstanding students and teachers in the academy who have outstanding results in mathematics and physics to join these two trump card projects as soon as possible. The deadline for these two tasks is half a year. Within half a year, the set goals must be achieved." Like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples, everyone was stunned. At this time, the teachers of the academy noticed that Li Tai had been standing behind Li Zishuan all this time. Was Li Zishuan crazy to let a student be the vice president of the trump card project? Chapter 1462. Yamacho, I can't be the deputy chief designer. You'd better let the other gentleman do it. In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai was the first to exclaim. He had expected Li Zishuan to let him take on heavy responsibilities in the two killer projects, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to let him be the deputy chief designer directly. He was just a student. In the past year of Yanhuang College, an academic atmosphere of respect for teachers had formed. In the college, no matter if you were a high-ranking official or a noble, once you came here, you had to listen to the arrangements of the teachers. Therefore, when Li Tai heard that he was going to be the deputy chief designer and lead a group of teachers in the college to work on the projects, the little fatty was immediately flattered. At this moment, The teachers in the meeting room were also discussing spiritedly. Some of them even looked a little unconvinced. After all, Li Zishuan's move was publicly announcing that their abilities were not as good as Li Tai's. How could some of the proud teachers be convinced? Yamacho, Qingke is talented and has excellent grades in the college. This is undeniable, but he is still a student. Now that the college's final exam is imminent, Qingke should seize the time to prepare for the exam. If he is appointed as the deputy chief designer, I'm afraid it will affect his studies. Yamacho, please reconsider. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tai finished speaking, one of the teachers in the college stood up and saluted Li Zishuan. The person who spoke was Mo Chue. As the next powerful successor of the Mo family, Mo Chue's personal ability was naturally impeccable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the deputy chief designers of the second and third killer projects. However, Mo Chue also had his own pride. Now that Li Zishuan asked Li Tai to be on equal footing with him and to be the deputy chief designer together, Mo Chue felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, Mo Chue was not the kind of person with low EQ. He didn't directly express his displeasure in his heart, but used a slightly better excuse. Thus, Yamacho, Qingke is still a student after all. She should prioritize her studies. That's right. As a student, Qingke can participate in the trump card project, but if he takes the position of deputy chief designer, it will definitely delay his studies. As soon as Mo Chue's voice fell, there was a sound of agreement in the conference room. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Studies? Exam? Do the students of Yanhuang College study hard every day just for exams? Do you remember what I said on the first day of Yanhuang College last year? The most important thing for students of Yanhuang College is to apply what they have learned. I compiled engineering textbooks and imparted engineering knowledge to them, not for them to deal with midterm or final exams. I need them to use this knowledge to create value for the Academy and the Tang Empire. In Yanhuang College, Meng Wenhao and Han Li made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City. Later, Ku Shiqing led the people of Shu County to build roads and mines, and became rich through hard work. They are the pride of our academy. Even if their work affects their studies, they are still the role models of all the students of our academy. In my opinion, as long as Qingke can help us complete these 2 trump card projects, even if he doesn't participate in this semester's final exam, I will still give him an excellent grade in all subjects, because the value he creates is far greater than the final exam. You may not know this, but Cyan Sparrow has already produced the key components needed for these 2 trump card projects. Therefore, I believe that he is absolutely capable of carrying out these 2 trump card projects. In addition, I will emphasize again today that there will never be a ranking in Yanhuang College based on qualifications. The capable will go up, and the mediocre will go down. Regardless of age or qualifications, this has always been my principle of employing people. In the future, please don't use this secular principle in the Academy's scientific research projects. Yanhuang College had developed rapidly, but in the process of development, some problems were inevitably exposed, such as the ranking of qualifications. This was a fixed practice that had been passed down from the Chinese nation until now. Of course, Yanhuang College also had it, but it was not obvious under Li Zishuan's deliberate suppression. Recently, Li Zishuan had been busy with the medical center and workshop, so he didn't stay in the academy much. This directly led to the revival of the unhealthy trend of ranking qualifications. Li Zishuan felt that it was necessary to take advantage of today's meeting to clean up the atmosphere in the academy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became solemn, and the academy teachers present couldn't help but sit up straight. Li Gang spoke at this time. Yamacho is right. The most important thing in the academy to teach and educate is to let the students apply what they have learned. Examinations are just a way to test the results of their studies, and the trump card project is where the students can really express what they have learned. As long as there is a chance, the academy should not prevent the students from participating in the trump card project. This old man remembers that Yamacho once said that the knowledge gained on paper is shallow, and the knowledge gained must be experienced. If the academy blindly focuses on theoretical education and examinations and neglects practice, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of the students. The old teacher was now old, and he usually didn't speak on many important matters in the academy. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to clean up the atmosphere in the academy, the old teacher had to speak up. His words had the effect of making the final decision. Yen Silu immediately stood up and said, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's point of view. The purpose of Yanhuang College is to establish a heart for the world and life for the people. If we only rely on theoretical knowledge in books and midterm and final exams, how can we establish a heart for the world and life for the people? If Qin Ke is really capable, what's wrong with letting him be the deputy chief designer?" When the three big shots of the academy agreed on a matter together, it was basically the decision for this matter. Mo Huai spoke up, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's suggestion." Su Hongji cupped his hands and said, "This old man also agrees." Ma Zhou nodded and said, "This old man agrees." Wang Ji said, "This old man also agrees." Seeing this, the rest of the academy teachers cupped their hands and said, "We all agree with Yamacho's suggestion." Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good." Since everyone agreed, then this matter was settled. From today onwards, all of you must work together to complete the second and third trump cards of the academy as soon as possible. For this, spare no effort in manpower, material, and financial resources. This is not only for the glory of the academy, but also for the Tang Empire to become invincible in the world as soon as possible. Yamacho. Everyone cupped their hands and agreed. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan immediately announced the end of the meeting and walked out of the conference room first. Li Tai hurriedly followed. The two walked out of Guanghua Building. In the corridor on the first floor, Li Tai hurriedly called out to Li Zishuan, "Yamacho, please wait." Li Zishuan immediately stopped and turned around. He looked at Li Tai with a playful smile on his face and said, "What's wrong? Qin Ke? Could it be that you still don't dare to accept this task?" Li Tai's expression froze and he said helplessly, "Yamacho, it's not that I don't dare, it's that I can't. Although the academy doesn't care about seniority, Tai has to respect the teachers. Yamacho asked me to be the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump cards projects. If there's any work in the future, how can Qin Ke dare to instruct the teachers of the academy?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, True respect is in the heart, not in the mouth. Besides, there will always be some difficulties at the beginning, but these difficulties are not insurmountable. You need to find a way yourself. Today, I'll only tell you one thing. Xiao Ku is now able to take charge of the Yanhuang Bank. After the final exam of Yanhuang College is over, he will recruit some students who are proficient in mathematics and let them help him manage the Yanhuang Bank by working and learning. When Li Ku was first sent to the Yanhuang Bank by me, wasn't he like you now? He had no experience and no connections, but he was able to achieve such results in the Yanhuang Bank. Qin Ke, are you inferior to him? Provocation. But even if Li Tai knew that this was provocation, he had to accept it. Because from the moment he was born, Li Tai believed that he would not lose to anyone, especially his own brother. Even if he had given up on fighting for the position of crown prince, he was not willing to fall behind others in terms of personal results. Good. Yamacho, I accept this task. Tai promises you today that I will complete the second and third trump cards projects of Yanhuang College within half a year. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai's eyes suddenly became very firm. He promised Li Zishuan without hesitation. Good. Then go ahead and do it. The future of Yanhuang College will definitely belong to diligent young people like you and Ku. Li Zishuan smiled and patted Li Tai's shoulder. When he first met Li Tai, he wanted to dilute Li Tai's competitiveness because he did not want Tang Dynasty's stable political situation to be ruined by Li Er's sons fighting for power. But now that Li Tai, Li Ku, and the others had clearly given up on fighting for the position of crown prince, Li Zishuan slowly began to arouse Li Tai's competitiveness. After all, in his opinion, appropriate and healthy competition was beneficial to personal improvement. And from Li Tai's reaction, the effect was not bad. Faubert, How many second-generation bicycles have you produced? After 2 days, Li Zishuan once again came to the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. He found Faubert and asked. Faubert wiped his sweat and replied, Young master, the chains of the second-generation bicycles require hydraulic stamping machines. And the workshop's machines are fully supplying Zhang Hongsheng's plate armor. The bicycles can only be given one stamping machine at most, so the progress is naturally slower. These few days, we have only produced a total of 50 second-generation bicycles. The workshop is now manufacturing more hydraulic stamping machines to speed up the production of bicycles. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but be silent. Speaking of which, the workshop now produced too many things. Cement, glass, carriages, steel, water wheels, first-generation bicycles, batteries, motors, generators, light bulbs, second-generation bicycles, plate armor, lances, and so on. The workshop was a little too big. Not to mention Faubert, even Li Zishuan sometimes could not take care of everything. Li Zishuan pondered in his heart. Perhaps he could assign some of the less technical tasks to the people of Longtime County to do. I got it. Faubert. When the number of second-generation bicycles reaches 100, send someone to inform me. We will sell 100 of them immediately. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, Young master. Faubert nodded his head and replied, Faubert, how is the progress of the special bicycle that I asked you to produce? Li Zishuan suddenly asked. The special bicycle that he was talking about was the wedding gift for Yan Shaoning and Mo Lingwei, the electric bicycle. Faubert heard this and laughed. Young master, the workshop has been using the stamping machines to forge the outer shell of the bicycle. I estimate that it will be done before the end of the month. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. Oh, there's one more thing. The workshop can't neglect the production of the batteries and DC motors. When Longtime County gets electricity, and the second generation of bicycles starts selling well, we will officially launch the electric bicycle. Then, we will be able to recoup some of our funds and cover more places in Longtime County with electricity. Now that he had copper, he could bring the electricity from the Ba River hydropower station to the county seat of Longtime County. After all, his residence was in the city. He was busy coming and going, so he had to seek some convenience for himself, right? Faubert nodded his head and said, Young master, don't worry. The battery and motor workshop has been producing. I guarantee that we will be able to launch a batch of electric bicycles before Longtime County is electrified. Oh, Mr. Wang has already refined a batch of higher purity brass. Now, the generators at the Ba River hydropower station have all been replaced with this type of high-purity brass core. I think that the power generation ability will be stronger than before. Oh, the generators have been upgraded? That's great. Li Zishuan heard this and said with a face full of surprise, Now, everything is ready. We just need to wait for the final push. I believe that before long, Longtime County will become the first city that never sleeps in the Tang Empire. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Faubert's old face couldn't help but be filled with yearning. He smiled and said with emotion, Who would have thought that I would be able to see a city that never sleeps in my lifetime? Following you, young master, I can see all kinds of miracles. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile and said, Faubert, since you want to see it, then keep looking. There are more miraculous things to come. Maybe in a few decades, ordinary people like us won't even need to take carriages when we go out. We can just take a flying vehicle and travel from Chang into Luoyang in 2 hours. Faubert waved his hand and said, I'm content. I'm content to have lived until now. I don't dare to ask for anything else. Now that Fu Bin, that brat, has made a name for himself under young master's command, this old man really has no regrets. Chapter 1463. Let's go. We're going to work in the city. Early in the morning, when the eastern sky was just a shade of red, 2 groups of young men walked out of the Han Manor and Plum Village. The Han Manor group was led by Old Hu, while the Plum Village group was led by Second Master Lu's eldest son. Second Master Lu also wanted to come, but he was too old, so no one dared to let him come. After the two groups of young men left the village, they met at the foot of Cloud Mountain and headed towards Longtime County. Hey, isn't this old who? Where are you going so early? On the way, there were many early risers who bumped into the group entering the city, and they couldn't help but ask curiously. Boss Lin wants to build an inn, so our Han Manor and Plum Village formed a construction team to help Boss Lin do the work. We can earn some money. Old Who didn't hide anything when he met someone he knew and directly told them about the construction team. The summer harvest is in a few days. Why are you still going to work in the city? What can we do? If we can't get away, we can only ask someone to help us harvest the wheat. Who asked Boss Lin to rush us? Longtime County wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Very quickly, the news of the Han Manor and Plum Village forming a construction team spread. Did you hear? Boss Lin of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce wants to build a big inn, and he invited people from Plum Village and Han Manors. Why did he invite them? Why didn't he invite the craftsmen in the city? You don't know about this, right? The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have all participated in the construction of the Yanhuang Academy and Yunshan Villa. I heard that Boss Lin even went to the workshop of the interesting pavilion to hire a few craftsmen who specialize in construction. It seems like the inn he is going to build will definitely be extraordinary. Based on what you said, Boss Lin wants to build an inn the same as Yanhuang College and Cloud Mountain Villas? That I don't know. But the wages that Boss Lin gave to the Han Manor and Plum Village's construction team shouldn't be low. Otherwise, why would the villagers of these two villages help him build an inn when the summer harvest is coming? Of course. Old Who from the Han family manor said that they weren't willing to work in the city at this time, but they couldn't resist Boss Lin's urging. I think Boss Lin's salary must be very generous. TSK. When Yanhuang College and Yunshan Villas were being built, many people from the Wang family village also went there. We also know how to build those kinds of houses. Later on, we'll also form a construction team. If there's a boss in Longtime County who wants to build a house like that, we'll also take on the job. Our Liujia village also has people who can build that kind of house. We also want to set up an engineering team. I heard that the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion is also hiring. They are hiring a lot of people. The workshop is recruiting again? How could this be? I think there are already many people in Marquis's workshop. Hey, I heard that Marquis wants to build a power line from the Ba River all the way to Longtime County. This requires a lot of people. What? Does this mean that Longtime County is going to be electrified? That's great. In the past, when I saw that Yunshan Village was still brightly lit at night, I was very envious. Now that Longtime County has electricity, it will be like Yunshan Village at night. Everywhere will be brightly lit. That's right. I just don't know when our village will be able to use electricity. I've seen it before. Electric lights are much brighter than candles and oil lamps. I want to work at the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll work for a few days before the summer harvest. I can also earn quite a bit of money. I'll go too. While the commoners were discussing animatedly, an empty plot of land in Longtime County's Rising Dragon Lane was already bustling with activity. Oxcart after oxcart of cement was unloaded under the shade of a tree beside the construction site. The construction team and commoners were digging the foundation, mixing cement with cement, and sawing wood. It was very lively. Old Master, we've invested so much money to build an inn. When will we be able to recoup our capital? You've never done an inn business before. Why did you suddenly think of doing this time? In a nearby shed, Madame Lin looked at the bustling construction site. Not only was there no joy on her face, but there was also a hint of worry. This was because she knew that this construction site was burning money at every moment. Lin Wenyuan patted his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Hee. Madam, don't worry. After our Long Men Inn is completed, it will be the tallest building in Longtime County. Just based on this gimmick, it will attract countless businessmen to stay here. What's more, it's not like you haven't seen Yunshan villas before. Tell me, do you like that kind of house? That kind of architectural style is hard to come by in the entire world. If we seize the opportunity to build it, Do you have to worry about attracting customers? Madam, just wait and see. When our inn is completed, or even when it's only halfway done, there will definitely be many people who want to build houses like us. It's just that it's hard to say if they'll be able to get cement by then. At the end, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but smile proudly. Although Li Zixuan planned to build a cement factory and increase the production of cement, there was still a period of time before the factory could be put into production. He could use his status as a member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to get a batch of cement from Li Zixuan in advance. This was a great opportunity. And in business, the most important thing was to seize the opportunity. Those who walked in front would have meat to eat, while those who came late could only drink soup. Seeing that Lin Wenyuan was so confident, Madame Lin heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "It's good that old master knows what to do. I believe in old master's foresight. Our Lin family has already made a fortune from the bicycle business. Now, with this Longmen Inn, it's fine even if we lose some money." Lin Wenyuan laughed heartily. "Ha! Speaking of bicycles, our Qin Yazhai's second-generation bicycles will definitely become a best-selling model. Madam, just wait and see. It's getting late. Let's go back to Qin Yazhai and see if the shop assistants have tidied up properly." Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. The new generation bicycles developed by Curious Pavilion are for sale today. Those who want to buy a bicycle, buy a newspaper to read. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. Curious Pavilion's second-generation bicycles are for sale today. They run faster than horses and are not easy to overturn. Those who want to buy them now. At 7 in the morning, the sun had just risen. The city that had slept for an entire night had completely awoken. At this time, the citizens had just finished their meals and were preparing to start the day's work. On the streets, the newsboys' cries injected a bit of liveliness into the morning of Longtime County. It was just that the content of the newsboys' cries today was especially attractive. Bicycles? Strange Interest Pavilion has made a new bicycle? Run faster than horses? Is it that exaggerated? Is this second-generation bicycle really that good? That kid! Give this old man a copy of the newspaper. Quick, quick, quick! Give this old man a copy too. Once they heard that Curious Pavilion seemed to have made an even better bicycle, some of the bicycle lovers immediately clamored to buy a copy of the newspaper to read the details. The current Longtime County was no longer the poor and rundown county of the past. Countless businessmen had moved in and countless shops had sprung up. In addition, the roads in Longtime County had been upgraded and all of them had been replaced with cement roads. They were both flat and spacious. This had increased the popularity of Longtime County by a lot. The number of rich people living in Longtime County was not much less than Chang and City. The number of people who could afford bicycles was also not a small number. After months of research and development, the workshop has produced a new generation of bicycles that are rear-wheel drive and chain-driven. Compared to the previous generation of bicycles, the second generation of bicycles is at least twice as fast in terms of maximum speed. It also saves a lot of energy and makes it harder to fall when braking suddenly. The second generation of bicycles has truly turned riding into enjoyment. From today onwards, the second generation bicycle will be on sale. There will be a limited number of 100 bicycles on the first day. Chang and City's West City's Craftsman Pavilion, Longtime County's Chao Family's Appraiser Pavilion, Lin Family's Qin Yazhai, Zhang Family's Elegance Pavilion, Liao Family's Jade Treasure Hall, Feng Family's Earth Treasure Pavilion, Lin Family's Wisdom Depository Zhai, and Wang Family's Jubao Zhai will be on sale at the same time. The starting price will be 599 yuan. All customers can try before buying. Note: Curious Pavilion's new products will not be discounted with membership cards. However, membership card holders can still enjoy priority in queuing. Seeing the introduction of the second-generation bicycle in the newspaper, the commoners instantly exploded. The second-generation bicycle is rear-wheel drive. This is a good change. But what is this chain-driven thing? How come I've never heard of it? It's good that you've never heard of it. This is the latest technology developed by Marquee Workshop. If you've heard of it, Then why are all the craftsmen in Curious Pavilion working so hard? TSK. The second generation bicycle is twice as fast as the first generation? That's too awesome. It's just that the price is a little expensive. It's 599 yuan and there's no discount. The products from Curious Pavilion are definitely the best. So what if it's a little expensive? As long as it's worth it. Besides, is 599 yuan really that expensive? Even a slightly better horse carriage costs more than that. In my opinion, it's better to buy a second-generation bicycle than a horse carriage. But I'm a little curious. What does the newspaper mean by the price starting at 599 yuan? Could it be that the second-generation bicycle has more than one price? I don't know about this. What I'm troubled about is that our bicycle was bought less than half a year ago. Now that there's a second-generation bicycle, what should we do? What's there to be troubled about? Whether we buy it or not, let's go take a look first. Didn't they say that we can try before buying? Let's go. Let's go and see if the second-generation bicycle is as amazing as the newspaper says. Brother Meng is right. Let's go take a look. This place is closest to the Lin family's Xianxia. Let's go there and take a look. Alright. It's all thanks to Boss Lin's Xianxia in Longtime County. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way to Chang and City. That's right. Longtime County is getting more and more lively. Didn't the Chao family's appraisal pavilion move here too? What was worth mentioning was that under Chao Wendong's lead, the few major members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce had all moved their shops and businesses to Longtime County. For example, the Lin family's Xianxia, the Zhang family's Elegant House, the Liao family's Jade Treasure Hall, and the Feng family's Kunbao Pavilion all had branches in Longtime County now. What's more, people like Chao Wendong and Lin Wenyuan had directly treated their shops in Longtime County as their main stores, and their shops in Chang and City had become branches. At 7 a.m., less than half an hour after Datang Daily opened for sale, a large group of businessmen rushed to the appraisal pavilion, Xianxia, Elegant Pavilion, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure Pavilion, and other major shops in Longtime County that were selling bicycles. Why hasn't the shop opened yet? Where's your boss? Get Boss Lin to open the shop. In front of Xianxia, some of the businessmen saw that the shop's doors were still closed and could not help but shout. Yeah. What time is it? Why hasn't Xianxia opened yet? Open the door. We want to buy the second-generation bicycles. Are those two bicycles the second-generation bicycles that the Datang Daily was talking about? That's right. The style is indeed different from the previous generation bicycles. Didn't they say that we can try them before buying? I want to try them. Boss Lin is coming out. Just as the customers could not help but want to try the bicycles, Lin Wenyuan finally walked out from the side door of Xianxia. He gestured with his hands and said in a clear voice, "Dear customers, please be patient. Our Xianxia will open for business in half an hour. Now, you can try the two new generation bicycles in front of the shop and see if the rumors are true. Everyone, please line up and come one by one. Please do not crowd." After he said that, some of the businessmen were immediately dissatisfied. Why must we open for business in half an hour? Can't we open for sale now? I don't want to try it out, I just want to buy it. That's right. I also don't want to try it out, I just want to buy a second-generation bicycle. Reality proved that there were many rich and willful people in the crowd. There were many people who responded to that rich young master. Lin Wenyuan said helplessly, "Dear customers, it's not that I don't want to open for business earlier, but Xianxia only opens for business at 9 a.m. every day. All the shops in this county also open for business in half an hour. How can I break the rules? Everyone, please be patient and try out the new bicycle first. You can line up later to buy it." Hearing Lin Wenyuan's words, everyone knew that it was impossible for Xianxia to open for business. Thus, they could only line up to try out the two second-generation bicycles. This young master came first, I'll try it out first. A well-dressed young master stepped out from the crowd and walked towards one of the bicycles. He nimbly got on the bicycle and sat on the seat. With a light tap of his foot on the pedals, the bicycle immediately started to move. Easy to ride. This second-generation bicycle is really easy to ride. It's 1,000,000 times easier to ride than the previous bicycles. That rich young master's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. The businessmen who were lining up at the back couldn't help but discuss among themselves. It does look a lot easier to ride than the first-generation bicycles. There's a reason why it's expensive. Of course. I've said it before. Strange Taste Pavilion's products are definitely the best. Although the things here are expensive, the quality is definitely worth the price. I'll buy this bicycle. Today, this young master must buy this second-generation bicycle. The well-dressed young master rode the bicycle and circled the empty space in front of Xianxia twice before getting off the bicycle and laughing loudly. Chapter 1464. Nice ride. It's really nice to ride. The feeling of stepping on the pedals is obviously different. It's completely different from the previous bikes. 599 strings isn't expensive at all. That's right. I feel that this second-generation bicycle is much more stable than the previous one. It also saves a lot of energy. Just step on the pedals and the bike can move a long distance. Although it's a bit more expensive, it's totally worth it. If I can buy one, I'll definitely buy one. The newspaper said that the second-generation bicycle uses a chain to drive the rear wheel. The chain is probably the thing that connects the pedals to the rear wheel, right? TSK. Strange Interest Pavilion is really amazing. They can even make such an exquisite transmission mechanism. They didn't disappoint me. That's right. I also noticed the chain just now. The design is exquisite, and the manufacturing is even more exquisite. I'm afraid that only the craftsmen of Strange Interest Pavilion can make something like this. I must buy one of these second-generation bicycles. The newspaper said that 100 second-generation bicycles will be released today. I wonder how many will Xianxia get. There should be at least 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm ranked 6th. I also have a Yanhuang Merchant's Supreme membership card. I'll definitely be able to buy one today. Lantian County Market, in front of Xianxia. After a group of customers tried out the second-generation bicycles, they were all full of praise. It could be said that if the conditions allowed, there was no one who wouldn't want to buy a second-generation bicycle. As for the previous generation bicycles, they would never want to ride them again. Of course, it wasn't that the previous generation bicycles weren't good. When the first bicycle was released, it still stunned everyone. It was just that the second-generation bicycles were even more stunning. Its dazzling edge completely overshadowed the many advantages of the first-generation bicycles. Boss Lin, why is there another bicycle over there? And the style seems a bit different? At this time, the first rich young master who tried out the second-generation bicycles pointed at a brand new and shiny bicycle by the side of Xianxia and asked, "Yeah, that bicycle looks even better. Could it be that the Strange Interest Pavilion produced a more high-end bicycle? More high-end? The second-generation bicycles are already high-end enough. How much more high-end can it be?" Everyone looked in the direction of the rich young master's finger and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Wenyuan smiled and said, "That's the professional version of the second-generation bicycle, the super variable speed disc brake bicycle." The rear wheel of the bicycle was equipped with the latest transmission developed by Qi Chugu. The transmission was made up of a toothed disc and a flywheel. The flywheel had 8 gears of different sizes, while the toothed disc had 3 gears of different sizes. Therefore, the bicycle could change between 24 different speeds. Not only was it fast, but it also saved a lot of energy. This kind of bicycle is extremely troublesome to manufacture. In the first batch of bicycles that Strange Interest Pavilion made, there were only 3 of them. Our elegant pavilion was lucky enough to get one. Due to the high cost of building a variable speed bicycle, we are temporarily unable to provide a test ride service. Please forgive us. Furthermore, this speed-changing bicycle has already been pre-ordered by someone, so today, only the ordinary second-generation bicycle is available for sale. Needless to say, this marketing strategy must have come from Li Zishuan. Since he had transmigrated from the modern world, He had also started to play with the concept of normal and high-end versions in Tang Dynasty. This bicycle can even change speed? It was too magical. It was too magical. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but brighten. The rich young master rubbed his palms together and looked at Lin Wenyuan, saying, "Boss Lin, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Just tell us how much this variable speed bicycle costs. I am willing to raise the price by 500 strings of coins. I hope Boss Lin will be willing to part with it." Lin Wenyuan frowned. When he first saw the rich young master, he felt that he looked familiar. Now that he heard the rich young master introduce himself, he finally remembered who he was. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "So it's second young master Chai. Sorry for the disrespect." Who else could this well-dressed young man be other than Chai Lingwu? He had been living in Longtime County recently to watch football matches. His father, Chai Xiao, had just returned from a victorious battle in Shufang last month and received a lot of rewards. The Chai family was in the prime of their lives. As Princess Ping Yang's favorite son, how could Chai Lingwu lack money? Of course, he had to buy the best car. Only then would he be able to show off in front of his bunch of friends, right? Boss Lin cut the crap. How much is this speed-changing bicycle? Are you selling it today or not? Hurry up and give me a definite answer. Chai Lingwu said impatiently. Lin Wenyuan was helpless. He cupped his hands and said, "Second young master, the speed-changing bicycle workshop set the price at 1,199 strings of coins. However, this bicycle has already been reserved. I hope second young master can understand. If it really doesn't work, I will personally deliver the bicycle to Duke Qiao's residence when the next batch arrives. What do you think? 1,199 strings of coins? This speed-changing bicycle is actually 600 strings of coins more expensive than an ordinary second-generation bicycle?" After Lin Wenyuan said that, the customers in line couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chai Lingwu snorted and said unhappily, "Humph, how about it? I will give you face on account of your relationship with the Marquis of Yong. I will give you 1,700 strings of coins. You will immediately sell this speed-changing bicycle to me. Otherwise, The hidden threat was self-evident. This, Lin Wenyuan was suddenly put in a difficult position. Uncle Lin, since second young master Chai wants it, you can sell this speed-changing bicycle to him. We are open for business. How can we not make money when there is money to be made?" At this moment, a young man's laughter came from the crowd. The onlookers followed the sound and saw an elegant young man in a white, unlined shirt and holding a folding fan walk over. This is the young master of Misty Rain Villa. Why is he here? Misty Rain Villa is still in charge of the Immortal Tea Garden. Old Master Zhang's business is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that the King of Lu and the Sixth Prince were looking for trouble with him a while ago. He has been staying at home all this time. Why does he dare to come out now? What do you mean? Did he offend the King of Lu? Maybe, soon, someone recognized the elegant young man. Who else could it be but Zheng Qianjun? To some extent, Zheng Qianjun's name was even more famous than Chai Lingwu's in Longtime County. That was because he was the boss of Team Tempest, and Team Tempest was currently the hot favorite to win the League One championship. I was wondering who it was. So it is the young master of Team Tempest. Team Tempest is not bad. I like the style of play of those players. If you can win the League One championship this time, I will support Team Tempest in the future. Apparently, Chai Lingwu also knew Zheng Qianjun. He lifted his chin and said with a fake smile. Zheng Qianjun smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kindness, second young master Chai. I heard that Uncle Lin had been allocated a speed-changing bicycle, so I decided to reserve it. I didn't expect second young master Chai to be a car lover. Today, I will transfer this speed-changing bicycle to second young master Chai. I hope we can be friends." Chai Lingwu glanced at Zheng Qianjun and said with contempt, "Humph! I bought this bicycle with money. Why should I owe you a favor? Besides, it is not that easy to be friends with me. Boss Lin, what do you say now? Since Zheng Qianjun is willing to give up this bicycle, are you going to sell it to me or not?" After that, he turned his eyes to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan was a little hesitant, but when he saw Zheng Qianjun nodding at him secretly, he could only cup his hands and say, since nephew Zheng is willing to give up this bicycle, and second young Master Chai is the first, I will sell this speed-changing bicycle to second young Master Chai. Chai Lingwu smiled proudly and said, that's more like it. Lin Wenyuan looked at the sundial in front of the shop and said loudly, it's now 9 a.m. Qingye Zhai is officially open for business. This time, nephew Zheng gave the Misty Rain Mountain Villa spot to me, so this time, Qingye Zhai will be given a total of 15 ordinary second-generation bicycles and one speed-changing version of the car. Everyone please line up. Don't be discouraged if you can't get it. Strange House Workshop is speeding up production, and the next batch of second-generation bicycles will be on sale soon. Back then, Zheng Yinhong had used the shares of the Celestial Tea Garden to exchange for shares of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and became a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop. This time, when the second-generation bicycles were released, the Zheng family also received some of them. However, the Zheng family did not have a shop in Chang, so Zheng Qianjun transferred the 5 bicycles that the Zheng family received to Lin Wenyuan. Of course, in exchange for Lin Wenyuan's speed-changing bicycle, Zheng Qianjun reserved it. But who would have thought that Chai Lingwu would come out of nowhere and snatch Zheng Qianjuan's spot? 15 bicycles? Then I won't be able to get it? Hey! 15 bicycles. This is beyond my expectations. I'll definitely be able to get it. I've made a fortune this time. After Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, there were howls and cheers from the crowd. But he had no choice. 15 bicycles was the most he could get. Chai Lingwu was quite generous at this time. He asked the servant to leave behind 1,700 Tang Yuan, and then rode away on the speed-changing bicycle, leaving behind only a gust of wind and the view of his back to the customers. This speed-changing bicycle is so easy to ride. Chai Lingwu's excited shout came from not too far away. Nephew Zheng, this is my fault. I should have hidden the speed-changing bicycle in advance. Otherwise, it would not have been snatched by the second son of the Chai family. Qingye Restaurant's main door was wide open, and the customers were lining up in an orderly manner to buy the bicycles. At this time, Lin Wenyuan came out and apologized to Zheng Qianjun. Zheng Qianjun waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, Uncle Lin. It's the same to buy the bicycles when the next batch comes. Anyway, we are all members of the Chamber of Commerce. It's more convenient than other people buying bicycles. The second son of the Chai family is not easy to deal with. We don't have to annoy him because of a bicycle. Lin Wenyuan quickly said, Nephew Zheng, you are a righteous person. Brother Yinhong has a successor for having a son like you. Don't worry, nephew. As long as the Qingye restaurant can get the speed-changing bicycles in the next batch, I will save one for you no matter what. Zheng Qianjun smiled casually. Then I'll thank Uncle Lin in advance for your kind intentions. It's getting late. I have to pay a visit to Marquis. No matter what, I have to thank Marquis in person for this incident. Lin Wenyuan knew that Zheng Qianjun was talking about the incident where Li Yuanchang and Li Shi tried to force the Fenglei team to play the match but failed. He nodded understandingly and said, Nephew, go ahead. However, I suggest that you seek help from Marquis in advance if you encounter similar incidents in the future. Marquis is a benevolent person. He will definitely uphold justice for us. Zheng Qianjuan's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Lin. I'll remember it. After that, he bid farewell to Lin Wenyuan and left. What? Gone? Gone so quickly? How many bicycles did the appraisal hall prepare? Why are they gone so quickly? In Chang'an City, in the appraisal pavilion, a group of customers gathered in front of the door and shouted, Dear customers, we got a total of 15 bicycles this time. However, most of them are sold in Longtime County. There are only 5 in Chang'an City, so please come back a few days later. The servant in the appraisal pavilion bowed and smiled apologetically. What? Chang'an City only got 5? Is this how the appraisal pavilion does things? Is Chang'an City or Longtime County bigger? Besides, is your boss Chow from Chang'an and City or Lantian County. How can you betray us like this? A hot-tempered customer immediately roared. Dear customer, I'm very sorry. My master used to be from Chang and City. He moved to Lantian County last month and is now a Lantian County resident. The servant replied with an and said embarrassedly. The crowd instantly fell silent. Or rather, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. A similar situation happened in Chang and City's Xianxia. In the past, the citizens of Chang and City thought that they could enjoy the best products before foreigners because they were in the capital. However, this privilege gradually disappeared as Lantian County increased the status of merchants and gradually expanded the scale of business. Now, the citizens of the capital realized that their lives were not as good as the citizens of Lantian County. The supply of the new second-generation bicycles from Strange Taste Pavilion was actually more in Lantian County than in Chang and City. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. What? Little Xian's workshop came up with a new type of bicycle? It's easier to ride, more energy efficient, and faster? Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you get someone to buy one for me? Do you think it's easy for me to go to court every morning? Qing Manor. Cheng Yaojin had just finished his morning court session and was riding his bicycle back when he heard his second son, Cheng Chuliang, talking about the news that had spread throughout Chang and City. He immediately slapped Cheng Chuliang on the back of his head and roared at him. Cheng Chuliang felt wronged. He rubbed the back of his head and said in a wrong tone, Dad, the first batch of bicycles was very little. When I went there, they were already sold out. I had no choice. So fast? Looks like this second-generation bicycle is really better than the one I ride. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and muttered to himself. Then he said, Let your big brother go find little Xian. Forget it after breakfast, I'll go there personally. Chapter 1465. You can come to me directly if you encounter this kind of thing in the future. Although I won't bend the law because of our friendship, this is within the rules. As the president of the Tang Football Association, I have the responsibility and obligation to help you. Lantian County, Yong, and Marquis Mansion's main hall. Li Zishuan said to Zheng Qianjun in a deep voice. He was talking about the matter of Li Yuanchang and Li Gui forcing Zheng Qianjun's Wind and Thunder team to play a fake game. Although Zheng Qianjun not only cleverly resolved the crisis of the Wind and Thunder team, but also resolved his own crisis by staying at home, Li Zishuan still didn't think it was the best way. This time, Zheng Qianjun had encountered a relatively stupid opponent. To be honest, Li Yuanchang and Li Gu were somewhat stupid when it came to scheming against others. Otherwise, they would not have lost thousands of strings of cash. If Zheng Qianjun had encountered a slightly smarter opponent, he and the Wind and Thunder team would definitely not have survived this calamity. Zheng Qianjun, who was sitting below, stood up and saluted, Thank you, Marquis. He thanked Li Zishuan for helping him deal with Li Yuanchang and Li Gui, and also thanked Li Zishuan for his caring words just now. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, You're welcome. Sit down and talk. Zheng Qianjun sat down. Li Zishuan asked, Qianjun, Mr. Zheng has been in Jiangnan for more than a few months. How is the situation in the Immortal Tea Garden now? Zheng Qianjun pondered for a moment and replied, Marquis, after my father returned to Jiangnan a few months ago, he recruited people to pick the tea leaves planted in the villa and sent people to look for fertile mountains with moist air. In the end, Lion Peak, White Vine Mountain, Lingyin Mountain, Wuyun Mountain, Hupao Mountain, and Maijiawu Mountain were included in the Immortal Tea Garden. My father took your order and contacted the local county government and officials of the state government. Now, tea trees have been transplanted in these 5 places. We can send people to pick the tea leaves in early spring next year. When Li Zishuan heard that, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, Old Heights Lord Zheng is really efficient. It seems that the Misty Rain Villa is indeed very influential in the Jiangnan area. Zheng Qianjun hurriedly said, Marquis, you're exaggerating. Although Misty Rain Villa monopolizes the silk, porcelain, cloth, and grain business in Jiangnan, merchants are merchants after all. It is impossible for the officials of the state government to give face to my father. The reason why this matter was so successful was all because of your prestige, Marquis, that we were able to get through all the important points. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid it's not because of this Marquis face, right? It's just that those state officials want to use the Immortal Tea Garden to make some political achievements so that they can be promoted in the future, right? Now that the Immortal Tea was famous all over the world, Zheng Yinhong wanted to open an Immortal Tea Garden in the Hangzhou area, which was naturally what the local government wanted. Firstly, it could increase the local reputation. After all, Hangzhou in this era was far less famous than Hangzhou after the Qing dynasty. Secondly, the Immortal Tea Garden could also increase the taxes collected by the local government every year. These were all political achievements. Only a fool would not agree. In fact, what Li Zishuan didn't know was that White Vine Mountain, one of the 5 places that Zheng Yinhong circled, was the Longjing village in the future. In the 7th year of the Qing dynasty, the surname Lin moved to White Vine Mountain, and then other surnames settled in the village one after another. In the 35th year of the Qing dynasty, when the 5th ancestor of the surname Lin created the family record for the first time, the name Longjing village was recorded. Zheng Yinhong hit the nail on the head this time. Zheng Qianjun, who originally wanted to flatter Li Zishuan, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. He said with some embarrassment, Marquis is wise. My father sent a letter before saying that the officials in the Hangzhou area did their best to promote this matter after hearing the name of the Immortal Tea. They must be planning to use the Immortal Tea Garden to make Hangzhou famous all over the world. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, That's enough. I got it. I'll have to trouble your father to think more about the Immortal Tea Garden. Although he sent people to deliver several batches of tea leaves, the demand in Chang'an still can't meet the demand. Many important officials in Chang'an have complained to me that the Immortal Tea is hard to buy. Wait until next year, we must solve the problem of the shortage of Immortal Tea. Zheng Qianjun cupped his hands and said, Yes. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, Let your father handle the relationship with the local government well. Take note, I'm not asking him to bribe, and we don't need to bribe either. We just don't need to offend them. Usually, it's okay to give them a little favor. But if they are greedy and make excessive demands, just let your father send me a letter by pigeon. I'll deal with them. Li Zishuan understood this very well. In addition, he also knew that the king of hell was easy to provoke, the little ghosts were hard to deal with, and the strong dragon could not suppress the local snake. If he wanted to build a tea garden in Hangzhou safely, he had to give the local government some small favor. But if some local officials did not know how to appreciate kindness and asked for a yard after taking an inch, they could not blame Li Zishuan for being ruthless. Zheng Qianjun felt a chill in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, Mari, don't worry. I'll tell my father what Marquis said. I believe my father will know what to do. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Well, then I'll have to trouble you and your father. Zheng Qianjun smiled and said, Not at all. This is what I and my father should do. But in Hangzhou, I don't want to have any conflicts with the local government. After all, peace makes money. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Is that why you didn't get angry when Chai Linggu robbed you of the speed-changing bicycle you ordered? Zheng Qianjun was stunned and then said embarrassedly, It turns out that Marquis knows about it. Li Zishuan got up and said, Lantian County is so big. How can I not know about it? Although a real man knows when to yield and when not to, some people's grievances should be avoided. I'll remember this for you. Later, you can go to the workshop and ask Faubert for a speed-changing bicycle. There are a few bicycles over there that I stopped. After that, he patted Zheng Qianjuan's shoulder, who stood up hurriedly, and then left. Hearing this, Zheng Qianjun couldn't help but be stunned. Although he knew that Li Zishuan's words were to win people's hearts, he still couldn't help but feel deeply touched in his heart. After all, in this era where the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants was very strict, Li Zishuan, as a marquis, was considerate to him to this extent. Zheng Qianjun felt that even if he had to work for Li Zishuan in the future, it would be worth it. Li Zishuan didn't know that his unintentional words had touched Zheng Qianjuan's soft spot and strengthened Zheng Qianjuan's determination to be loyal to him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be complacent. What he said was just his heart. Logically speaking, if Jing Qianjun worked for him, he would be on Li Zishuan's side. He didn't recruit people to be bullied by others. Chai Lingwu openly robbed Jing Qianjun's bicycle. Not only did he not give Jing Qianjun face, but he also didn't give Li Zishuan face. If Li Zishuan was present at that time, he definitely wouldn't let Chai Lingwu off so easily. But now, Li Zishuan couldn't care less about this, because Qing Yaojin, the Demon King, was here. Little Xian. Where are you going? Li Zishuan left the Marquis mansion and wanted to go to the workshop. Just as he walked out of Lantian County City Gate, he saw Qing Yaojin riding a bicycle towards him. Old Qing rode the bicycle with one hand and waved at Li Zishuan with the other, then laughed loudly. Li Zishuan was stunned. To be honest, this was the first time he saw Qing Yaojin riding a bicycle. Can you imagine a bearded, stocky man in ancient costume riding on a bicycle, waving at you and laughing heartily? Anyway, Li Zishuan felt that he had walked into the wrong movie scene. Shush! Snapping out of his daze, Li Zishuan hurriedly controlled Da Bai to stop. If it weren't for the fact that Da Bai understood human nature and slowed down upon seeing Qing Yaojin, Li Zishuan would probably have bumped into Qing Yaojin by now. Uncle Qing, I'm going to the workshop. You came to Lantian County for? Li Zishuan jumped down from his horse and greeted Qing Yaojin, who was sitting on the bicycle and braking with his toes. Going to the workshop? That's great. Let's go together. Qing Yaojin was still fretting about how to tell Li Zishuan, but his eyes lit up when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. Together? Uncle Qing, why are you going to the workshop? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Sigh. I say, little Xian, you're usually so smart, why are you so muddle-headed now? Qing Yaojin slapped his thigh and decided to go all out and tell the truth. Don't you think my bicycle is a little old and outdated? Little Xian, shouldn't you think of something? After saying that, he winked at Li Zishuan with a, you know what I mean, expression. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless because the expression Qing Yaojin gave him was a non-standard flirtatious glance, and it almost made him feel like he was fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Ahem. So it's about this. Uncle Qing, I'm going to the workshop to arrange for the new generation of bicycles to be delivered to you, Uncle Qin, Uncle Yuqi, Uncle Niu, and Duke Wei's residence. I didn't expect you to come to Lantian County, so I don't have to make another trip. Li Zishuan quickly understood the purpose of Qing Yaojin's visit, and he quickly cupped his fists and smiled. The only person who could make it sound so dignified was probably this shameless old man Qing Yaojin. In any case, old generals like Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda wouldn't do such a thing. Of course, this also showed that old Qing really didn't treat Li Zishuan as an outsider. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was immediately amused. He laughed out loud and said, Little Xian, you know me best. What are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go. After saying that, old Qing hurriedly urged Li Zishuan to go to the workshop with him. Just like that, Li Zishuan rode a horse and Qing Yaojin rode a first-generation bicycle. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed towards the workshop. On the way, Li Zishuan couldn't help but secretly criticize Qing Yaojin for not riding a horse and insisting on riding a first-generation bicycle. To be honest, this first-generation bicycle was really not easy to ride. There was no chain or gear transmission. Basically, one had to step on it once, and the wheels would turn once. It was too laborious to ride it, so Li Zishuan gave up on it after riding it a few times. However, he didn't expect Qing Yaojin to insist on riding it. Perhaps old Qing was trying to be fashionable. Lantian County wasn't far from the workshop. It was only about 4 or 5 miles away. The two of them soon arrived at the workshop. Xiaoxi, where are the bicycles that I asked Faubert to keep? Hurry up and push one out. As soon as they entered the workshop, Song Xiaoxi came up to them. However, before he could say anything, Li Zishuan ordered, Young master, those bicycles are in the warehouse on the west side. I'll go get one now. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly turned around to get the bicycle. Old Qing wanted to go to the warehouse to pick a good bicycle, but he felt that it would be too embarrassing. He also wanted to save face, so he could only give up. Seeing Qing Yaojin scratching his ears and cheeks, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In fact, the bicycles that he had deliberately intercepted in the warehouse were all the same. Even the color was the same. There was nothing to choose from. Not long after, Song Xiaoxi pushed a brand new black bicycle with variable speed disc brakes. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up and he excitedly went forward. Good boy. The design of this bicycle is different from the previous ones. It's really a rear-wheel drive. What's the use of so many gears on the rear wheel? Old Cheng looked at the bicycle and muttered to himself. Li Zishuan went forward and explained with a smile. Uncle Cheng, the bicycle in front of you is the latest variable speed disc brake bicycle released by our workshop. Look at the knob on the handlebar. By rotating it, you can drive the chain to the gears of different sizes and change the speed of the bicycle. This bicycle has a total of 28 speeds to choose from. Not only is it fast, but it also saves a lot of energy, especially when climbing hills. If you adjust the speed knob to the appropriate gear, climbing hills will be very easy. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Hey, this bicycle sounds quite magical." That's not right. This old man heard from Chu Liang that your workshop had made a second-generation bicycle, but I didn't hear him mention that you have a bicycle that can change the speed of the bicycle. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and say, Uncle Cheng, the bicycle that Chu Liang mentioned was made by the workshop and sold to ordinary people. It also uses this kind of chain drive and rear-wheel drive, but it doesn't have this variable speed disc. This variable speed bicycle is a high-end bicycle released by our workshop. It's much more expensive and is only sold to a small number of customers. Today, the second-generation bicycle is on sale for the first time. Out of 100 bicycles, there are only 3 of these variable speed bicycles, and all of them are sold in Lantian County. Speaking of which, this kind of 24-speed bicycle, if placed in the modern era where materials were abundant, would cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for a slightly better brand. In this era where bicycles were just becoming popular, Li Zishuan didn't think it was expensive to sell it for more than 1,000 yuan. Hey, so that's how it is. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little happy and said, hearing you say this variable speed bicycle is quite precious, huh? Xiaoxian, you're really loyal. Chou Niu didn't make you a brother for nothing. Yamacho, you're in the workshop. Quick, come over and help me solve a problem. Li Zishuan was about to speak when a little fatty with unkempt hair and a dirty face came running from the east courtyard. He grabbed his arm and was about to pull him to the east. You're Wei Wang? Old Cheng found the little fatty's voice familiar, and he felt that the little fatty's figure was even more familiar. When he took a closer look at the little fatty's appearance under the unkempt hair and dirty face, he was instantly shocked. He pointed at Li Tai and asked in disbelief. Chapter 1466. Xiaoxian, how did you torture Wei Wang to this extent? If His Majesty knew about this, he would not let you off so easily. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, Li Zishuan was pulled aside by Cheng Yaojin after he had helped Li Tai solve his problem. Uncle Cheng, why do you say that? How did I torture Qing Ke? Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. Cheng Yaojin thought that Li Zishuan was too embarrassed to admit it. He pursed his lips and said, Hey, this is not considered torture? When have I not seen Wei Wang in a clean, dignified manner? Look at him now, how is he any different from the ordinary craftsman in your workshop? If he did not speak up just now, I would not have recognized him. In the words of the literati, he is now unkempt and unkempt. In order to prove that Li Tai was indeed being tortured, Cheng Yaojin racked his brains and used a few idioms. Unfortunately, he still used them incorrectly. Li Zishuan was speechless when he heard this. He paused for a moment and said, Uncle Cheng, Qing Ke is participating in a research project of the Academy. It has been hard on him recently, but he is willing to do all this. How can you say that I am torturing him? Research project? What research project? All right. Chou Niu did not come home last weekend. Your aunt has been nagging for a long time. Could it be that he is also participating in this research project? Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately thought of his son and asked hurriedly. Li Zishuan was speechless. Cheng Yaojin really thought highly of his son. With Cheng Chimo's results and his restless personality, how could Li Zixuan arrange for him to do research? However, Cheng Chimo was still recuperating in the medical hall. If he told the truth, that kid would probably be beaten up again. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan could only say vaguely, "You can say that." However, the recent research projects carried out by the Academy are classified as top secret. No one involved is allowed to reveal anything to anyone outside of the project. This is a rigid rule, and I can't make an exception. I hope Uncle Cheng can forgive me. Top secret? What kind of project is so mysterious? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he became even more interested. Old Cheng was completely convinced by Li Zixuan's ability to create new things. For example, the variable speed disc brake bicycle that he loved so much that he couldn't put it down. Therefore, a project that could make Li Zixuan take it so seriously must be a good project, so he asked somewhat unwillingly, "Little Xian, can't you tell this old man a little? Your Uncle Cheng isn't an outsider, so he won't tell anyone. Besides, you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the one who sets the rules? Why are you so serious?" Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Uncle Cheng, it's precisely because I'm the Yamacho of Yanhuang College that I have to set an example. If I don't follow the rules, how can I expect the others in the academy to follow the rules? Therefore, I really can't tell you about this matter. Don't worry, this research project is definitely beneficial to the Tang Empire." "No. Isn't that equivalent to not saying anything?" Old Cheng muttered, but he also knew that it was impossible to get the truth out of Li Zixuan, so he didn't continue to ask. Seeing the brand new bicycle in his hand, Old Cheng's spirits rose again. He laughed and said, "Huh. Then little Xian, you go ahead. This old man will go back to Chang, and first. I don't want that old bicycle anymore. This one is enough." It turned out that Old Cheng was a person who liked the new and hated the old. This old guy rode the variable speed bicycle and left the workshop like a gust of wind. The poor old bicycle he had ridden earlier could only lie quietly in a corner of the workshop and collect dust. After Cheng Yaojin left, Li Zixuan arranged for the remaining variable speed bicycles to be sent to the homes of Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing. These families were the closest to him, so he definitely wouldn't forget about them if there were any good things. In addition, Li Zixuan also sent Lu Feng and Lu Yun to send 3 variable speed bicycles to the palace. They were for Li Er, Li Chengqian, and Chang'el respectively. After Chang'el's qi disease was cured, she was more lively than before. It was just right to give her a variable speed bicycle now. "Qingke, I suddenly have an idea. Come and listen to it and see if it's feasible?" After everything was arranged, Li Zixuan went to a courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop and found Li Tai, who was modifying a telegraph. This courtyard was the secret research base of the Academy's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects. Outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan's personal guards were guarding day and night. All personnel entering and leaving had to have their identities verified. It could be said that the security was very tight. Currently, the participants of these 2 trump card projects were being recruited and screened. However, this didn't affect Li Tai, the deputy chief designer, in the slightest. In just a few days, Li Tai had already created simple electrical components such as resistors, capacitors, and inductors. In addition to the electronic diodes and triodes that the workshop had previously created, it could be said that the foundation of Tang's electronic industry was gradually taking shape. "Yamacho, please speak." Li Tai, who was busy, immediately put down his work and looked up at Li Zixuan. After hanging out with Li Zixuan for so long, Li Tai knew that Li Zixuan's every idea could change this era. He didn't dare to underestimate him. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Qingke, the telegraph we are making now transmits information through the conversion of electricity and electromagnetic waves. This kind of telegraph can be used in the military to plan strategies and predict the enemy's moves. However, in the future, if the common people have the need for ultra-long distance communication, the telegraph will be inconvenient. Therefore, I am thinking that we might be able to create a device that can convert sound into electricity, and then convert electricity into sound. This way, we only need to connect a wire to achieve real-time sound transmission. This was actually a wired telephone. Li Zixuan had long wanted to make it, but in the past, Tang didn't have any industrial foundation and couldn't do it even if he wanted to. However, it was different now. These words might sound like a fantasy to others, but Li Tai wasn't in a hurry to deny it. He pondered for a long time before opening his mouth to speak. Electricity and sound? Yamacho, your idea sounds good, but when we implement it, the first step is to solve the problem of how to convert electricity and sound, which are two completely different types of energy. Professional. It had to be said that the current Li Tai was much more professional than before. He could see the essence of the problem at a glance. Li Zixuan's eyes shone with praise. Qingye, you are right. In order to achieve real-time long-distance sound transmission, the first problem is to solve the problem of converting electricity and sound. Although they are two different types of energy, it doesn't mean that they can't be converted to each other. For example, electricity and magnetism used to be different, but with Ink Girl's efforts, they can be converted to each other now, can't they? I have a preliminary idea here. I will tell you about it first, and you can think about it in private. Yes. Yamacho, please tell me. Li Tai nodded quickly. He didn't feel dejected at all because Li Zixuan wanted to increase his burden. He was a person who naturally pursued new interests and new technologies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on being a free and unfettered lord and come to the workshop to suffer. Li Zixuan picked up a pen and paper and wrote as he drew. Actually, it's not difficult to convert electricity and sound, but we need a magnetic field to act as a medium. Qingye, look, we can use this cone-shaped paper basin at the front of the machine to collect sound. You have studied physics, so you should know that sound is a sound wave produced by an object's vibration. Similarly, when the sound wave hits the paper basin, it will cause a small vibration on the surface of the paper basin. At this time, if we attach a copper coil to the bottom of the paper basin and then place the copper coil in a permanent magnetic field, when the front of the paper basin receives sound, it will cause the coil to vibrate. The coil will cut the magnetic line and produce a current corresponding to the frequency of the sound wave. We have completed the process of generating electricity from sound waves. As for how to convert electricity into sound waves, this is also simple. We can attach an electric coil to the bottom of the paper basin and add a permanent magnetic field. When the current passes through the coil will produce a corresponding magnetic field. This magnetic field and the external permanent magnetic field will produce an interaction force. This force will cause the coil to vibrate with the sound current in the external permanent magnetic field. The diaphragm of the paper basin is connected to the coil, so the diaphragm will also vibrate. Qingye, you should know that under the same voltage, the size of the magnetic field produced by the same electrified coil is proportional to the size of the current. Therefore, when the current passing through the coil is larger, the coil will move more violently in the magnetic field, and the sound it produces will be louder. Therefore, the vibration of the coil can produce a similar or identical sound wave to the original audio signal. In this way, we can realize the conversion from sound to electric current, and from electric current to sound. As long as the wire is long enough and the electric power is strong enough, our sound can travel far enough. Li Tai was a little stunned. Faced with such an exquisite design, he was so excited that even his breathing became difficult. Perhaps this was what it meant to be suffocated by a dream. After a long time, Li Tai finally recovered from the shock. He took a few deep breaths, and then looked at Li Zixuan as if he were looking at a monster. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. Yamacho, this design is too exquisite. It is a wonderful work of art. It is amazing. After his mouth trembled for a long time, Li Tai finally said, if it can really be done, then there will be no need for a telegraph machine in the future. Yamacho, why don't we just start researching this kind of machine that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away and give up on improving the telegraph machine? What do you think? Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and said, no. Qingye, what I told you just now was just my idea. There is still a long way to go from idea to product. Even if you can make it, it will take a long time to debug the audio in the later stages. The improvement plan for the telegraph machine has been deliberated countless times, and now it is completely natural. We must not give up what is near at hand for what is far away. Moreover, compared to this kind of device that can transmit sound from 1,000 miles away, the telegraph machine is not completely useless. Especially for military communications, the telegraph machine has better confidentiality. Even if the enemy seizes our telegraph machine, it will be useless if they don't have a password book. In addition, the telegraph machine does not need wires to send and receive telegrams. It is most convenient during war. So, no matter what, we must improve the telegraph machine first. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai also woke up from his excitement. He nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." However, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He knew that there was a more advanced thing, but he didn't have the time to make it. This feeling really made Li Tai feel very uncomfortable. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled. He patted Li Tai's shoulder and said, "Although we don't have the energy to make a machine that can transmit sound over a long distance, we can first make a simple sound-to-electricity conversion device. It shouldn't take too long." "Yamacho, what do you mean?" Li Tai's eyes lit up as he quickly said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I just want to make a small thing. Qingke, help me make it." This thing uses a paper basin diaphragm to convert a person's voice into an electric current. Then, it uses a transistor to amplify the current. The amplified current flows through a coil, and through the magnetic field, it vibrates more violently. This way, the sound transmitted will be even louder. I call this thing a loudspeaker or a loudspeaker. Compared to those long-distance sound transmission machines, this thing is much simpler. If you have the time, try to make one first. Li Tai thought about it in his mind and then said excitedly, "This is a good idea." The loudspeaker is simple to make, but the principle is similar to those long-distance sound transmission machines. If we can make this thing, we will have more confidence in making long-distance sound transmission machines in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That is the reason." After that, he looked at the shadows of the trees outside the house and said, "Okay. Then that's it for now. Qingke, you continue with your work. I will leave first." Li Tai quickly bowed and said, "Yamacho, take care." After this incident, he admired Li Zishuan even more. It was like looking up to a high mountain. Although he could not reach it, he yearned for it. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience." Around 5 in the afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall of the palace. Li Er, who had been reading memorials for a while and was nodding off, was suddenly awakened by a sharp voice. Who else could it be but Zhao Song? Speaking of which, only Zhao Song dared to come and report at such a special moment. "Xianxia is here? Let him in." Li Er rubbed his sleepy face and forced himself to wake up. "Sir." Zhao Song received the order and left. At the same time, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. After a while, Li Qingqian came in. Moreover, he did not come in alone. Beside him was pushing a bicycle. Seeing this, old Li immediately lost his sleepiness. Without waiting for Li Qingqian to bow, he said, "Qingqian, why did you push a bicycle in?" That's not right. There's something strange about this bicycle." Chapter 1467. Father, this variable speed bicycle is indeed different from the previous bicycles. This is the second-generation variable speed bicycle developed by Strange Interest Pavilion, the Marquis of Yong, and sent someone to deliver it to the palace. He asked me to give it to Father on his behalf. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er walked down from the dragon bed and curiously sized up the bicycle. Li Qingqian hurriedly explained. The bicycle that Li Zishuan gave to Li Er was naturally different from the other variable speed bicycles. This difference was mainly reflected in its appearance. Li Er's bicycle had a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on it, representing the emperor. In the entire world, only Li Er could ride it. Variable speed? Does that mean this bicycle can change its speed? Hearing this, Li Er was puzzled. "Oh, this, I have studied it in private. The Marquis of Yong and's new variable speed bicycle uses the pedals to drive the chain. The chain drives the rear wheel to move forward. The rear wheel is equipped with large and small gears with different numbers of teeth. You can use the variable speed controller on the handlebar to let the chain ride on different gears. The smaller the rear wheel's teeth, the greater the transmission ratio. Stepping on the pedals, the number of revolutions the rear wheel makes will increase, and the bicycle will run faster. Li Chengqian hesitated for a moment before explaining to Li Er. It could be seen that Li Chengqian had done some homework before this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer Li Er's question. Unlike Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Chengqian was more interested in Yanhuang College's engineering. However, he was still the heir to the throne. He was usually busy helping Li Er deal with government affairs. In terms of engineering, he naturally didn't know as much as his two younger brothers. Therefore, if he wanted to explain the principles of the variable speed bicycle to Li Er, he had to do his homework. Hearing this, Li Er looked at Li Chengqian in surprise. Then, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Hee. I didn't know that Chengqian knew so much about engineering." Li Chengqian said embarrassedly, "Father, you flatter me. Actually, I don't know much about these things. It's just that before I came, I asked a few teachers who knew about engineering. This time, other than gifting father a bicycle, Xiaoxian also gifted me and Chang'e one each. Your son has also sent people to inquire about it. Little Xian's Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce has only started selling these chain-driven bicycles today. An ordinary bicycle without the ability to change speeds costs 599 strings of coins. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is only selling 3 bicycles with the ability to change speeds, and each one costs 1,199 strings of coins." "Ha, you're honest. But that kid is selling his bicycle at such an expensive price. He really has the nature of a profiteer." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with some admiration. However, as he said that Li Zishuan was a profiteer, he looked at the bicycle with admiration and said, "This variable speed bicycle is indeed not bad. I will accept it. But you and Chang'e have never practiced martial arts, so you have to be careful when riding." If this had happened in the Song and Ming dynasties, with the appearance of bicycles, the emperor would definitely not have allowed his children to ride them. This was because it would damage the prestige of the imperial family. However, the Tang dynasty was a very liberal one. The nobles of the Li Tang dynasty were greatly influenced by the Hu culture. For example, the nobles liked to eat mutton and did not like to eat pork or chicken. It was because of this liberal atmosphere that Li Er did not forbid Li Chengqian and Chang'e from riding bicycles. Li Chengqian smiled and said, "Many thanks for father's concern. Your son indeed does not know martial arts. However, father may have forgotten that Chang'e has not only recovered from her illness, but also knows some internal martial arts. Father need not be overly worried." Hearing this, Li Er could not help but stare blankly. He had actually forgotten that Li Lizzie's illness had recovered. Sometimes, when protecting someone becomes a habit, even when that person has become strong and no longer requires protection, you can't help but care for them and protect them. Li Er was in this situation with Chang'e. "Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Chang'e and Princess Gao Yang request an audience." While Li Er was in a daze, Zhao Song walked in and bowed. "Quickly let them in." Li Er recovered his wits, a trace of warmth involuntarily appearing on his face. He hurriedly said, "Understood." Zhao Song accepted the order and left. Not long after, Chang'e walked in with a delicate little girl. Father, Gao Yang has missed you." Upon entering the hall, before Chang'e could even greet Li Er, the little girl beside her ran up and hugged Li Er's arm, acting spoiled. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old. Her hair was tied into a small ponytail. Her delicate appearance was extremely adorable. This was the future Princess Gao Yang who would give Fang Yi a green hat. Li Er could not help but rub the little girl's head. With a loving smile, he said, "Huh, is that so? Father has also missed our Gao Yang." Finished speaking, Li Er lifted Gao Yang up and kissed her. The stubble on his face immediately caused the little girl to tilt her head back. After teasing little Gao Yang for a while, Li Er looked towards Chang'e and asked, "Chang'e, why are you looking for father today?" Chang'e said softly, "Father, Chang'e just tried riding the bicycle that brother Xiaoxian gave me. I realized that this variable speed bicycle is more than 10 times better than the previous one. However, the palace is only so big, and Chang'e is a little tired of staying here. I want to ride the bicycle to Chang and City for a stroll. I've specially come to ask for father's permission. Father. Gao Yang wants to ride on Sister Changle's bicycle. Gao Yang also wants to go out of the palace to play. At this moment, Gao Yang tugged at Li Er's large hand and said in a childish voice. Seeing the two little angels looking at him with burning eyes, Li Er could not bear to refuse. He pondered for a moment and nodded, yes. That's fine. Changle, you go. But you must return to the palace before 5 p.m. Changle said happily, yes. Don't worry, father. Changle is only going to the Warm Tang Foundation to talk to Sister Yushi. I won't go too far. Li Er nodded. Changle, on the other hand, brought Gao Yang and left. Li Qingqian looked at his sister's back as she left. Then he looked at Li Er with a worried expression and said, Father, do you want me to send some people to protect Changle and Gao Yang? Li Qingqian had always doted on this younger sister of his. Li Er waved his hand and said, There's no need. I'll get Zhao Song to take care of them later. You can go about your business. When Li Qingqian heard that, he immediately felt relieved. He cupped his hands and said, Yes. I'll take my leave. At this moment, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. He did not say anything, but Zhao Song had already understood Li Er's meaning. He quickly cupped his hands and took his leave. In the main hall, Li Er turned his gaze to the speed-changing bicycle again. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Men loved bicycles, regardless of the era. This kid doesn't make good use of his time to do proper things. Instead, he's always playing dirty tricks. Looks like I have to find time to teach him a lesson. For Li Er to be able to sit in his current position proved that he was not a person who coveted pleasure. Although the bicycle made by the Curious Pavilion Workshop was good, it was just a small trick to him. He had the world in his heart. Therefore, after a moment, he could not help but mutter to himself. Chonyo, tell me, what kind of secret project has the Academy been working on recently? 2 days later, it was Friday again. Cheng Chumo was a martial artist, so his recovery speed was several times better than the average person. His injuries were basically healed. Naturally, he had no reason to continue staying at Yanhuang Medical Hall. Thinking of last week's car accident, he did not return home. Therefore, on Friday afternoon, Cheng Chumo went home. After dinner, Cheng Yaojin called Cheng Chumo to the study and asked mysteriously, Yes, that's right. Old Cheng's house also had a study. Some people liked to fiddle with things the more they lacked something. Cheng Yaojin was cultured, so he had a study at home. He had collected many good books, but the dust on the books was probably an inch thick. He had hoped that his 2 sons would be able to improve themselves in their studies, but it turned out that he had thought too much. Therefore, the books on the shelves were even less read. This study naturally became a temporary meeting room for the family. What secret project? Dad, what are you talking about? After hearing Cheng Yaojin's question, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Speaking of which, he had been picking up girls at Yanhuang Medical Hall this week. How would he know what had happened at the academy? He also did not know that Li Zixuan had included him in the list of participants of the secret project in order to cover up his car accident. But Cheng Yaojin did not know this. He thought that Cheng Chumo was like Li Zixuan, who wanted to keep the project a secret from outsiders. Therefore, he could not help but stare at him and say angrily, You brat! I'm your father. Do you want to keep it a secret from me? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth and easily leaks secrets? Cheng Chumo was even more confused by old Cheng's yelling. He wondered if his father had taken the wrong medicine today. Dad, what secret? What secret do I have to keep? I'm your son. What secret do I have that you don't know? But Dad, you do seem to be the kind of person who doesn't watch his mouth. In the past, Bao Lin and I peeked at Widow Zhang taking a bath, and you were the one who told them. Bao Lin and I couldn't go out for a long time. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His old face was as black as ink. He could not help but roar, Shut up! What kind of nonsense is this? I'm talking to you about the secret project of Yanhuang College. Don't talk to me about other things, and don't play dumb with me. Little Xian has already told me that you've been busy with that research project recently, so you didn't come home last weekend. Cheng Chumo was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that he had asked Li Zixuan to help him hide the car accident from Qing Yaojin. Now, no matter how stupid he was, he probably knew what was going on. Dad, you're talking about this. I can't tell you. The students of the academy must keep the matters of the academy strictly confidential. They can't reveal it to anyone, not even their family members. This is the rule. Dad, don't make things difficult for me. Cheng Chumo was someone who had memorized the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations and passed the Yanhuang College's confidentiality exam. He quickly thought of a way to dodge Qing Yaojin's question. In fact, if he could, he would rather not dodge because he was playing with fire. But the problem was that he did not know what the secret project Qing Yaojin was talking about was. He could only think of a way to dodge it. Sure enough, when Qing Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were bigger than copper bells. His eyes were about to spit fire. He slammed the table, stood up and roared, "Unfilial son! Bastard! I think you're all grown up now. You dare to play dumb in front of your dad and tell lies. See if I don't beat you to death today." Cheng Chumo felt bitter in his heart. He was not playing dumb, he was really dumb. Seeing that Qing Yaojin was about to beat him up, Cheng Chumo jumped up from the chair and ran out of the house without looking back. He shouted as he ran, "Mom! Save me! Dad is going to kill someone. He's so angry that he's going to put justice before family. Yamacho, do you think this is considered done?" The next morning, Li Zixuan came to the workshop again to check on the progress of the killer project. Li Tai came over with a cone-shaped iron cylinder and handed it to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took the cone-shaped iron cylinder and asked suspiciously, "Is this the loudspeaker I told you about before?" Compared to the loudspeakers that were hung around the waist in his previous life, the one that Li Tai brought was a little too bloated. It was about 1.5 times the size of a normal loudspeaker, and its appearance was a little ugly. It was really hard to bite. Yamacho, this thing is just an experimental sample. It does look a little ugly, but it's still effective. Why don't you try it? Seeing that Li Zixuan was a little disgusted, Li Tai was a little embarrassed. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Zixuan looked at the loudspeaker in his hand suspiciously. He then raised the loudspeaker to his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and shouted, "Hey!" Li Tai, who was standing in front of Li Zixuan, had forgotten to move to the side. At this moment, he suddenly felt a huge wave of sound coming towards him. He quickly covered his ears and ran to the side of Li Zixuan. Although the sound is a little rough and not delicate enough, the amplification effect is still okay. Li Zixuan also heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hearing this from Li Zixuan, the little fatty was suddenly very happy. He quickly said, "Yamacho, so the loudspeaker I made is up to standard?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes. It's basically up to standard. Later on, we just need to adjust the sound effect." "Xianxia, you were able to make such a loudspeaker experimental model in just a few days. That's pretty amazing." After saying that, Li Zixuan gave Li Tai a thumbs up. This was the truth. He really didn't expect Li Tai to be able to make such a rough loudspeaker in such a short time. Li Tai was suddenly as happy as a 200-pound child. He didn't even know where to put his hands. He only heard him laugh and say, "Hee hee. That won't do either. Yamacho, you flatter me, you flatter me." Chapter 1468. Holding the megaphone made by Li Tai, Li Zixuan walked out of the workshop. He planned to go home and prepare for a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp tomorrow. When he asked Li Tai to make a megaphone, it wasn't just to lay the foundation for the future invention of the telephone. It was also to use the megaphone in the army. In ancient times, there were no megaphone or walkie-talkies. Large-scale battles usually used drums and banners to convey the commander's orders. For example, in the era of cold weapons, this wasn't just for cheering. It was also to convey orders. One must know that when tens of thousands of people were in a formation, it wasn't the information era. Being able to control the soldiers was the foundation of a battle. Soldiers who didn't understand the drums and banners would often end up in a tragic state. If they didn't raise the flag, didn't pay the flag, didn't advance when the drum sounded, and didn't retreat when the drum sounded, they would usually be beheaded. In ancient times, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized. There weren't many combat soldiers, and most of them were auxiliary soldiers and civilian workers. There weren't many dynasties like the Song dynasty that raised imperial guards like pigs. In the early Song dynasty, 200,000 imperial guards could fight all over the country. In history, when an army of more than 300,000 was involved in a war, it was more likely to be defeated than won. To give a few examples, the first was the Battle of Fei River. Before the 830,000 soldiers could be gathered, they were defeated by the 80,000 soldiers of the North Mansion army. The second was the Sui Yang Emperor's conquest of Goguryeo. The third was the Battle of An Lushan Rebellion. The fourth was the Battle of Song Jinfu. These were all battles where the lesser army won. Although the main reasons for the defeat were different, the lack of coordination and communication between large armies was an unavoidable reason. If too many soldiers were concentrated in a frontal battle, it would be easy for the army to collapse. Therefore, it is not without reason that there are so many battles in the history of our country where we win with a small number of people. The main reason was that the elite troops were few in number but flexible in command. This allowed the generals to fully display their commanding ability. For example, in the Battle of Hulao between Li Er and Dou Jianda, Li Er defeated 100,000 soldiers with less than 10,000 soldiers. Therefore, in future battles, both sides would use the strategy of attacking separately. Although the total number of people involved was large, there were rarely more than 50,000 people on a specific battlefield. This was because 50,000 people was basically the limit of sound and light transmission. Therefore, in ancient times when there were no loudspeakers or walkie-talkies, the generals on the battlefield relied on the golden drum and banner and the tacit understanding and experience between each other. Whoever carried out their intentions better would win. But with a loudspeaker, it was a completely different story. This toy could transmit the battle orders from the general very far away, and could bring out the cooperation between the various small armies to the maximum. In a real large-scale battle, the situation on the battlefield was often complicated, and tactics had to be adjusted at any time. Just relying on the golden drum banner to pass down orders was not realistic. As for using messengers to pass down orders, there was no guarantee that the battle orders would be effective. Think about it. If a general's orders were transmitted through a loudspeaker during a battle, not only could it be transmitted very far away, but compared to the golden drum banner, the loudspeaker could also transmit more complicated battle orders. If one was worried that the battle orders would be overheard by the enemy generals, they could set up a complete set of tactical secret orders beforehand. This way, not only could the tacit understanding between the armies be maximized, but it could also prevent the enemy generals from overhearing the battle orders. It could also suppress the enemy in terms of momentum. After all, sometimes being loud was also an advantage, wasn't it? As he walked, he planned the use of the loudspeaker in his mind. Suddenly, Li Zishuan felt that something was wrong, because at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Li Zishuan couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the eastern sky. He saw small black dots with wings covering the sky. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was still in the southwest, but these small black dots covered the sky and covered the earth, as if they were going to cover the entire sky. Compared to the total solar eclipse 2 months ago, the scene of countless small black dots gradually nibbling at the sky was undoubtedly more terrifying. The plague of locusts is here. In the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan reacted. Wasn't this the plague of locusts that was recorded in the history books in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan? As a modern person, Li Zishuan had seen locusts before, but he had never seen a plague of locusts before. This was because people in his era liked to eat fried locusts, and the locusts in nature were not enough for them to eat. So, there were often people who artificially raised locusts. Under such circumstances, how could there be a plague of locusts? This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had seen such a large-scale plague of locusts. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. The densely packed locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were definitely a painful torture for people with trypophobia. Li Zishuan did not have trypophobia, But when he saw the flying locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This was because there were too many locusts in the sky. In the past, he had relied on his pitiful knowledge of history to predict that there would be a plague of locusts in the second year of Zhengguan with Li Er, but he had never thought that the plague of locusts would come so suddenly and fiercely. This wasn't a plague of locusts. This was similar to the dark swarm of locusts that Li Zishuan had seen in doomsday movies in his previous life. This was a catastrophe for the common people. Even though the Tang Empire had made ample preparations to deal with the plague of locusts, Li Zishuan couldn't help but waver. Would the preparations made by the Tang Empire's imperial court really be able to withstand this plague of locusts? Plague of locusts. This is a plague of locusts. Divine punishment from the heavens. Divine punishment from the heavens. Oh my God! My crops! The wrath of the locust god. This is a catastrophe for the common people. The people who were still working in the fields could not help but be terrified when they saw this horrible disaster. Some people panicked and ran back to their homes. Some people hit the ground with their heads and cried bitterly. Some people knelt on the ground and put their hands together to pray to the heavens. A moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful, but in an instant, it was replaced by a widespread panic. It wasn't that the people were weak, but the scale of this plague of locusts was too terrifying. Li Zishuan estimated that if he were to catch all the locusts flying above his head, there would be at least 1,000 pounds of them, not to mention the black swarm of locusts in the sky. One could only imagine how terrifying the number of locusts was. Marquis, please return to the residence as soon as possible. Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards surrounded Li Zishuan as if they were facing a great enemy. They waved the swords in their hands to chase away the locusts that were flying lower. Pang Feiji quickly turned to Li Zishuan and shouted at him when he saw the chaos in the fields. At this time, Li Zishuan had already recovered from his initial shock. He ordered expressionlessly, "Go to Cloud Mountain. Feiji, immediately bring some men to the county office and ask Magistrate He to come over. Also, inform my parents and my wife that I am safe. Also, get someone to invite Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu and Lu Qingfeng over. Immediately. Immediately." Pang Feiji turned to look at the three brothers beside him. Li Zishuan usually only brought 3 or 4 people with him when he went out. Today was no exception. Therefore, he said to Li Zishuan anxiously, "But, after we leave, who will protect Marquis?" Li Zishuan said calmly, "Protect? It's just a few locusts. Do you think I need your protection? The ones I really need to protect are the people of Longtime County. Don't talk too much. Go and come back quickly." Pang Feiji wanted to say that the panicking people might accidentally hurt Li Zishuan. However, when he thought of Li Zishuan's shocking martial arts, he decided not to say those words. Instead, he clasped his hands and said, "I will obey your orders. May please be careful." After saying that, he waved his hand and brought one of the guards to Longtime County. The other 2 guards split up and went to Han Village and Plum Village. The plague of locusts is here. The plague of locusts is here. My family's crops. It's going to be the summer harvest in a few days. Run. There are so many locusts. They're going to eat us. The 20 counties around Chang and city were all in a state of panic. Unlike the solar eclipse, the plague of locusts had a destructive effect on the human world. Furthermore, there were legends of the locust god among the people. There was no one who was not afraid. Some of the villagers even set up incense tables at the entrance of the village and knelt down to pray for the locust god to send down a divine order for the plague of locusts to go away. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! This is bad. Locusts, the sky is covered with locusts. Chang and city and the surrounding counties are all covered with locusts. Wherever the locusts go, not even a blade of grass will grow." A eunuch suddenly ran into the quiet Ganlu palace. The news that the eunuch brought was no different from a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the Ganlu palace. Li Er stood up from the dragon bed with a whoosh. He said with a serious face, "What did you say? There's a plague of locusts around Chang and city?" "Your Majesty! Now, the people everywhere are fleeing in panic. The crops that are about to mature in the fields are all covered with locusts. Moreover, there are many locusts flying in the sky, covering the sky. The eunuch was terrified. This was probably the first time in his life that he had seen such a terrifying scene. Li Er's heart skipped a beat. He was about to speak when another eunuch walked into the palace. The eunuch said urgently, "Reporting. Your Majesty, the governor of Qi province has sent an urgent report. There is a large plague of locusts in Qi province. The locusts are flying towards the capital." Li Er heard this and said angrily, "Bastard! The locusts are already in Chang'an city. How did the governor of Qi province's urgent report only reach the palace now?" Zhao Song whispered beside Li Er, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Qi province is about 1,800 miles away from Chang'an city. Even if it's an urgent report, it will take a few days to reach there. Also, the source of the locusts is definitely not just in Qi province. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many locusts." Li Er woke up from his rage. He brushed his sleeves and said, "Quickly go to the tower and ring the Jingyang bell. Summon all the officials to the palace for a meeting. We will add an afternoon court session today." The morning court session had just ended a few hours ago and Old Li had already called for an afternoon court session. However, this was something that could not be helped. The plague of locusts was too big of an issue. It required the cooperation of all the 6 departments in the imperial court to effectively resist the plague. As for the Jingyang bell, it was started during the Southern Dynasty. Emperor Wu of Qi placed the bell on top of the Jingyang Tower because the sound of the drum could not be heard in the palace. When the palace servants heard the sound of the bell, they would get up early to decorate it. Later generations called it the Jingyang bell. Every day, the Jingyang bell would ring to announce the start of the morning court session. All the officials would go up to the palace to arrange themselves. Later generations would use the sound of the Jingyang bell as the standard. "Yes, Your Majesty." An eunuch in the palace cupped his hands and accepted the order. Li Er thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Song and ordered, "Zhao Song, leave the city immediately and make a trip to Lantian County. Invite the Margyong and into the palace." Since last year, Li Zishuan had helped Li Er solve countless problems. As a result, Li Er was now somewhat reliant on Li Zishuan. Whenever there was a problem, he would subconsciously think of Li Zishuan. Of course, on the other hand, it was Li Zishuan who brought up the locust plague prediction last year. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. Now that the locust plague had arrived, of course, Li Zishuan had to be invited to discuss the disaster relief together. Zhao Song's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, "This old servant obeys the order." After that, he did not dare to delay any longer. In a flash, he rushed out of the palace. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, on the palace tower next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, there was a series of deep and melodious sounds of bells and drums. The huge sound waves gradually spread throughout the entire Chang'an city. Chongren Lane. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard the sound of the bells and drums, his expression changed. He said, "Men, prepare the horses quickly. I want to enter the palace." A lady beside Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously, "Old master, we just finished the morning court assembly. Why are you entering the palace now?" Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly explained, "Madam, listen. When the Jingyang bell rings, it means that something big has happened in the palace. The last time the Jingyang bell rang in the afternoon was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was the 9th year of Wuda, the change in the Xuanwu Gate." The lady's expression changed and she hurriedly said, "Then I will help old master change his clothes." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. He looked up at the dark clouds of locusts in the sky and whispered, "The locust plague has appeared. His Majesty should be urgently summoning the officials into the palace to discuss countermeasures." Cloud Mountain, Yanhuang College's conference room. Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table, while County Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Second Master Lu, and Lu Qingfeng sat below him. Strangely, Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Ma Zhou from Yanhuang College were also present. Li Zishuan's face was solemn. After seeing that everyone was present, he said in a low voice, "The locust plague is here. I believe all of you have seen it. Some people see the locust plague as the wrath of the locust god. What do all of you think? Old Hu straightened his neck and said, Young master, Old Hu may not be well educated, but in my life, I only respect the heavens and earth. I don't respect ghosts or gods. What bullsh *t locust god? It harmed our crops, so we should destroy it. To be honest, young master, Old Hu ate a few bowls of it last year. Second Master Lu nodded and said, Xiao Hu is right. Young master, the locust plague is very serious now. The crops in the fields are about to be harvested in a few days, but such a large-scale locust plague has appeared at this time. Young master, if you have a good idea, as long as it can kill the locusts, Lu Wanshan, will do it. Lu Qingfeng and County Magistrate He were both scholars. They were not as reckless as Second Master Lu and Old Hu. The two of them forced a smile and said, Yes. We will listen to Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a serious face, Good. I don't believe in the locust god. Even if there is a locust god in this world, he is an evil god that torments the living. I will not kill him. Next, I will arrange a few things. You must remember them and carry them out strictly because this is a matter of life and death for the 80,000 people of Longtian County. Chapter 1469. Marquis, young master, feel free to instruct us. We will strictly follow your orders. In the meeting room of Yanhuang College, Magistrate He, Hu Hanyun, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Hanyun sat up straight when they heard Li Zishuan say, This concerns the life and death of 80,000 citizens of Longtian County. They looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression. Li Zishuan nodded and began to arrange. Magistrate He, when we return to the county office, immediately send the bailiffs to put up notices to pacify the citizens. Not only in the city, but also in all the villages outside the city. Teacher Wenji and Teacher Konggui are helping you draft the contents of the notices. Take a few hundred copies to the workshop and bring them back. Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and said, This official obeys. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, In addition, order the Department of Commerce to inform all the grain merchants in Longtian County that during this period of time, they are strictly prohibited from raising the price of grain. Those who violate this rule will be blacklisted by the Department of Commerce and will be chased out of Longtian County. They will never be allowed to do business in Longtian County again. Magistrate He hesitated and said, Marquis, won't this anger the grain merchants and cause them to collectively move out of Longtian County? Li Zishuan sneered and said, Since this Marquis dares to say this, then I am not afraid of them retreating from Longtian County. In the granary at the foot of Yunshan, there are 50,000 dan of grain stored last year. Even if it is divided equally among the 80,000 people of Longtian County, each person can get close to 70 jin. If we eat sparingly, it can last 3 to 4 months. When the autumn harvest comes, will we still have to worry about not having enough grain? Besides, didn't Longtian County's granary store any grain last year? Magistrate He heard Li Zishuan say that there were still 50,000 dan of grain stored at Yunshan. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's question, Magistrate He's heart sank. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and carefully said, This, Marquis, Longtian County's official warehouse can only hold 7 to 8,000 dan of grain. Last year's harvest wasn't good, so the people didn't hand in much grain. Therefore, the official warehouse isn't full, only about 4,000 dan of grain. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but say angrily, Last year, when the imperial court went south to trade for grain, the sea merchants brought back so much grain that it almost caused the price of grain in the capital to fall to the bottom. Did the Longtian County Yamen not spend some money to buy grain? County Magistrate He was ashamed. He said, The Guangzhou region is nourished by the Yellow River, and its soil and water are fertile. Basically, there are few disaster years. Besides, even if there is a disaster year, there is Taicang in Chang'an City and Henjiakang in Luoyang City. There is no need to worry about food. Therefore, there is no precedent for the provinces and counties to buy and store food with money. Li Zishuan was really angry. However, this matter could not be blamed on County Magistrate He. who asked Li Zishuan to not be the county magistrate when the imperial court's fleet returned last year. Otherwise, all the granaries in Lantian County would have been filled to the brim under Li Zishuan's orders. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. However, I hope that you will remember in the future that you need to be strong to forge iron. When you encounter problems, don't rely on others to save you. You have to rely on yourself to save yourself. The Tang Empire's territory is vast, and there are more than 300 provinces and counties. Like today's locust plague, the imperial court has to provide relief to at least dozens of provinces and counties. If we blindly wait for the imperial court to provide relief, how many more people will starve to death? Li Zishuan sighed and said sternly. County magistrate, he cupped his hands and said, Marquis is right. I will definitely remember Marquis's teachings. Seeing this, Li Zishuan did not continue to reprimand him. After all, county magistrate, he was an official of a county and still had to maintain his reputation. He changed the topic and said, the Commerce Department must be firm in their determination to stop the rise in food prices. Other than the food in Yunshan, I can also mobilize the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to transport food to the south. Therefore, you don't have to worry about food. County magistrate, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a while and then looked at Li Gang and Yen Silu. He said, Teacher Wenji, Teacher Kongge, in the notice posted, there must be a clause. From today onwards, the Lantian County Magistrate will start to purchase locusts from the common people. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, unlimited. Li Gang and Yen Silu could not help but be shocked when they heard this. County Magistrate he, who was sitting below Li Zishuan, could not help but exclaim, Marquis, you can't do that. These locusts are everywhere. If you just send someone to pick them up, they will be able to pick up 10 caddies in a day. If all the common people of Lantian County were to pick up locusts, wouldn't they be able to pick up hundreds of thousands of caddies in a day? Li Zishuan could not help but say, these locusts are not dead. Why would they just lie there and let people catch them? It is not easy for one person to catch 10 caddies of locusts in a day. Besides, even if you catch so many, the county magistrate will have to take them all. Don't worry, I will pay for this. County magistrate, he was speechless. He thought to himself, even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. He did not know that Li Zishuan was not only not making a loss by buying locusts for 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, but also making a huge profit. Li Zishuan did not care about what county magistrate he was thinking. He continued, actually, releasing food to help the common people is a bad idea. The common people have worked hard in the fields for half a year. Just when they were about to harvest, they were greeted with a plague of locusts. Their efforts are about to go up in smoke. This is very unfair to them. So, the most important thing now is to help the common people and not open the granaries to release food. Hearing this, everyone could not help but nod their heads. Actually, even if all the crops in the fields were eaten up by the locusts, there was no need to open the granaries to help the common people immediately. This was because the common people usually had a certain amount of surplus food at home. The consequences of the plague of locusts would take at least 10 days to half a month to show up. Uncle Hu, last year I asked Hu Jing and Hu Zhen to teach the children in the village how to control the flock of chickens. How did it go after that? Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and asked. Hu Hanyun quickly replied, Young master, not only the Han village, but the children from Mei village also came to learn. In the end, the children from the 2 villages passed the test and received the reward set by young master. How many chickens do the 2 villages have now? Li Zishuan asked again. Hu Hanyun thought for a moment and replied, the Han village has a total of 75,000 chickens. Lu Qingfeng replied, the Mei village has a total of 74,000. As the 2 villages had become Li Zishuan's fiefdoms earlier, Li Zishuan had used his own money to buy 80,000 chickens for the 2 villages. Now, it seemed that the survival rate was above 80%. This showed that the villagers had put in a lot of effort in helping him raise the chickens. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that adds up to a total of 150,000 chickens. Good. Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu Lijing, go back to the village immediately and gather the children. Have them split into 30 small teams, with each team bringing 5,000 chickens. From the north to the south, sweep the farms of the 80 villages in Longtime County. Quickly eliminate most of the locusts in the fields of Longtime County. What? Let the chickens eat the locusts? Young master, is this method reliable? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Even Old, who was shocked. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "Of course it's reliable. This Marquis once read a book. It says that a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of land will be free of locusts. If we organize 5,000 chickens into a team, we can clear 200 mu of land of locusts in about an hour. Uncle Hu, go back to the village and gather the children to begin the operation. Before the sky turns dark, we might be able to clear 10,000 mu of land. In another 2 days, we can clear all the locusts in the fields of Longtime County." Although they did not know from which book Li Zishuan had read these fallacious theories, but due to their blind trust in Li Zishuan, everyone still chose to believe him. They nodded as they listened. At this moment, County Magistrate he could not help but frown. Not only do chickens eat locusts, they also eat wheat. This way, the locusts will be eliminated, but the wheat will also be harmed. Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, "County Magistrate I think Uncle Hu can answer your question." County Magistrate he was stunned. He could not help but look at Hu Hanyun. Old Hu scratched his head. This question was not easy to answer. If he said it too directly, it might hurt County Magistrate he's self-esteem. After all, County Magistrate he was the parent official of a county. Although Old Hu would not do things that violated the law to seek County Magistrate he's favor, it was not good to offend him for no reason. After hesitating for a while, Old Hu finally organized his words and explained, "County Magistrate, although the chickens can eat wheat, there are too many locusts in the fields. When the time comes, they won't be able to eat the wheat." Actually, he wanted to say, who would be willing to be a vegetarian when there's meat to eat? But that would be too direct. County Magistrate he was not stupid. In an instant he reacted. He looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of shame and said, "This official was muddle-headed and did not think it through." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. But as the parent official of the people, you should know about farming. You must not make a joke of, why not eat minced meat?" County Magistrate he repeatedly said yes. Li Zishuan did not say much, so he changed the topic and said, "Last year, the Imperial Court introduced the policy of reducing taxes by raising chickens. In the entire Guangzhou region, the number of chickens raised by the people has greatly increased. I believe that Longtime County is not that bad either. County Magistrate when you go back, other than spreading the notice and calming the people, you must also call on the people to send all their chickens to the fields to eat the locusts. In the face of a disaster, only with everyone united will we be able to withstand the locusts in the shortest time possible." County Magistrate he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "This official obeys." At this moment, Li Gang said, "Yamacho, the notice that has been posted everywhere to calm the people has been drafted. Do you want to take a look first?" Li Zishuan nodded. Hu Hanyun, who was sitting beside Li Gang, quickly passed the document in Li Gang's hands to Li Zishuan. After skimming through the contents of the document, Li Zishuan said, It's written very thoroughly. County Magistrate get someone to take the notice to the workshop to make a copy. After stamping it with the official seal, immediately start posting it throughout the county." County Magistrate received it with both hands and said solemnly, "Yes. This official will take his leave." "Young master, we will also take our leave." Hu Hanyun, second master Lu Qingfeng, and the others looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Li Zishuan nodded and said. The few of them cupped their fists and left the meeting room together. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, "Brother Ma, I'll leave Datong daily to you. After all, this locust plague is not just limited to Longtime County. There are at least dozens of provinces in the Guangzhou region. We must use Datong daily to unite the people and fight this disaster together." Ma Zhou nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will return to the editorial department and mobilize all the editors. We will start the operation immediately. Tomorrow's Datang Daily will definitely have Yamacho's solution to the locusts, and tomorrow's news will definitely dispel most of the people's fear of the locust god. That's for the best. Brother Ma, go quickly. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Ma Zhou obeyed and left. Li Zishuan then looked at Sun Simiao and said, Priest Sun, I'm sure you know the medicinal value of locusts. This time, Yanhuang Medical Hall can use some of the locusts collected by Lantian County to make medicine. This kind of cheap and effective medicine is rare, wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Sun Simiao nodded and stroked his beard. Xiaoxian, you're right. I will ask the medical hall to take over some of the locusts collected by the county and dry them for storage. Then, that's great. After that, Li Zishuan turned to Li Gang and Yen Silu. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Kongui, I've said before that the purpose of Yanhuang College is to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. At this critical moment, I, in the name of Yamacho, announce that the college's final examinations will be postponed. All students will be suspended from classes and will be sent to the villages of Lantian County to eradicate the people's superstition towards the locust god and lead the people to fight against the locusts and capture them. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both people who cared about the common people and were highly respected. Hearing this, they did not have any objections. They directly cupped their hands and said in unison, Yes, Mountain Head. Oh, my dear Marquis, why are you at Cloud Mountain? We've been looking for you for a long time. At this moment, there was a flurry of footsteps and Zhao Song's shouts from the conference room. Li Zishuan nodded at Li Gang and Yen Silu. Both of you may go about your business. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the palace. Both of them knew that Li Zishuan must be anxious and wanted to summon Li Zishuan to the palace. They saluted and left. Li Zishuan followed them out and said to Zhao Song, Butler Zhao, let's go. Zhao Song was stunned. Marquis, you knew that His Majesty wanted to summon you to the palace? Li Zishuan said as he walked. Butler Zhao came in such a hurry, how could I not know? The situation in Chang and must be urgent. Let's talk as we go. Zhao Song was more than happy to hear that. He quickly caught up and said, All right, Marquis please. I've prepared a fast horse outside. The two of them rode down Cloud Mountain at lightning speed and headed for Chang and City. Zhao Song did not bring a single attendant this time to summon Li Zishuan to the palace as soon as possible. After all, his strength had reached the Grandmaster realm. If he were to speed up, those little eunuchs in the palace would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 1470. Quick, quick, quick. Young Master has ordered everyone in the village to go to the chicken farm and chase the chickens out. Those who passed the test last year, gather at the village entrance and go to the chicken farm to chase the chickens. Quick, quick, quick. Han Xiaodong, you go and inform the village on the west side. Lao Niu, you go and inform the village on the west side. Den Niu and Er Niu, you two go and inform the village on the north side. I'll go and inform the village on the south side. Not long after Li Zishuan left Cloud Mountain, Plum Village and Han Village at the foot of Cloud Mountain began to move. While other villages were still immersed in the fear brought about by the locust plague, the hundreds of families in these two villages had already begun to rescue themselves according to Li Zishuan's orders. Elder Hu, why are we going to the chicken farm at this time? Where are we going? We're going to the fields to eat the grasshoppers. Young Master said that the total number of chickens in Han Village and Plum Village is close to 150,000. In just half an hour, these chickens will be able to eat all the locusts in the fields. Everyone hurry up. The sooner we gather, the less damage the crops will suffer from the locusts. Good heavens! You can do that? Our village only has 3,000 to 4,000 mu of farmland. Won't we be able to clear out all the locusts in no time? Elder Hu, wait. I'm going to the chicken farm now. Hu Hanyun brought up Li Zishuan's name, and the response was immediate. Compared to the other villages outside, the people of the Han family village and Plum village were much less fearful of the locusts. After all, last autumn, the people of the two villages had caught autumn locusts and sold them at the Yanhuang Academy. Therefore, when the locusts came today, the people of the two villages were relatively calm. They only had anxiety in their hearts, but not fear. Almost at the same time, hundreds of Yamen runners from Longtime County were mobilized. They carried the notice brought back by County Magistrate He and started to post it on the roads and villages outside the city. The title of the notice was, "United as One Against the Locusts." The content of the notice was simple and clear. The general meaning was, "Mark Yong in order. There is no such thing as the locust god in this world. The locust plague is not to be feared." From today onwards, the Longtime County Yamen would start to purchase locusts from the commoners. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies, and there was no limit. In addition, the Sky Chicken Brigade formed by the 150,000 chickens from the Han Family Village and Plum Village will sweep through the entire Longtime County's farmlands from the north to the south. I hope that all the villages will chase out the chickens raised by our villages and cooperate with us. We must work together to eliminate the locusts in the farmlands as soon as possible. Seeing this notice from Li Zishuan about eliminating locusts, the citizens of Longtime County finally calmed down. Especially when they saw the news that Longtime County was prepared to purchase locusts, the citizens could no longer sit still. "Let's go! What are you waiting for?" Marquis said it himself, "There is no locust god in this world. Let's go catch locusts. We can sell them for money and wipe out the locusts in the ground." Right. Call the kids at home to catch locusts. Marquis said to chase the chickens at home to the fields. Let's go. Under Li Zishuan's reorganization, the entire Longtime County Yamen became very efficient. Not only did the Yamen runners post notices, they even went door to door to mobilize the citizens. As a result, the citizens of the villages were instantly mobilized. Those who chased the chickens, those who went into the fields to catch the locusts, the tens of thousands of citizens of Longtime County gradually embarked on the path of self-preservation. At this moment, the court was bustling with activity. Based on the news that I have received, Qi Province, Qing Province, Bian Province, Hua Province, Zhengzhou, Jin Province, Luo Province, Chen Province, Su Province, Shang Province, Yong Province, Bing Province, Lu Province, and Shang, and 14 provinces and more than 200 counties have all encountered a locust plague. Moreover, the locusts are overwhelming and are spreading towards Feng Province and Qi Province. The scale of this locust plague is extremely large. Even in the previous dynasty, it is extremely rare. I have summoned all of you here today to discuss a plan to eradicate the locusts. If any of you have a good plan, please speak freely. In the Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials, who had just finished their morning court session, were once again summoned by Li Er. Li Er sat at the head of the table and looked at everyone with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, since ancient times, the citizens have believed that the locusts from the sky represent the wrath of the heavens. The people will definitely spread rumors about this. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts. Your Majesty should personally go to the fields, kill the livestock, set up incense tables, pray to the heavens, and grant amnesty to the people to calm their hearts." The leader of Confucianism, Kong Yingda, stood up and cupped his hands at Li Er. From the perspective of the ancients, Kong Yingda's suggestion was not wrong. Looking at the previous emperors, most of their reactions to the locust plague were like this. Because the people of ancient times did not have complete scientific knowledge, many people had a panicked mentality about the locust plague. The ancient concept of the unity of man and nature naturally made people associate it with the wrath of the heavens as a warning to the human world. There was a saying that went well, "The idea determines the way out." With such an idea, the next thing to do would definitely not be to think of an effective method to control the locust plague, but to pray in the fields, praying for the locusts to show mercy. But obviously, the locusts' army would definitely not do as the emperor and the citizens wished. After the locusts ate up all the grains in the citizens' fields, those rulers who were slightly more farsighted would open the granaries to the citizens, so that the citizens would not be driven into a corner and rebel. Once Kong Yingda's words were spoken, many officials in the imperial court immediately echoed in agreement. "Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. The most important thing now is to stabilize the people's hearts." "That's right. Your Majesty, Please set up an altar to pray and grant amnesty to the people. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but frown when he heard that. This was because he didn't think that praying to the heavens could make the locusts disappear. Seeing Li Er frown, Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and said, "Your Majesty, although Chancellor Kong's words are reasonable, I believe that the most important thing now is to issue an imperial edict to announce to the world, to summon the citizens to take action immediately to resist the locusts' plague." When Kong Ingda heard that, he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask Duke Zhao, the locusts' plague is a calamity from the heavens, how are the citizens going to resist it?" Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Our Tang dynasty has millions of citizens. If everyone goes to the fields to catch locusts, why would we worry about the locusts' plague not being extinguished? No matter what, I believe that the effect will be better than praying to the heavens." Kong Ingda was slightly angry. "Nonsense. Let's not talk about how the locusts cover the sky and the sun. There are countless citizens who believe in the locusts as divine worms. If Duke Zhao wants them to catch locusts, how would they be willing?" Zhang Sun Wuji said with a stern face, "Chancellor Kong, you are also a well-read person. You should know better than anyone that the talk of divine worms is complete nonsense. Locusts eat the crops and harm the citizens. They should be pests. I believe that your Majesty should immediately issue an imperial edict to label locusts as pests, to encourage the citizens to kill them out of anger." "That's right. How can a mere locusts be divine worms? If they are killed, then so be it. Don't tell me that the heavens will send down divine punishment because of this." Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but speak up. His family's manor was currently being harmed by locusts, and he didn't have any good feelings towards locusts. Moreover, old Cheng had killed countless people in his life. How could he be afraid of killing locusts? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also expressed their views at this moment. "I agree with Duke Zhao's suggestion." Actually, there were many officials who understood that the talk of locusts being divine worms was nonsense. There were still many rational people, but they lacked a leader to stand out. Now that Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui all stood on the side of killing locusts, there were instantly many voices of agreement. "Your Majesty should issue an imperial edict to summon the citizens to kill locusts. Locusts aren't divine worms, they are pests and should be killed." Li Er's frowning brows finally relaxed at this moment. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Since ancient times, food is the most important thing to the people, and locusts eat crops as food, harming the common people. How can they be called divine worms? Today, a plague of locusts has broken out in dozens of prefectures of the Tang Empire, and the people have no way to make a living. Today, in the name of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, I issue an imperial edict to summon the people of the world to hunt locusts together. If the heavens are angry because of this, I am willing to bear the divine punishment as the Emperor, and I will not regret it." Li Er's loud voice was like an oath to the heavens and the earth. His voice was like a great bell, and it resounded in every corner of the Taiji Palace. When the officials heard this, they were all moved. Although they didn't believe that locusts were divine worms, no one in the palace today was disrespectful to the heavens and earth, and even more so to the gods and ghosts. In their eyes, Li Er's words were definitely a benevolent emperor who sacrificed himself to save the common people. "Father, you can't do this. If the heavens really have divine punishment, then let it descend on your son." Li Qingqian, who was standing below Li Er, was anxious and hurriedly bowed. "Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, I, Zhang Sun Wuji, am willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty with my old and weak body." Zhang Sun Wuji bowed deeply and said in a deep voice. The officials followed suit and bowed. "Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. If the heavens have divine punishment, we are willing to bear the divine punishment for your Majesty." The emperor loved the people, the officials loved the emperor, and the officials were willing to die for the emperor. This harmonious scene between the emperor and his officials could be considered as a beautiful story in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. Li Er heaved a sigh of relief, then shook his head and said, "I am the emperor of a country. I am doing this for the common people of the world, for the country. I have a clear conscience. I don't believe that the heavens will punish me because of this." Zhao Song, Immediately write a decree and announce what I said just now to the world. Zhao Song said with a heavy face, "This old servant obeys the decree." Kong Yingda cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is wholeheartedly for the common people, and will definitely move the heavens. But the locusts in the various counties are endless. If we only rely on manpower to catch the locusts, when will we be able to catch all of them? At that time, the crops in the fields would have been completely destroyed. So, I hope that your Majesty can make plans early and order the various counties to prepare to open their granaries to appease the people." Li Er's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, "Minister Kong, do you still remember the decree that the imperial court issued last year? Last summer, under Li Zishuan's pressure, Li Zishuan offered 3 strategies to deal with locusts. One of the strategies was to use the decree to reduce taxes on chickens to attract the common people to raise a large number of chickens. Then, when the locusts came, the chickens would be used to kill a portion of the locusts. However, due to the fact that the locust plague prophecy could not be leaked out, only Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these 3 important officials of the empire, knew about it. Furthermore, these 3 officials were ordered by Li Ersan to keep it a secret. Thus, most of the officials did not know about the deeper meaning behind the decree of reducing taxes for raising chickens. Kong Yingda heard and nodded. "Of course, I remember. But your Majesty mentioned the decree to reduce taxes on chickens. What's the benefit of dealing with locusts?" Li Er smiled, then nodded towards Zhangsun Wuji and said, "Auxiliary machine, you speak." Zhangsun Wuji clasped his hands and said to Kong Yingda, "Chancellor Kong, last year, under the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens, the number of chickens raised by the common people in the various counties increased greatly. Chickens love to eat locusts the most. If the common people were to drive all their chickens into the fields, I believe that many locusts could be eliminated. Moreover, last year, the imperial court sent a fleet down south to exchange for grain. Now, the granaries of the Great Tang Empire are filled with grain. Even if the common people lose a portion of their crops, the imperial court has the ability to save them." Not only Kong Yingda, the other officials in the imperial court were shocked. They were not shocked by the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. Instead, they were shocked when they thought of the imperial court's decree to reduce taxes on chickens and exchange for grain. This year, when the locusts came, Li Er and Zhangsun Wuji just happened to propose the strategy of using chickens to eliminate locusts. How could there be so many coincidences in between? Could it be that when Li Er proposed the decree to reduce taxes on chickens, he had already predicted that there would be a locusts plague this year? Thinking back to last year when the imperial court sent a fleet to the south to trade for grain, all of this seemed to have been planned by Li Er. Kong Yingda and the other officials looked at Li Er with a trace of horror in their eyes. Our emperor is actually able to know about the future? Terrifying, this is really terrifying. This was the common thought of all the officials who did not know the truth. After a long silence, Kong Yingda still felt that something was wrong. He clasped his hands towards Zhangsun Wuji and said, "Chickens can eat locusts, but last year, as the common people were buying chicken seedlings, it caused the price of chicken seedlings to skyrocket. In the end, every household could only raise 30 to 40 chickens at most. However, every household has at least 30 to 40 mu of land. These 30 to 40 chickens are just a drop in the bucket." When Zhangsun Wuji heard this, he could not help but be silent. Because what Zhangsun Wuji said was the truth. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and city was definitely the most expensive in the past 10 years. Even if the imperial court launched the policy of reducing taxes on chickens, the common people could not raise many chickens in one household. It was not that they did not want to raise them, but that they could not afford to raise them. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but turn gloomy. If 30 to 40 chickens are not enough, then how about 150,000? At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the Taiji Palace. Immediately after, a dignified young man strode in. Although this young man was not wearing an official's robe, his aura was extraordinary. Who else could it be other than Li Zishuan? Chapter 1471. In a moment of desperation, this official barged into Taiji Palace without reporting. This is truly disgraceful and has offended your majesty. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness. When Li Zixuan had just arrived outside Taiji Palace, Zhao Song was about to enter to report. However, when Li Zixuan heard the conversation between Kong Yingda and Zhang Sun Wuji, he couldn't bear it any longer. He thought to himself, the locusts are already here and you guys have been discussing for so long, yet you guys still haven't come up with a solution. Do you guys have to be so inefficient? Thus, he directly walked in. After gaining the upper hand, Li Zixuan walked to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er to ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Li Zixuan had finally arrived, Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Li Zixuan wasn't present, but that Li Zixuan would be able to fill in the gaps and come up with better and more eye-catching suggestions, thus making the final outcome even more perfect. At this moment, Li Er wouldn't be bothered about whether Li Zixuan was being rude or not. He waved his hand and said, "Since this emperor has summoned you into the palace, there's no harm in you entering Taiji Palace. This emperor will pardon you." "Thank you, your majesty." Li Zixuan bowed and said. At this moment, Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask, "Markyong, and what do you mean by 150,000 chickens?" The officials in the palace couldn't help but shift their gazes to Li Zixuan. They thought to themselves, what kind of surprise will this mysterious young man bring to Great Tang this time? At this moment, Li Zixuan turned to Kong Yingda and clasped his hands together. He smiled and said, "This marquis has a total of 150,000 chickens. Just before I came to Chang, these 150,000 chickens had already been driven to the farmlands by the villagers and children of the Han family manor and Plum village. I believe that there aren't many locusts left in the farmlands of the two villages." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked at the number of chickens that Li Zixuan controlled. Secondly, they were shocked at Li Zixuan's reaction speed to mobilize the villagers so quickly. Thirdly, they were shocked at Li Zixuan's confidence in the chickens' ability to exterminate locusts. Lantian County was only an hour's journey from Chang. In such a short period of time, 150,000 chickens could really exterminate all the locusts in the farmlands of the two villages? When did you have so many chickens? Kong Yingda was caught off guard. Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Could it be that Chancellor Kong has forgotten about the matter of Taifu Monastery's Yuan Shaoqing accusing me of inflating the price of chicken seedlings last year? Last year, this marquis first bought 80,000 chickens for the Han village, then another 80,000 chickens for the Plum village. Today, there are approximately 150,000 chickens that have survived. Not only that, last year, I discovered 2 chicken training experts at the Han village. Under their guidance, the children of the two villages now know how to train chickens. Thus, before coming here, this marquis had these children bring the 150,000 chickens to the farmlands that were plagued by the locusts. Everyone here might not know this, but a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of farmland is free of locusts. This marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens is estimated to be able to clear 6,000 mu of farmland of locusts in an hour. That's 12,000 mu of farmland in 2 hours. The entire Lantian County only has a few 100,000 mu of farmland. This marquis can guarantee that within 2 days, the locusts in Lantian County will be completely exterminated. And Lantian County will be the first county in Great Tang to exterminate locusts. Arrogance. Li Zixuan, who said these words, could be said to be arrogant. Everyone present, including Li Zixuan, did not dare to say that they could exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days. But Li Zixuan dared to say so. However, Li Zixuan had the capital to back his arrogance. Who asked Li Zixuan to be the only one who did not care about the high price of chicken seedlings last year? Kong Yingda could not help but be speechless. Li Zixuan's words were reasonable and he had no way to refute them. This made him sigh in his heart. The Li Zixuan in front of him was no longer the insignificant minister of the Imperial College. He already had the ability to dictate the life and death of a county's citizens. Furthermore, this was far from the end of this youth's road. In a few years, this youth would definitely become a true authority. However, Kong Yingda still had some doubts in his heart. He wondered why Li Zishuan bought so many chicken seedlings last year. Could it be that Li Zishuan was like Li Er last year and predicted this year's locusts? Thinking of this, Kong Yingda looked at Li Zishuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Actually, he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Officials like Qing Yaojin who were familiar with Li Zishuan also had such suspicions or guesses in their hearts. Qing Yaojin was planning to ask Li Zishuan after the morning assembly. Mark Yong, is your Heavenly Chicken Brigade really able to exterminate the locusts in Longtime County in 2 days? Xiao Yu stood up and asked with cupped hands. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Of course it's true. If there were only 150,000 chickens, I would definitely not dare to say such arrogant words. But now, not only do we have so many chickens, we even have a group of children who are good at training chickens. This is like having soldiers and generals. I am confident that I can exterminate all the locusts in Longtime County in 2 days. Other than that, I have also set up a department to purchase locusts in the county office. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. This is to encourage the citizens of Longtime County to catch locusts. With the unity of the people, I firmly believe that within 2 days, all the locusts in Longtime County will be cleared." After hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's words, everyone was speechless. They secretly thought that someone was really rich. At such a critical juncture, he actually dared to buy locusts. Wasn't he afraid of going bankrupt? Xiao Yu was also shocked, but he was not worried that Li Zishuan would go bankrupt because of this. Strange Taste Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tavern, and the winery were all places that made a lot of money. No matter how much Li Zishuan squandered, it was unlikely that he would go bankrupt. Xiao Yu nodded and then cupped his hands to Li Er. "Your Majesty, the locust control strategy adopted by Mark Yong and in Longtime County has many merits. This old official believes that the imperial court's top priority is to issue official documents and order the county magistrates who are suffering from the locusts to imitate the strategy adopted by Marquis Yong and in Longtime County. They will guide the citizens to kill locusts and do their best to protect the crops in the fields." At this time, Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, "Minister Xiao, the imperial court's treasury is tight on money. How can we buy locusts like Marquis Yong's?" "Your Majesty, Minister Fang is right. If we use money to buy these locusts, who knows how much money we will have to spend? Ever since the Battle of the Shuafang in the 4th month, the Turks have been eyeing my Great Tang like a tiger eyeing its prey. The 2 countries can go to war at any time, and this war is certain to consume an enormous amount of money. How can the imperial court take out money to buy a few useless locusts? Not everyone can be as rich as Marco." As soon as Fang Xuanling's voice fell, a burly man walked out from the military camp and bowed to Li Er. However, his words were mixed with a lot of sarcasm and sarcasm. Li Zishuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he looked at the burly general. He didn't know this person, but why was the other party mocking him in such a strange manner? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Sitting above, Li Er couldn't help but frown. He wanted to reprimand him, but the other party's words were not completely unreasonable. "Hey, Marquis Yong," and was able to call on the people to eliminate the locusts in 2 days. Even if he didn't make a great contribution, he still saved tens of thousands of people in Longtime County, right? "What did you do, Qiu Xingong? What right do you have to mock him here?" Cheng Yaojin was a fearless person. Seeing that there was a traitor in the army, he immediately stood up and loudly rebuked Qiu Xingong. This person was actually Qiu Xingong. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and feel a wave of shock. After Qiu Xingong submitted to the Tang dynasty, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. He took down Chang and eliminated Xueju, Lu Wuzhou, Wang Shichong, Dou Jianda, and other separatist factions. Apart from this, Qiu Xingong could also be considered a great figure whose name would go down in history. This was because in front of the Zhao Mausoleum, Li Er had carved 6 horses, the 6 horses of Zhao Mausoleum. One of the horses was different from the others because it had a person standing beside it. This person was not the coachman, but Qiu Xingong. During the Battle of Hulao Pass, Dou Jianda sent 150,000 soldiers to help Wang Shichong. At that time, Li Er only brought 3,500 black armored soldiers. At that time, Li Er was quite brave and actually only brought Qiu Xingong and a few personal guards to scout the enemy camp. In the end, they were discovered. In order to protect him, his personal guards were all shot to death. At that time, his purple horse was also shot. Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's horse. He then passed his horse to Li Er and held his saber. He shouted loudly and shocked the enemy formation. He killed several enemy soldiers and protected Li Er as he broke out of the encirclement and returned to the Tang army camp. Because of this, Li Er remembered Qiu Xingong's contributions and had someone carve Qiu Xingong into the Zhao Mausoleum's 6 horses. Of course, Qiu Xingong's biggest characteristic was his ruthlessness. In the 17th year of Zhengguan era, Yu Wenji, the county magistrate of Shun County, reported that Lu Lanqing, the governor of Daizhou, was plotting a rebellion. Li Er ordered Lu Lanqing to be cut at the waist. In order to show his loyalty, Qiu Xingong actually dug out Lu Lanqing's heart and liver and cooked it. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong's son, Qiu Shenji, was also a super ruthless person. He was the most famous ruthless official in Wu Zetian's dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, how did I provoke such a ruthless person? He wasn't afraid that Qiu Xingong would really do anything to him. Putting aside the fact that he was now a noble marquis, as long as Qiu Xingong still wanted to stay in Tang, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a step back, he had his own martial art skills. There was no reason for him to be afraid of Qiu Xingong. However, when he thought of how this fellow was a ruthless person who ate people's hearts and livers, he panicked. This Qiu is just stating facts. Why is High Duke Lu so angry? Qiu Xingong's eyes flickered, but he didn't back down. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Hey! I'm angry? But I think it's you, Qiu Xingong, who's angry. You just can't stand the fact that the younger generation is more capable than you. You're jealous." As soon as he said this, many officials looked at Qiu Xingong with a strange gaze. Cheng Jiju. Qiu Xingong was furious and wanted to fight Cheng Yaojin to the death. At this moment, Li Er slapped the dragon table and shouted, "Shut up!" At this critical moment, countless people are in deep trouble, but the two of you are quarreling here. What are you doing? Back down. The two of you will be locked up for 3 days and your salary will be deducted for half a year as punishment. Cheng Yaojin and Qiu Xingong were both shocked. They stopped quarreling and bowed to Li Er. "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Er looked at Fang Xianling and Xiao Yu and said, "Regarding the purchase of locusts, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't need to pay. I will use the money from the palace treasury to purchase locusts from the people. As long as we can eliminate the plague of locusts, the Empress and I will live frugally." The officials were once again moved by Li Er. They all shouted, "Your Majesty's health is related to the Tang Empire. We are willing to contribute our salary to help the imperial court purchase locusts." "Me too." Li Er saw this and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Others thought that he was making a loss by purchasing locusts, but only he and Li Zishuan knew that 2 caddies of locusts for 1 copper coin was not a loss, but a huge profit. The meteoric rise of the drunken immortal in and Sun Simiao's words that locusts could be used in medicine proved that locusts were very valuable. "My beloved subjects, I appreciate your kind intentions. But I have made up my mind. There's no need to discuss this anymore." Li Er waved his hand and said, righteously, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take out 20,000 strings of cash to help Your Majesty purchase locusts. I hope that Your Majesty can fulfill my wish." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They thought that Li Zishuan was really willing to spend a lot of money to please His Majesty. Just as the other ministers with meager wealth wanted to imitate Li Zishuan, they saw Li Er's old face darken. He shouted, "Scram! I can still afford this small amount of money. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 16 million caddies. 20,000 strings of cash could buy 32 million caddies." Was Li Zishuan planning to swallow the locusts of more than a dozen states? The officials were stunned. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and cupped his hands. Your Majesty is generous. No, Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Damn, this trip to the palace actually cultivated a competitor. Could it be that old Li also wanted to do the locust's business? Li Er realized that he had just lost his composure. He quickly said, Minister Fang, you write the decree. Order the county magistrates of the disaster-stricken counties to immediately lead the people in the counties to drive the chickens into the fields to eliminate the locusts. The counties within 300 miles of Chang and can send fresh locusts to Chang. The counties beyond 300 miles must dry the locusts before sending them to Chang. When the time comes, I will send people to buy them at different prices by caddies. In addition, the counties must prevent grain merchants from taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of grain. If there is a violation, severe punishment will be imposed. If the price of grain goes out of control, it must be reported to the imperial court as soon as possible. The counties nearby should immediately open their warehouses to release grain. Fang Xianling bowed and said, I will write the decree immediately. Li Er nodded and then stood up. Good. While it is still early, please follow me to Lantian County to see if the Han Village and Plum Village have basically eliminated the locusts, as Marquis Yong and said. We obey. The officials heard this and all of them became alert. After all, some things were useless no matter how beautiful they were. They could only be believed when they saw it with their own eyes. Chapter 1472. After some simple preparations, Li Er led a group of civil and military officials to Lantian County on horseback. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially in the early Tang dynasty. At this time, not only did the generals know how to ride horses, but also the civil officials. As the emperor, Li Er would not choose to travel in the dragon carriage, but on horseback, because riding a horse was much more convenient than sitting in the dragon carriage. Xiao Xian, tell me the truth. When you bought chicken seedlings in Chang, and last year, did you already predict this year's locust plague? On the way, Qing Yaojin purposely followed behind Li Zishuan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Qing Yaojin hurriedly asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan knew that when he proposed to use the Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens to eliminate the locusts, many officials in the court began to suspect the real purpose of his purchase of chicken seedlings. Since Qing Yaojin asked him personally, he did not hide it anymore and said in a low voice, Uncle Qing Yaojin, I have told you about my fortune. Uncle Qing, to tell you the truth, my master once made 2 divinations for the fate of the Great Tang. One of them accurately predicted the change of the Xuanwu Gate, and the other predicted that a plague of locusts would break out in the Guanzhong area in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Xinguan. When I left the mountain last year, the change of the Xuanwu Gate had already confirmed my master's first prophecy. Therefore, I dare not underestimate my master's second prophecy. At the beginning, I was just a commoner. I only wanted to help my family avoid the locust plague, so I bought a large number of chicken seedlings for them. However, because of this, I was impeached by Yuan Shaoqing and entered His Majesty's field of vision. Later, I was lucky enough to make a lot of contributions and became an official. The number of farmers under me also increased, so I had to buy more chicken seedlings. Finally, Uncle Qin realized that something was wrong. He asked me why I bought so many chicken seedlings. I had no choice but to tell him the truth. Uncle Qin exhorted me, and I woke up from my dream. Only then did I realize how heavy the burden on my shoulders was. When the locust plague really came, no matter how well prepared I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to fight against it all by myself. Therefore, in the end, Uncle Qin found His Majesty and told him about my master's prophecy of the locust plague. His Majesty was shocked and wanted to summon me to the palace. However, that day, Yushi was kidnapped by the bandits. I disobeyed the imperial order and went to save her. After that, His Majesty ordered me to think of a plan to cure the locusts and submit it to him. After seeing the 3 plans that I proposed, His Majesty found Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and Duke Xiao. After discussing, he decided to implement new policies. The prophecy of the locust plague is very important. Once it is leaked, it will cause a huge panic among the people. Therefore, I did not tell Uncle Chung about this. Please forgive me. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Qing Yaojin finally understood the cause and effect. He thought about how he had been kept in the dark for the past year. If he had not been smart enough to ask his housekeeper to buy 30,000 chicken seedlings with Li Zishuan, his family's farm would have been plagued by the locust plague. Thinking of this, Qing Yaojin's face darkened. Forgive me? Forgive my ass. In the past, this old man treated you as if you were his own nephew, yet you hid such a small matter from this old man. This old man will not forgive you easily. Madman Qing, don't take it for granted. Just then, Yuqi Jingda's voice came from the side. Last year, in the entire Chang'an city, other than little Xianyu, Qing Jijie bought the most chicken seedlings. You just muttered a few words to your servant. You must have ordered him to go back to the Chung family's farm and use those chickens to eliminate the locust plague, right? Cheng Yaojin turned to look at Yuqi Jingda and said unhappily, "Hey! I couldn't tell that old black Yuqi. Your eyes are quite bright despite your dark appearance. I only said a few words to my servant, and you saw it all." Cursing people without exposing their shortcomings, Cheng Yaojin's words almost made Yuqi Jingda explode. Madman Cheng, do you want to fight again? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? When we come back from Longtime County, let's fight. But whoever runs this time is a grandson. Okay, you're a grandson if you run. Seeing that these two old fellows had started bickering, Li Zishuan quietly kicked Big White's stomach and chased after Qin Qiong. It seemed that Qin Qiong was more mature and steady. Just now, he thought that Qing Yaojin would be angry at him, but when he heard the word, unless, he knew that old Qing wasn't really angry. He just wanted to use this matter to get some benefits. His Majesty wants you to accompany him. Before he could say anything, an imperial guard trotted over and cupped his fists to Li Zishuan. He wants me to accompany him? Li Zishuan was stunned. When did he have such a job? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He quickly came back to his senses and nodded. But this marquis will go now. Then, he said something to Qin Qiong and galloped to the front of the group. You're here? Li Zishuan was at the front of the group of officials. Other than the imperial guards, there were no other officials accompanying him. When Li Zishuan rode over, he attracted the envious gazes of many officials. Your Majesty is looking for me? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Zishuan call him Tu instead of Markyong. He guessed that Li Zishuan wouldn't have anything nice to say. Sure enough, Li Zishuan had a meaningful smile on his face. I heard that you need locusts very much. I was thinking of selling you the locusts that the imperial court will buy from all over the world at twice the price. How about that? Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard this. He almost vomited blood. What did he mean? Old Li wanted to be a middleman? In the imperial court, Old Li had said that he would use his own money to buy all the locusts in the world. He had even touched the hearts of all the officials. But who would have thought that Li Zishuan would want to sell the locusts to him at a high price? Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. But then again, the locusts that Li Zishuan collected could only be given to Li Zishuan. Old Li's subordinates wouldn't be able to achieve meteoric success. They wouldn't be like Sun Simiao, who could use the locusts in medicine. What? You feel like you're losing out? I heard that last autumn, when you bought the locusts from the farmers, the price was 3 copper coins per caddy. I'm selling them to you for 1 copper coin per caddy. You won't lose out, right? Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan indifferently. His eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes inwardly. How could the situation be the same as last year? Locusts were everywhere now. He definitely couldn't buy them at last year's price. But when he thought about how Li Zishuan had always taken good care of him, Li Zishuan wanted to reject him, but he swallowed his words. He cupped his hands and said, I won't lose out. I won't lose out. I'm willing to buy the locusts from the imperial court at twice the price. 1 copper coin per caddy wasn't expensive anyway. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 8 million caddies. So what if Old Li took a small advantage? When the time comes, I'll just casually process it and a plate of fried locusts can be sold for 10,000 strings of cash. It's still a huge profit. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Good. All right, you can leave now. Li Er took a deep look at Li Zishuan and said with a joyful expression. Li Zishuan was speechless. Did this count as being kicked away after being used? Understood. After cupping his hands, Li Zishuan patted his horse and returned to the back of the group. Qin Xiong saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxian, why did His Majesty look for you? What else could it be? He's thinking of ways to trick me? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Qin Xiong's puzzled expression, he immediately told him what had just happened. Qin Xiong stroked his beard, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, His Majesty is doing this to protect you. Don't be resentful and let down His Majesty's good intentions. Protect me? Uncle Qin, how is this protecting me? Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but say angrily. Qin Xiong pointed at Li Zishuan with disappointment. Then he lowered his voice and said, Xiaoxian, think about it carefully. This time, if His Majesty doesn't personally pay for the purchase of locusts from the various provinces and counties in the world and lets you pay for it, all the people in the world will be grateful to you. Your reputation will be like the sun in the sky, and you will also become the center of the people's hearts. However, as the saying goes, people are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of being fat. You're so young and bear such a big reputation. It's inevitable that you won't be attacked by villains. If someone with intentions uses this to sow discord between you and His Majesty, Xiaoxian, the glory you have today will probably disappear in an instant. His Majesty sold the locust to you at twice the price for 2 reasons. First, the imperial court really couldn't handle such a large number of locusts. Second, he wanted to completely remove you from this matter. Isn't this to protect you? Qin Xiong's words made Li Zishuan's heart tremble. Indeed, in this world, only Li Er could buy the people's hearts. Thinking back to the imperial court, he wanted to buy the locusts for Li Er with 20,000 coins. This was really a stupid decision. Fortunately, Li Er rejected him. Otherwise, when this matter spread out, all the people in the world would really be grateful to him. At that time, he, who had won so many people's hearts, would really be in danger. After Li Zishuan transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he only wanted to live a good life with his family. He only wanted to lead the people around him to live a good life. He never wanted to buy the people's hearts, let alone raise the flag of rebellion. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Qin. You really woke me up from my dream with your words. Only now do I understand His Majesty's good intentions. I really didn't think about this matter properly. Li Zishuan solemnly saluted Qin Xiong and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Xiaoxian, as a person in the imperial court, you have to be careful. You can be considered to have a big family now. Every step you take is related to the rise and fall of many people. You have to be careful. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment. After a while, he saluted and said, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Qin. It was said that having an elder at home was like having a treasure. It was the same in the imperial court. With a reliable elder like Qin Xiong by his side to help and remind him, Li Zishuan could avoid many detours and wrong paths. 7th Grandfather Han, where are Uncle Hu and the others? An hour later, the group of people finally arrived at the Han village in Longtime County. Seeing that there were only a few elderly people in the village, and none of the young women and children were present, Li Zishuan hurriedly urged his horse into the village and asked an old man, Young master, Hu Li is leading the villagers to the Wang village to kill the locusts. When 7th Grandfather Han saw Li Zishuan, he quickly bowed and answered, They went to the Wang village? Then have the locusts in the Han village and Plum village been cleared? Li Zishuan asked again. 7th Grandfather Han instantly beamed and said, It's done. It's done. Young master, our village is the first village in Longtime County to have cleared the locusts. Now, only a few locusts can be seen in the fields. Li Zishuan was instantly relieved. He said to 7th Grandfather Han, All right, 7th Grandfather Han, I'll leave you to it. Then he rode to the entrance of the village and dismounted. He saluted Li Er and said, Your Majesty, the Sky Pheasant Brigade of the Han village has already gone to another village. The fields in the village are basically free of locusts now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Lier couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good. Good. Everyone, follow me to the fields to take a look. Take a look at the first village in the Tang Empire to have cleared the locusts." "Yes, Your Majesty." Naturally, everyone couldn't ask for more. Under Li Zishuan's lead, everyone came to the fields in the south of the Han village. It was already the middle of the 6th month, and some of the wheat in the fields had already turned yellow. The heavy wheat ears weighed down the wheat stalks so heavily that they couldn't straighten their backs. Lier led the officials to line up on the ridge of the fields and split up to inspect the fields for locusts. There really aren't any locusts here. It's not that there aren't any locusts, it's just that there are very few of them. That's right. Compared to the fields we saw on the way here, the locusts in the fields of the Han village are completely negligible. The Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade actually managed to clear out thousands of locusts in a short period of time. The officials couldn't help but exclaim after inspecting the fields seriously. Qiu Xingong's face was a little ugly. He originally planned to see Li Zishuan make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect to see Li Zishuan so proud of himself. Good. This Sky Pheasant Brigade was established well. Lier's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your Majesty, the facts have proven that the Marquis of Yong and strategy of eliminating locusts is completely feasible. The plague of locusts in the Central Plains that all the previous emperors were helpless against can be quickly eliminated under His Majesty's leadership. This is a blessing for the common people." Fang Xianling walked over with a face full of joy and congratulated Lier. Lier smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a locust suddenly flew onto his shoulder. Lier quickly grabbed it. Looking at the locust that was desperately struggling between his fingers, Lier's gaze gradually became somewhat hateful. He looked at the locust in his hand and said, "Man's life is the grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned, and I give you your spirit, but do not eat my heart and harm the common people. Otherwise, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines." Before anyone could react, Lier directly stuffed the locust in his hand into his mouth, frowned, and chewed twice before swallowing. "Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, you can't. Be careful of the dragon's body." The officials reacted and tried to dissuade him, but at this moment, the locust had already entered Lier's stomach. "Your Majesty is devoted to the common people and is truly a saint. I, Zhang Sun Wuji, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty." Zhang Sun Wuji's face was filled with pain. He quickly went to the ground and searched for a while before finally finding a locust. Then, he closed his eyes and stuffed the locust into his mouth. "I, Fang Xianling, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty. I, Du Ruhui, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty." One by one, the officials went to the field to search for locusts, wanting to use this as an excuse to show their loyalty. Li Zishuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Emperor Taizong swallowing locusts? This was a famous scene in the history books, but he didn't want to encounter it at all. Now, should he eat the locusts? Or should he eat them? Chapter 1473. In the 2nd year of Xinguan, there was a drought in the capital and locusts were everywhere. Emperor Taizong entered the garden and saw the locusts. He picked up a few locusts and cursed, "Man lives by grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned. You have spirit, but if you eat my heart, you will do no harm to the common people." He swallowed the locusts and admonished him, "You must not eat it." Emperor Taizong said, "What is there to avoid?" He swallowed the locusts. The locusts were no longer a disaster. This was the famous scene of Emperor Taizong swallowing the locusts. It was recorded in Xinguan important political figures. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty swallowing the locusts might have been an act, or it might have been a combination of both. But one thing was certain. If he didn't understand the situation and didn't understand the disaster the locusts brought to the common people, if he saw the common people as weeds and didn't understand the compassion and fear of the common people, he wouldn't have swallowed the locusts. He might even have made a joke of, "Why not eat minced meat?" The stars have changed and the world has changed. Now the Tang dynasty had Li Zishuan's warning in advance, and the imperial court had made a lot of preparations for the locusts. It seemed that it was possible to completely eliminate the locusts. But Li Er still chose to swallow the locusts in front of the civil and military officials. His intention was very clear. He did it to show the civil and military officials, to show the common people. Only in this way could the common people completely put down their fear of the locusts and work together to eliminate the locusts. Although he understood Li Zishuan's good intentions, understanding was one thing. If he asked Li Zishuan to swallow the locusts raw, Li Zishuan could only say, "I can't do it." If the locusts were fried, they would be delicious. But if they were eaten raw, it would be too damn disgusting. But could he not eat them? Look, Fang Xianling was almost 50 years old, but he personally went to the field to look for locusts. Wei Yazi, who was usually upright and not afraid of power, also picked up a locusts and put them into his mouth. Looking at Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other generals, a few of them relied on their qinggong to fly left and right in the wheat fields. Their goal was only to find a locust. It wasn't that they wanted to show off their qinggong, but because the locusts in the fields here had been mostly cleared out by the Sky Chicken Brigade, it really wasn't easy to find a surviving locust. The locusts in the field were pitiful. 15 minutes ago, they were lucky enough to escape the sweep of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Now, they were being hunted down by those martial generals who were highly skilled in martial arts. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame the locust that flew to Li Er's body. If it were not for it, they would not have been wiped out. Seeing that the civil and military officials were all secretly searching for locusts and stuffing them into their stomachs to show their loyalty, Li Zishuan stood there alone. In order to not stand out too much, Li Zishuan had no choice but to join the army of searching for locusts and swallowing them alive. Oh F***ck. How can there be such a coincidence? Just when Li Zishuan couldn't find a single locust after searching for a long time and thought that he could escape this calamity, a silly and adorable locust flew out from the wheat fields without any warning and landed on his head. Hey, young, and quick, there's a locust on your head. Don't let it escape. Wei Jing seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed at Li Zishuan's head and said excitedly, "Many thanks for the reminder, Left Minister Wei." Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He originally wanted to quietly throw away the grasshopper on his head, but after being yelled at by Wei Zheng's loud voice, he didn't have the chance to make any small movements. He could only grab the grasshopper on his head, then cupped his hands towards Wei Zheng and said in a muffled voice. Wei Zheng chuckled and said, "Mark Yong, and is really a person with great luck. I had to put in so much effort just to find a locust, but Mark Yong, and only needs to wait for the locust to come to his door. How envious." Li Zishuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What great luck, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. If this is considered luck, I'd rather not have it." Standing in the same spot with the locust in his hand, Li Zishuan was rendered speechless by Wei Zheng's words. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd and realized that dozens of ministers and Li Er were all looking at him with burning eyes. More accurately, they were looking at the locust in his hand. The meaning they wanted to express was self-evident. Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. These ministers and Li Er who had eaten the locust didn't want to let go of him. Was there a need for this? And what are you hesitating for? His Majesty can swallow the locust for the people of the world. Why can't you? Could it be that you are more precious than His Majesty? Qiu Xinggong took the opportunity to say sarcastically. This guy didn't even blink when he ate 2 locusts. He was indeed a ruthless person. Cheng Yaojin's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to help Li Zishuan say something, but he was stopped by Qin Qiong. Because at this moment, Li Zishuan had no other choice. When I was living in seclusion in the mountains with my master, I even chewed on tree bark. What's a mere locust worth mentioning? Li Zishuan also knew that he had to eat the locust today. Otherwise, it would be a public slap to Li Er's face. Hence, he snorted coldly at Qiu Xinggong and bragged. Then, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The locust was stuffed into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up a few times and the wild locust was swallowed into his stomach. Resisting the urge to vomit, Li Zishuan looked at Qiu Xingong provocatively, but didn't say anything. However, today's grudge had been formed. Although Qiu Xingong was infamous in the history books, if he really provoked Li Zishuan would definitely not resign himself to death. For the sake of the people, His Majesty didn't care about the safety of his dragon body and swallowed the locusts. Not only will this move the people, it will also go down in history and become a role model for future emperors. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will definitely announce His Majesty's actions today to the world. Everyone will be able to feel His Majesty's care and at the same time, rally the people to work together to catch the locusts. After pausing for a while, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er. Hearing that Li Zishuan wanted to publish his actions of swallowing the locusts today, Li Er couldn't help but praise Li Zishuan in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face and said, swallowing the locusts today was just an act of righteous indignation after seeing the locusts harm the crops. It's not worth mentioning to the people. After saying that, Li Er saw that most of the civil and military officials had eaten the locusts. He waved his sleeves and said, today's afternoon court will end here. Officials, return to Chang and immediately and carry out your duties. You must mobilize the people in the affected areas to fight against the locusts and reduce the losses of the people. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials cupped their hands and accepted the order, then rode back to Chang. Li Zishuan lived in Lantian County and didn't have any errands in Chang, so he didn't leave with them. Instead, he planned to go directly to Wangjia village to see the process of the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminating the locusts. However, Li Er stopped him. Marquion, and follow me around. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and agreed. Where is the Sky Pheasant Brigade now? Li Er asked. Your Majesty, it's at Wangjia village to the west of Yunshan. Good. Then let's go to Wangjia village to take a look. Thus, the two of them walked toward Wangjia village, followed by dozens of imperial guards, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong and a group of generals. Because dealing with locusts was the expertise of the civil officials, these generals couldn't help much even if they went back. Half an hour later, this small group of people arrived at the edge of the farmland outside Wangjia village. What they saw were densely packed chickens, as well as the villagers and children who were driving the chickens. Coo 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 coo. From time to time, the children would make a special cooing sound. What was strange was that when the flock of chickens behind them heard this cooing sound, they would obediently follow the children. Then, they would flap their wings and excitedly rush into the farmland that was full of locusts. A flock of about 4,000 to 5,000 chickens only took a dozen breaths to clean up 1 mu of farmland. Then, under the command of the leading child, they would rush into another mu of farmland. This looked like a general commanding thousands of troops in battle. It was rather spectacular. This strange scene caused Li Er, Qing Yaojin, and the others to be dumbstruck. Xiao Xian, these children really know how to train chickens? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened and said in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. Previously in the imperial court, I did not boast to His Majesty and all the uncles. Niu Jinda asked, Xiao Xian, where did they learn to train chickens? Don't tell me they learned it from you? From Niu Jinda's point of view, Li Zishuan knew a lot of strange skills, so he made this guess. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Niu, how would I know these skills? To tell you the truth, last spring, I found a pair of siblings in the Han family manor who were reclusive. They spent their days with the chickens they reared at home. This pair of siblings were able to make the chickens listen to their every word. At that time, I had an idea and got all the children in the manor to learn this ability from them. If they learned it well and passed the test, they would be able to receive a reward. Now, all the children in the Han village and Plum village know how to train chickens. Chen Yaojin couldn't help but laugh and said, hee hee. Xiao Xian, you have a lot of ideas. If you didn't let these children learn this skill, even if you have 150,000 chickens now, you wouldn't be able to exterminate all the locusts in the village so quickly. Li Er nodded and said, Ji Jir is right. If not for these children, Marquion, and even if you have 150,000 chickens, You would only be a bunch of headless flies flying around. You wouldn't be able to perform so efficiently. What I'm thinking is, after all the locusts in Longtime County are exterminated, can your Sky Rooster Brigade be transferred to other counties to exterminate the locusts? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, even if your majesty didn't say it, I had the same idea. Not only that, Yanhuang College has already suspended classes. The students are now in various villages, mobilizing the villagers to drive away the chickens and go into the fields to kill the locusts. After all the locusts in Longtime County have been exterminated, I will immediately bring the Sky Rooster Brigade and the students of the academy to the neighboring affected counties. For you to have such thoughts, I am very pleased. Li Er nodded and said, Little Xian, the Cheng family still has more than 20,000 chickens. After all the locusts in the Cheng family's village are cleared tomorrow, this old man will send these chickens to Longtime County and send them to your Sky Rooster Brigade. Cheng Yaojin said. Old Cheng's family had more than 5,000 mu of fertile land. Even if the efficiency of exterminating the locusts was not as high as the Sky Rooster Brigade, one day was more than enough. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Uncle Cheng. Qin Qiong also said, Little Xian, the Qin family has about 15,000 chickens. When the time comes, they will also rush to your side. Yuchi Jingda said, The Yuchi family has 13,000. Niu Jinda said, The Niu family has 14,000. Li Jing said, This old man only has 8,000. When the time comes, I will send them all to you, Little Xian. These families had followed Li Zishuan back then, which was why they had raised so many chickens. Now that they saw that Li Zishuan had so many children who knew how to train chickens, they did not hesitate to send all the chickens they had raised over. When Li Zishuan heard this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked them one by one. After all, at this time, he would not complain about having too many chickens. Li Er pondered for a moment and said, There are about 30,000 chickens in the royal village. Tomorrow I will send someone to send them to you. Li Zishuan said happily, Thank you, your majesty. In this way, we can gather 220,000 chickens. When the time comes, I will borrow a portion of the chickens from the villagers in Longtime County. The Sky Rooster Brigade might have close to 300,000 chickens. The number has doubled, and the speed of exterminating the locusts will also double. Li Er sighed and said, It's my fault for not believing your prophecy back then. Otherwise, I would have created a Sky Rooster Brigade made up of 1,000,000 chickens. Now, we can quickly clean up the affected counties. After saying this, Li Er shook his head and left with a group of guards. Qin Qiong and the rest said a few words to Li Zishuan and followed Li Er. Cheng Yaojin purposely stayed a few steps behind and whispered to Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, you have to be careful of Qiu Xingong in the future. This old fellow is too utilitarian and only wants to show his loyalty in front of his majesty. Furthermore, this person is vicious and merciless. You have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, I don't usually have much interaction with him. Even if he wants to find trouble with me, he has nowhere to go. Cheng Yaojin shook his head and said, Xiao Xian, you are wrong. Have you forgotten that His Majesty had just appointed you as the Black Armored Army's registrar a few days ago? Li Zishuan felt strange and said, Uncle Cheng, of course, I have not forgotten. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong and quickly asked, Uncle Cheng, could it be that Qiu Xingong is also in the Black Armored Army? Cheng Yaojin sighed and nodded, That's right. Qiu Xingong and Duan Zhishuan can be considered as the first batch of generals in the Black Armored Army. However, Duan Zhishuan is more favored by His Majesty. Therefore, Duan Zhishuan is now the commander of the Black Armored Army while Qiu Xingong is only the deputy commander. Therefore, as the registrar, you will have to deal with Qiu Xingong in the future. Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought to himself that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He had not even reported to the Black Armored Army and he had already formed a grudge with the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army. How was he going to survive in the future? Uncle Cheng, is it too late for this little nephew to resign from this position? Li Zishuan said frantically. Qing Yaodin glared and said angrily, "Resign for what? Don't tell me you are afraid of that Qiu Xingong? Don't worry, I, old Cheng, have long disliked that old man. If he deliberately makes trouble for you, I will go to the black armored army to challenge him and take the opportunity to beat him up. Moreover, second brother Qin will not stand by and do nothing. Duan Jixuan and second brother Qin have a good relationship. As long as you don't take the initiative to make a mistake in the black armored army, Qiu Xingong will definitely not dare to touch you. Even if you make a mistake, second brother Qin and I will support you from behind." Li Zixuan heard this and could not help but feel touched. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Old Cheng patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed. "Hey, why are you saying such things when we are family? I heard that Xiao Xian's workshop has a type of car called an electric bicycle. When will you let me try it out?" Chapter 1474. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Zixuan went directly to the editorial department of the workshop. He told Ma Zhou the whole story of Ma Zhou swallowing the locusts and told him to publish it on the front page of the Datang Daily tomorrow. After that, Li Zixuan left the editorial department. Coincidentally, he met Li Tai. "Qingge, where are you going?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai carrying a package. "Yamacho? You've come to the workshop. I'm going to take the loudspeakers to help Iron Egg and Hugua command the Sky Chicken Brigade." Li Tai was also startled when he saw Li Zixuan. After he reacted, he quickly said, "Loudspeakers? Sky Chicken Brigade?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, "Qing, your idea is not bad. Using the loudspeaker to let Tai Dan, Hu Zhen, and the others command the Sky Chicken Brigade. Firstly, it saves a lot of effort. Secondly, it allows the sound to travel farther, and they can command more chickens. By the way, how many loudspeakers do we have in the workshop now?" Li Tai patted the package in his hand and said, "Yamacho, these loudspeakers were just made today. You took one away in the afternoon. Later, I asked the craftsman to make 3 more. So, there are only these 3 in my package." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Qingge, immediately ask the craftsman in the workshop to make a batch of loudspeakers for you. As for Iron Egg, you can't help much for the time being. It's estimated that the Sky Chicken Brigade will be able to clear all the locusts in Longtime County tomorrow. At that time, I will receive a batch of chickens from Duke E and Duke Lu. The scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade will increase dramatically. At that time, Hugua and Iron Egg will lead the Sky Chicken Brigade to the neighboring counties to clear the locusts. As for the workshop, it's best to make 60 loudspeakers before they set off the day after tomorrow." 60? Li Tai's eyes widened. If he had read Empresses in the Palace, he would definitely shout, "I can't do it." At this time, he frowned and said, "Yamacho, it's not easy to make these loudspeakers. In my opinion, the workshop can only make 30 loudspeakers a day. If you want 60, it's impossible." Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "The disaster is like a fire. I can wait, but the people who are suffering from the locusts can't wait. If they wait one more day, they may lose hundreds of pounds of food. The situation is urgent now. We can only ask the craftsmen in the workshop to work overtime to make a batch of loudspeakers during the day and at night." Li Tai was not a person who didn't know the importance of things. Hearing this, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay. I'll go and ask Faubert to transfer a batch of craftsmen to help make the loudspeakers." After that, he cupped his hands at Li Zixuan and went directly to Faubert's office with his bag. "Old Li made me eat the locusts raw. Now I'm asking his son to work overtime to make loudspeakers. Is this considered as taking revenge?" Looking at Li Tai's back as he left in a hurry, Li Zixuan pinched his chin. Suddenly, such a thought flashed through his mind. No, I'm a selfless person. Why would I do something as despicable as taking revenge? Everything I do is for the people of the world." Li Zixuan shook his head fiercely, and then whispered with a firm face, "Marquis, this afternoon, the Sky Pheasant Brigade cleared a total of 15 farms of locusts. In terms of speed, it's much faster than previously estimated." In the evening, Li Zixuan returned to the Marquis mansion in Longtime County. Not long after, county magistrate, he heard that Li Zixuan had returned to the county. He hurriedly paid a visit and reported on his work. In the study, the servants quietly left after serving tea and snacks. Only Li Zixuan and county magistrate he were in the room. Li Zixuan took a sip of the immortal tea but didn't swallow it. After returning home, he couldn't help but vomit for a long time when he thought of eating the locusts raw in the afternoon. At this moment, there was a strange taste in his mouth. He rinsed his mouth with the immortal tea and spat the tea into the spittoon. Li Zixuan said, "I've already heard about this from Uncle Hu before I came back. The Sky Pheasant Brigade's speed of eliminating the locusts is amazing, but compared to the number of provinces and counties affected by the locusts this time, it's still somewhat insufficient." County magistrate, he was a little puzzled. What does Marquis mean? Is the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts? Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, "You guessed right. This afternoon, His Majesty did ask me to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts after eliminating the locusts in Longtime County. I'm a Marquis of the Tang Empire and I'm receiving the country's salary. Naturally, I can't only care about Longtime County. Therefore, it's my duty to let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts." County magistrate, he was a civil official. When he was young, he also had the ambition to serve the country. Hearing this, he couldn't help but salute with a face full of admiration. "I admire Marquis's righteousness. My words carry little weight and I can't help Marquis, but after Marquis leaves, I'll definitely manage Longtime County well for Marquis and let Longtime County survive this locust disaster." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's for the best. There are two things that I need to emphasize to you again. First, the grain prices in Longtime County must not be messed up. If we encounter unscrupulous grain merchants who hoard and profit, we must not tolerate it. Based on the current situation, the impact of the locusts on Longtime County is still considered small. The losses are also much smaller than the other provinces and counties. Therefore, the grain prices are unlikely to rise greatly." County magistrate, he nodded in agreement. Marquis is right. At the current speed, we'll be able to eliminate the locusts in the county's farmland by tomorrow. Although it will affect this year's harvest, the grain yield will definitely not decrease by more than 20%. The grain merchants will have no reason to raise the grain prices. Speaking of this, county magistrate, he couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of Li Zixuan. Thinking back, if it wasn't for Li Zixuan rearing 150,000 chickens in the Han family manor and Plum Village, how could Longtime County become the first county in the Great Tang Empire to eliminate the locusts? Taking a step back, if Li Zixuan didn't give the entire Longtime County to Li Zixuan, then county magistrate, he would probably be having a headache because of the locusts. Li Zixuan smiled with gratification and then said seriously, "Second, after this Marquis leaves, if there are refugees from other provinces and counties who want to escape to Longtime County, you should first set aside a piece of land in the county for them to live in. Don't reject them at the door. Longtime County is currently repairing the roads and will be expanding the city in the future. Furthermore, the hydropower station and this Marquis workshop will require manpower. Our Longtime County still has too few people. Taking this opportunity to absorb a group of refugees to strengthen Longtime County is not a bad idea." County magistrate, he said in shock, "Our Longtime County already has a lot of people. Even in the entire Great Tang, it can be considered an above-average county. Also, you just said that you want to expand the county? How can this be done? The city is now more than enough for the citizens to live in." Li Zixuan looked at county magistrate he with disappointment and said, "It's enough for now, but it doesn't mean it will be enough for the future. This Marquis doesn't intend to let Longtime County remain as an average county. Now, the city is moving the power lines. Once the power lines are connected and the hydropower station is able to provide electricity to Longtime County, there will be electric lights. Even at night, Longtime County will be as bright as day. At that time, this Marquis intends to completely abolish Longtime County's curfew policy and let Longtime County become the first city in Great Tang that never sleeps. At that time, it will definitely attract merchants from all over to Longtime County. Rather than expanding it at that time, it's better to make plans early. County magistrate, he was stunned by Li Zishuan's description of the future of Lantian County. After a moment of silence, he said, "Marquis has great foresight. This official admires you." Li Zishuan took another sip of the celestial tea and waved his hand. "Alright, stop flattering me. Sometimes, natural disasters aren't scary, but man-made disasters are. Especially the Marquis of the Acripoid Kingdom, it's easy for people with ulterior motives to mislead the public. You must be careful in this aspect. This time, this Marquis will bring a telegraph machine. If you have any urgent matters, you can directly look for Qin Ke and let him send a message to this Marquis. This Marquis will rush back." Li Zishuan had a vague premonition that something big would happen in Lantian County or Chang'an City soon. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to leave Lantian County at this time. However, he couldn't let the Han Family Manor's children and Yanhuang College's students go to other counties for disaster relief because of this unwarranted premonition. Thus, he could only choose to go personally. For safety's sake, he planned to bring a telegraph machine with him. It had to be said that the telegraph machine in the workshop had been greatly improved compared to before. With the addition of a radio frequency amplifier circuit and a diode current detector, its ability to send and receive telegrams had increased by more than a few times. Although it was still a distance away from Li Zishuan's goal of 1,000 miles communication, there was no problem for it to send and receive telegrams over a few hundred miles. Furthermore, with the lead-acid battery, the telegraph machine's endurance was greatly guaranteed. There was no need to worry about it running out of battery halfway through sending a telegram. This official obeys. Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, county magistrate, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan. "Alright, this Marquis has told you everything that needs to be told. You can go back and do your work." Li Zishuan saw that the sky was getting dark, so he held a cup of tea and sent him off. This official will take his leave. County magistrate, he cupped his hands and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the study. After asking the servant girl about Han Yushi's whereabouts, Li Zishuan went directly to the side room in the west courtyard. "Wife, why are you helping your husband pack his luggage so early in the morning?" In the afternoon, the overwhelming number of locusts had passed through, and the elders in the family had all seen it. After Li Zishuan returned home, he told his family that he was going to take the Sky Chicken Brigade to another county to exterminate the locusts. Although Madame Li was reluctant, she couldn't object when she heard Li Zishuan say that it was Li Er's idea. As for Li Jingma and Yi Guozhong, they were very supportive of Li Zishuan going to another county to exterminate the locusts. Both of them believed in the cycle of cause and effect. They believed that the more good deeds Li Zishuan did, the more blessings he would receive. After arriving at the bedroom, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi helping him tidy up his clothes. Han Yushi replied as she folded his clothes, "Although my husband is leaving in the morning the day after tomorrow, I'm afraid that I will leave something behind, so I can only tidy up a little in advance." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. "Your husband is going out to help with the disaster, not to play. I only need to bring 2 sets of clothes to change into. Why do you have to trouble yourself, my wife?" Han Yushi turned around and stared at Li Zishuan with an expression. "You are my husband. I hope that no matter where you go, you won't suffer." "Husband, are you sure you can't bring me along this time?" Li Zishuan walked over and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He sighed and said, "I can't. If my wife is unwilling to suffer for my husband, then I can't bear to let my wife suffer. You just stay at home obediently. Your husband won't leave for long and will be back soon." Han Yushi made a soft sound and then said, "I will help my husband take care of the Warm Tang Foundation. If my husband is unable to handle the locusts in the Guangzhong area, the Warm Tang Foundation can also provide some support to my husband." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Hey, your husband had really forgotten about this. My wife's reminder is great. How about this? If the state or county is severely damaged, we can use the Warm Tang Foundation to send a batch of resources to help." Hearing that Li Zishuan finally acknowledged her efforts, Han Yushi nodded happily and said, Don't worry, my husband. The Warm Tang Foundation will be able to help at any time. Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, all right, let's go and eat. Otherwise, father and mother will send someone over to call for us. The next day, early morning. Today's Datang Daily's headline, The Emperor Swallowed Locusts Alive. The words of the locust god, how absurd, made the people who had been suffering from the locusts suddenly feel excited, and their fighting spirit soared. Oh my God! His Majesty is leading the officials to swallow locusts alive? The people have sinned. I am the only one. You have a spirit, but you should not erode my heart and harm the people. Otherwise, I would rather eat my lungs and intestines. Ooh! His Majesty's precious body is swallowing locusts alive to control the locusts. What do we have to be afraid of? Let's go. When I return, I will go catch locusts as well. There is no locust god in this world. I believe in His Majesty. His Majesty is the true God who will save us. If anyone dares to mention the locust god again, I will fight them. The locusts have harmed us and starved us. What kind of locust god is he? When I return, I will bring the 4 children at home to catch locusts. Yes. Let's catch locusts together. We can protect the crops and sell them to the government for money. Let's catch locusts together. His Majesty is wise. His Majesty is wise. When the people saw the content of the headline, they burst into tears. Living in such an era of virtuous emperors, the people were undoubtedly blessed, especially those who had experienced the chaos of the northern and southern dynasties. When they heard that Li Zishuan had personally swallowed locusts to encourage the people to go catch locusts, the old people fell to their knees in front of the palace with tears streaming down their faces. They chanted, His Majesty is wise. They were so moved that their bodies trembled. This was the saint who was worthy of the people's loyalty to their deaths. On this day, the heavens and earth seemed to be moved, because it rained. The rain fell on Chang, and the world was stained with tears. Chapter 1475. Regardless of whether Li Ershing's original intention of swallowing the locusts was for show, one thing was undeniable. The positive effects of swallowing the locusts alive were irreplaceable by any other method. The 15 villages in Longtime County were completely cleared of the locusts yesterday. And it is estimated that the remaining villages in Longtime County will also be cleared of the locusts today. How is this possible? It's true. The Marquis of Yong used 150,000 chickens to form the Sky Chicken Brigade, and the children from the Han Village and Plum Village are all proficient in training chickens. Yesterday, those children led the Sky Chicken Brigade from the Han Village and Plum Village all the way north. They used more than 4 hours to clear out the locusts in 15 villages. At this speed, they will definitely be able to clear out all the locusts in Longtime County today. Yes. It's true. My cousin is from the Wang village in Longtime County. Yesterday, the Sky Chicken Brigade indeed went to their village. Now, there are basically no more locusts in the fields. Hiss. So using chickens to kill locusts is really a reliable method? Of course. Look at this news. Didn't the Marquis of Yong say that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day? 20 chickens can more or less guarantee that there are no locusts in 1 mu of land. Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade had 150,000 chickens that day. Logically speaking, they should be able to clear out all the locusts in Longtime County in 2 days. 150,000. How did the Marquis of Yong raise so many chickens? Do you know who first proposed the policy of reducing taxes for raising chickens last year? It was the Marquis of Yong. He first implemented it in the Han Village and Plum Village, but the Marquis of Yong is kind and gave out free chicken seedlings to the villagers. Not only can the villagers reduce their rent by raising chickens, but the eggs that the chickens lay also belong to the villagers. I heard that in just 1 year, the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village earned dozens of strings of coins just by selling eggs. So much? No wonder the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village built new houses. But my brother-in-law is also from Longtime County. Why didn't he receive such treatment? Hey! Your brother-in-law should be from another village in Longtime County, right? One had to know that the Han family village and the Plum village were the first villages to be incorporated into Marquis' fief. How could their treatment be the same? However, now that the entire Longtime County belongs to the Marquis of Yong, and the disparity between the various villages will definitely become smaller and smaller. I heard that Marquis is now getting people to pull wires into Longtime County. The people of Longtime County are getting more and more fortunate. Sigh. That's right. I heard that the electric light is very bright. It's dozens of times brighter than a candle. Do you think Marquis knew in advance that there would be a locust plague this year? Otherwise, why would he buy so many chickens in advance? When the commoners saw the news about Longtime County's locust eradication, they could not help but discuss it. However, it was unknown who said that Li Zishuan might have predicted this year's locust plague. The others could not help but look at each other. They all had the same guess. Have you all forgotten? Marquis is the son of a deity. Even if he predicted this year's locust plague, what's so strange about that? That's right, that's right. I heard that the government's policy of reducing taxes on raising chickens last year was all pushed by Marquis. If that's the case, Marquis is our great benefactor. His Majesty is an ancient sage. Marquis must have been sent by the heavens to assist His Majesty. That's right, that's right. Our days will definitely get better and better. Li Zishuan had never thought of letting the commoners know that he had mentioned the locust plague prophecy to the government last year. However, he did not expect that with all the coincidences, some of the commoners had guessed it themselves. Moreover, the results of their guesses were very close to the truth. Did you see that? Tomorrow, Marquis will bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to the neighboring counties to eradicate the locusts. What are we waiting for? Let's go home and prepare first. Yes. Let's go home and catch the locusts. The locusts we catch now can be sold for some money. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade comes, we won't be able to catch any more locusts. Look at you, Zhao Ergu. Are you speaking human language? Do you think that the locusts will be eradicated too quickly? When the time comes, can't you just not let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to your fields? That won't do. How can locusts be more expensive than grain? Without grain, our families will have to starve. As the government of each county was purchasing locusts, the commoners were actually feeling a little conflicted. If the locusts were eradicated too quickly, they would not be able to catch locusts and sell them for money. However, if the locusts were eradicated too slowly, the crops in the fields would all be destroyed. However, most of the people still knew what was important. Compared to the small amount of money they could make from selling the locusts, the crops in the fields were undoubtedly more important. Now that they knew that the Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to cross counties to eradicate the locusts, the commoners from other counties quickly rushed back home and called on everyone at home to capture the locusts before the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived. In this way, they could not only make a small fortune, but also quickly eradicate the locusts and reduce the loss of crops. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's combination of taking down the locusts and Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade crossing counties to eradicate the locusts was really a beautiful combination. It instantly ignited the hope of the commoners who were originally in a state of despair due to the locust plague. They joined the team to eradicate the locusts and save themselves with high morale. Mr. Zhang San, this is the sea map to the North American continent. I have marked some of the small islands that can provide supplies for the fleet. The location of some of the islands may not be very accurate, but the general direction is definitely correct. The people living in the North American continent are a group of uncivilized people. I call them the Indians. They are the natives of the North American continent. They do not have a unified dynasty like the Tang Empire. At this time, they should still be living in a tribal way. Mr. Zhang San, if the people you bring really reach the North American continent, remember not to kill the innocent at the beginning. After all, compared to the entire Indian community, your people are still too small. You have to win their trust first, strive for their help, and gain a firm foothold in the area. In the morning, after Li Zishuan had breakfast, he brought a package to Yanhuang College and found the bearded man. At this time, the bearded man was tasting wine with Li Zishuan. Li Zixuan did not avoid Wang Ji and directly told the bearded man the purpose of his visit. A complicated expression flashed across the bearded man's face. He put down the wineglass and took the sea map that he had been longing for from Li Zixuan. But strangely, at this time, he did not have the intention to open it and take a look. Perhaps he was reluctant to part with it. Sighing, the bearded man clasped his fist at Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho." He was not a wishy-washy person. Even if he had thousands of words in his heart, he was not willing to be wishy-washy and long-winded. All his feelings were expressed in these 4 words, "Thank you, Yamacho." Wang Ji, who was sitting at the side, was a little surprised. He looked at the bearded man and said in astonishment, "Mr. Zhang San, you're leaving the college?" The bearded man looked at his drinking buddy who had accompanied him for nearly a year. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he laughed heartily and said, "Ha! There's no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Although the wine in the college is good and the people are good, the vast sea is what I, Zhang Zhongjian, yearn for. The next time I step foot on Tang Dynasty soil, I'll definitely find you, old Wang, and drink for 3 days and 3 nights until we're drunk." Wang Ji's face revealed a trace of sadness. He sighed and said, "Since Zhongjian likes sailing and adventuring, then go. A person's life is only a short few decades. To be able to do something you like, this kind of life is the most exciting. But with Zhongjian gone, this old man will have one less drinking buddy. No matter how fragrant the immortal drunken wine is, I'm afraid it can only intoxicate the person but not the hearts. Ha, Yamacho, Zhongjian, you guys chat. I'll take a walk around the workshop." After saying that, Wang Ji shook his head and walked away. Looking at his hunched back, he seemed to have aged a little. Mr. Wang has a proud and aloof personality. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can make him a confidant. Does Mr. Zhang San still insist on leaving? Li Zixuan paused for a moment and suddenly said. The bearded man said faintly, "Since we're confidants, why should we care about distance? Besides, Tang Dynasty is flourishing with each passing day. With a wise ruler like Li Shimin and a virtuous minister like you, Yamacho, this old man can't imagine what Tang Dynasty will be like 10 years later. Maybe when this old man can't survive overseas, I'll return to the college dejectedly and beg Yamacho for food and old Wang for wine." Probably only the bearded man had the guts to call Second Master Li by his name in Tang Dynasty. Li Zixuan said sincerely, "As long as Mr. Zhang San is willing, the doors of Yanhuang College will always be open for you." The bearded man's eyes flickered, then he sighed and said, "This year in the college has been the most relaxing year of this old man's life. There's no scheming, no hard work in martial arts, no bloodshed, and no fighting for hegemony. I've only taught a group of students, accepted a disappointing disciple, and had a drinking contest with old Wang. It's really enjoyable." Hearing the words "accepted a disappointing disciple," Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. Back then, the bearded man wanted to train Cheng Chumo, so he accepted him as his personal disciple and taught him martial arts. However, Cheng Chumo's innate ambition was not to learn martial arts. Every time, he would use studying and preparing for exams to avoid the bearded man's training. The bearded man was not only Cheng Chumo's master, but also a teacher of the college. There was no reason for him to stop Cheng Chumo from learning the college's curriculum. Therefore, after a year, Cheng Chumo's martial arts did not improve much. The bearded man did not have any intention of laughing. Instead, his gaze became somewhat resolute and he continued. "The comfortable days have passed, and I've enjoyed what I wanted. Next, this old man will go back to the original days of being blown by wind and waves and licking blood from blades. With Yamacho's sea map, this old man can move unhindered on the sea. I, Zhang Zhongjian, want to see how high the sky is and how big the earth is." Facing such a heroic bearded man, Li Zixuan could not help but feel his heart waver. After a moment of hesitation, Li Zixuan took out a small booklet from his bag and said, "The North American continent is rich in land and minerals. I have a few plants here that I need Mr. Zhang San's help to bring back. Their appearance and growth habits are all recorded in this booklet. There are 2 things that are especially important. Mr. Zhang San, Please send people to find them and send them back to Great Tang no matter what. The first thing I call a potato. Its body is yellow and perfectly round. The first leaf is a single leaf and is complete. As the plant grows, it will gradually form feathery compound leaves. The underground tuber is round, oval-shaped, oval, and so on. It has bud eyes and red, yellow, white, or purple skin. The yield of this thing is extremely high, more than 1,000 caddies per mu. It can be used to cook, and during times of famine, it can also be used as food to allay hunger. The bearded man said in surprise, 8,000 caddies per mu? There's such a treasure in this world? One had to know that the grain crops of this era, such as rice and wheat, only had a yield of about 100 caddies per mu. If the harvest was not good, it would not be surprising to have a yield of several dozen caddies per mu. Thus, when the bearded man heard that a potato could produce 1,000 caddies per mu, he immediately felt that it was inconceivable. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "There's only more, not less. More importantly, potatoes are more drought-resistant than rice and wheat. Thus, Mr. Zhang San, please bring back potatoes. There's also another crop, I call it corn. This thing is also very drought-resistant. It can produce at least 300 to 400 caddies per mu. The plant is tall, the leaves are flat and wide, and the carpels are spherical or oblate. After ripening, the carpels and carpels will be exposed. I've already drawn out its specific appearance. When the time comes, Mr. Zhang San can have people follow the map and search for it." With the potato from before, the bearded man was no longer surprised by the corn. He took the small booklet from Li Zishuan's hands, then cupped his fists and said, "Yamacho has given me such a detailed map. It's just a few seeds. As long as I can find them, I'll definitely send someone to deliver them to Yamacho." Staying in the academy for a year and finding a few plants for Li Zishuan was originally the condition that the bearded man had promised Li Zishuan. There was nothing to dispute. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Other than potatoes and corn, there are other crops that are recorded in this booklet. If you can find them, that would be the best. If you can't, it's also fine." The bearded man nodded and said, "I'll definitely do my best." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Actually, if Mr. Zhang San can wait for another half a year, I might be able to help you build a bigger and better ship for your voyage. The risk will definitely be much lower." The bearded man waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Yamacho. However, this is the best season to go out to sea. In a few more months, the fleet might encounter wind, waves, rain, and snow on the way. Besides, the ships we have now are enough. If we really encounter a storm at sea, no matter how big the ship is, it won't be able to withstand it." Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Since Mr. Zhang San insists on leaving, I won't stop you. I'll be going to another county tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be back. Mr. Zhang San can leave on your own after everything is ready. As for the compasses needed for the voyage, Mr. Zhang San can ask Mr. Wang for a batch. However, you must be careful not to let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." The bearded man said happily, "Yamacho, don't worry. I'll definitely not let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." N. Chapter 1476. Sigh. It's time to go. It's been almost a year since I came to Yanhuang College. Although the academy is good, it can't hold me, Zhang Zhongjin. If I was born 20 years later, maybe? Forget it, forget it. It's time to go. Otherwise, some people won't feel at ease. It's just a pity that I couldn't break through to the great Grandmaster realm in the academy. Yanhuang College. Looking at Li Zishuan's back, the bearded man had a complicated expression. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. His sentence, "Although the academy is good, it can't hold me, Zhang Zhongjin," wasn't because Yanhuang College didn't treat him well. It was because he had once fought with Li Er for the throne. He was a man with a fierce tiger in his heart. Staying in the Tang dynasty for a long time would only arouse Li Er's suspicion. It was precisely because he had feelings for the academy that he chose to leave. He didn't want to implicate the academy. In addition, last year, the reason why the bearded man agreed to Li Zishuan's conditions and chose to stay in the academy was not only to ask for the sea map, but more importantly, He had seen the magic of Taiji Fist. He wanted to use Taiji Fist to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. However, after a year of enlightenment, it turned out that he was thinking too much. Breaking through to the next realm wasn't something that everyone could do like Li Zishuan, where breaking through to the next realm was a common occurrence. Especially the Great Grandmaster realm of martial arts. Although he felt regretful, the bearded man had to leave. It was already June. If he didn't leave now, he would have to wait until next year. No one would choose to go out to sea in winter. Aunt Lu, remember to boil some ginger soup for the children. Also, I got a prescription from Dr. Sun that's specifically used to moisten the throat. I've sent the herbs over to you. Boil a pot and send it over to the children later. After leaving the academy, Li Zishuan's mood was a little complicated. After thinking about it, he sent someone to grab a batch of herbs and went straight to the Han family manor. As the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village were controlling the flocks of chickens to exterminate the locusts in other villages, if they came back for lunch, it would waste a lot of time. At this critical juncture, time was of the essence to the people who were suffering from the plague of locusts. Therefore, Li Zishuan arranged for the women of the Han family manor and Plum Village to prepare lunch for the children and deliver it to them. Anyway, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Back when Yanhuang College was being built, the food for more than 20,000 craftsmen and commoners on the mountain was prepared by the elderly, women, and children of the Han Village and Plum Village. Lu Yu beamed with joy and said, "Young master, you're so considerate. The children in the farmstead are used to being wild. Why would they need throat-soothing soup?" Now, the entire Lantian County relied on the Sky Pheasant Brigade and the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village. As the mother of Hugueji and Hugueji, the two originators of the chicken training technique, Lu Yu had been enjoying a lot of glory recently. She was respected everywhere she went. This greatly satisfied Lu Yu's vanity. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The children have been roaring for half a day to train the chickens. Their throats must be smoking. How can they not drink some throat-soothing soup? They still have to follow me to another county tomorrow. I say, Aunt Lu, Hugueji is still so young. Are you okay with him going to another county?" Lu Yu said, "With young master by their side, what's there to be worried about? Not only am I not worried, but the people in our two farmsteads are also not worried. Young master, please take a seat first. I'll go boil some throat-soothing soup for the children now." "But, Aunt Lu, go ahead." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, the fragrance of meat and rice floated in the air. In order to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts, the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village had to run all over the place all day long. They also had to squawk non-stop. It was very tiring. Li Zishuan naturally would not treat them poorly in terms of food. Not only did he have the fattest and most tender pork, he also had watermelon that helped to cool down the heat. Furthermore, all these expenses were paid by Li Zishuan himself. He could not possibly let the children put in the effort and let their parents pay for the meals, right? Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy this time. Otherwise, even if the crops in the field were not completely destroyed by the locusts, they would have collapsed on the ground and sprouted. Looking up at the sky, Li Zishuan muttered to himself. This morning's rain was at most a drizzle. Li Zishuan, who was born in the countryside in his previous life, knew that during the summer and autumn harvests, the farmers did not want to see rain the most. This was because rain would cause the crops to sprout and not sell for a good price. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's family had a few rainstorms during the summer harvest, causing the crops to sprout. In the end, they did not even get back their capital after working hard for half a year to grow the crops. Therefore, no matter which era it was, the commoners were the most pitiful. They completely depended on the heavens for their livelihood. If the heavens gave them food, then they could live. If the heavens did not give them food, then no one could save them. "Young master, the children's lunch is ready. Wait here, I'll go and cook a few good dishes for you." Half an hour later, Lu Yue walked over and said to Li Zishuan with a smile. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "I'm not cooking anymore. I'm not cooking anymore. I'll eat with the children. They're all dishes cooked by Aunt Lu. There's no difference. I'll definitely eat them all." Although he liked to enjoy life in peace, it did not mean that he could not endure hardships and eat from a big pot of rice. Li Zishuan was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the rich young master. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan was a rising official in the imperial court with a bright future? Therefore, when Lu Yue heard Li Zishuan's praise, she immediately smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. She hurriedly said, "Okay, then, young master, I'll go and get Yuelan, Qinji, and the others to bring the villagers to deliver food to them." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll go first and wait for Aunt Lu and the others at Liujia village." The Sky Pheasant Brigade had already exterminated the locusts to Liujia village. More than half of the locusts in Longtime County had been exterminated. At this speed, they could completely exterminate all the locusts in the county before nightfall. After bidding farewell to Lu Yue, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and a few other personal guards to Liujia village. From time to time, they would meet some commoners from other villages. When the commoners saw Li Zishuan, they naturally thanked him profusely. All of them wanted to kneel and kowtow to Li Zishuan because Li Zishuan had helped everyone in Longtime County save their crops. This was a life-saving grace. Li Zishuan never liked people kneeling to him. He always felt that it was weird. Therefore, the commoners who wanted to kneel to him did not manage to do so. Instead, he had to spend a lot of effort to comfort them. "Young master, you're here." In less than half an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the outskirts of Liujia village. On the ridge of the field, Hu Hanyun saw Li Zishuan coming from afar. Therefore, he quickly went up to him and said, "Uncle Hu, let the children stop and rest. Aunt Lu and the others will send the food over in a while." Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said with a grin, "Young master, how could we trouble you to personally inform us of such a small matter?" Seeing Li Zishuan frown, old Hu, who knew Li Zishuan's temper, quickly said, "Hey, young master, I won't say any more. I'll tell the children to control the chickens to rest and then prepare to eat." Not long after, the chickens in the surrounding fields were all, obediently, strolling in the fields. If they encountered locusts, they would casually peck the locusts as a side dish. The children all sat beside the fields where the chickens under their jurisdiction were, waiting for the food to be delivered to them. It was not that they were lazy, but if they left, the chickens in the fields might get lost, so they had to look after them from the side. After a quarter of an hour, the food delivery team brought by Lu Yue finally arrived. The children smelled the aroma of the rice and meat, and then saw the round watermelons on the ox cart. Suddenly, there was a huge burst of cheers. All of them said that their hard work for half a day was completely worth it. Watermelons originated from ancient Egypt. Later, they gradually moved north. First, they spread from the Mediterranean coast to northern Europe, then south to the Middle East, India, and other places. In the 4th or 5th century, they spread from the western regions to China via the Silk Road. Therefore, they were called watermelons. However, when watermelons were first introduced to China, they were mainly distributed in the Xinjiang region. When they really spread to the mainland on a large scale, it was around the end of the Tang dynasty or the Five Dynasties. Now, there were very few watermelons on the market, and the price was correspondingly more expensive. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. After a year of development in the Han family manor and Plum Village, although the villagers' lives had been greatly improved, none of the villagers were willing to buy watermelons for their children to eat. Therefore, when these children saw the 2 carts of watermelons, they were so hungry that their mouths were watering. Everyone, 2 spoonfuls of stewed meat, a big bowl of rice, 2 pieces of watermelons, a bowl of ginger soup, and a bowl of throat-soothing soup. "Don't waste it or I'll beat you up." Lu Yue pushed a cart and walked to the edge of the field to load the children's food. Then she said fiercely, "Auntie Lu, don't worry. I definitely won't waste it." No, why is there throat-soothing soup? I don't want to drink medicine." A 12-year-old child could not help but cry out. Lu Yue said with a straight face, "If you don't drink throat-soothing soup, don't think of eating meat or watermelons." No. I'll drink. The child immediately admitted defeat. What a joke. This was the first time in his life that he had the chance to eat watermelon. How could he miss it? Not to mention throat-soothing soup, he even dared to drink medicine that tasted even worse. Maid Zhuang, you little bastard. Hu Han-yun, who was not far away, could not help but laugh and scold him. Li Zishuan could not help but smile. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. This was because at the entrance of the Liujia village not far away, a group of villagers was walking out of the village. Each of them was carrying a bamboo basket in their hands. Magi, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. How can we let the Han family manor prepare lunch for the children? The group of villagers walked closer and saw that the children were all holding bowls of rice and eating happily. The leader of the group, a white-haired old man, quickly walked in front of Li Zishuan and exclaimed in surprise. Li Zishuan looked at the basket in the old man's hands. It was filled with food. He could not help but laugh and said, Lu Lijing, these children are not only helping you exterminate the locusts, they are also helping me exterminate the locusts. How can I not give them food? This year, the county was hit by a plague of locusts. Although the locusts were exterminated quickly, the food supply will definitely decrease. Lu Lijing, please let the villagers take the food back and eat it themselves. Lu Mang, who was behind Lu Lijing, shouted, Marquis, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. If we don't even give them a meal, how can we justify it? Besides, we made so much food that we can't even finish it ourselves. If we take it back, it will probably spoil by tomorrow. That's right. This is more or less a token of appreciation from the villagers. Please accept it. That's right. My wife boiled chicken soup for 4 hours. Please let the children have a taste. My family stewed egg soup. My family stewed rabbit soup. Li Zishuan also felt that Lu Mang's words were reasonable. Seeing that the villagers of Liujia village were full of enthusiasm and sincerity, Li Zishuan felt that it was even more difficult to refuse. Thus, good. Then the villagers will leave the food behind. This marquis will have people distribute it to the children. Lu quickly, distribute the food brought by the villagers of Liujia village. Tell the children not to waste it. Eat as much as they can. After eating, they still have work to do in the afternoon. They still want to eat? The naughty children who were sitting on the ridge of the fields were immediately stunned when they heard Li Zishuan's shout. For the first time, they felt the pain of eating too much food. Marquis, this old man has a presumptuous request. After all the food brought by the villagers had been distributed, Lu Lijing cupped his fist and said to Li Zishuan, Lu Lijing, please speak. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Lu Lijing wiped his sweat and said, Marty, this old man heard that you will be leading the Sky Chicken Brigade to other places tomorrow to exterminate locusts. Although the number of chickens raised by Liujia village last year was not as many as those raised by Hanjia village and Plum village, there are still about 1,800 chickens. The villagers' intention is that when the time comes, all the chickens in the village will be transferred to Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade. This way, they can more or less help you a little. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but smile. Lu Lijing, even if you don't say it, the officials from the county government will enter the village and ask if the villagers are willing to lend their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade. This marquis is very gratified that the villagers are so considerate and willing to send their chickens over. Please let the villagers tie the names of the heads of their families on the drumsticks of their chickens. When the time comes, there will definitely be no one missing. Even if there is one missing, this marquis will compensate you. According to Li Zishuan's estimation, the number of chickens collected from the other villages in Lantian County was about 70 to 80,000. In addition to the support from Li Er, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin and the others, there would be at least 300,000 chickens. This way, the speed of exterminating locusts would be doubled. Lu Lijing waved his hand and said, Marquis, what are you talking about? Even if a few chickens were accidentally lost, the villagers do not need you to compensate. The Sky Chicken Brigade saved the crops of the entire village. This is not something that can be exchanged with any number of chickens. When Lu Lijing's voice fell, the villagers, led by Lu Mang, immediately began to talk at once. Yes. We don't need Marquis to compensate. Marquis needs chickens. I will go back home and rush them to Marquis. Yes, yes, yes. Even if we lose them, we don't need Marquis to compensate. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What a group of simple and honest villagers. If you treat them well, they are willing to give you everything they have in return. Chapter 1477. Li Zishuan asked Lu Yi to prepare a bowl of rice and ate the steamed egg soup that the villagers of Liujia village sent over. Little brats love to eat fatty meat, so Lu Yui's meat soup was mostly fatty meat. However, he didn't like to eat fatty meat, so he could only eat steamed egg soup. This made Lu Yi vexed, thinking that she should have prepared some vegetarian dishes for Li Zishuan. Sure enough, Denyo, Ernyo, are you guys tired? While eating, Li Zishuan asked Hu Zhen, Denyo, and Ernyo who were not far from him. Hu Zhen quickly swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, "Young master, I'm not tired. I'm very happy to be able to help others." This child and his sister Hu Zhen were both kind-hearted. Even though many people mocked him for being a fool, he never minded it. A kind-hearted person would be rewarded with good fortune. Right now, old Hu's family was happy, which was the best proof of this sentence. Denyo also grinned and said, "Young master, we're not tired. Now, the adults of Lantian County no longer call us naughty little bastards. There are even many uncles and aunts who give us eggs to eat." Saying this, Denyo's face was filled with pride. Li Zishuan understood that this was the joy of being recognized by others. Old Hu couldn't help but slap the back of Denyo's head and scolded jokingly, "You little bastard, who calls themselves a little bastard? If your father heard this, he would beat you to death." Denyo rubbed the back of his head and said with a face full of grievance, "Ah, Uncle Hu, didn't you also call me a little bastard? Why can't I call you that?" Li Zishuan heard this and almost spat out the rice in his mouth. Hu Hanyun's face darkened and wanted to slap Denyo again. This time, Denyo learned his lesson. He turned around and got up from the ground and ran away like a wisp of smoke. "Uncle Hu, don't hit my head all the time. My mother said that if you hit my head too much, I'll become stupid." Denyo hugged his rice bowl and shouted at old Hu. Hu Hanyun couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Young master, look at this little bastard, he's so tough. It's all thanks to you, young master, for letting them do something proper. Otherwise, they would be stealing melons and stealing birds' eggs again." Looking at these energetic children, Li Zishuan felt as if he was looking at his own childhood. Speaking of which, he was also very naughty when he was young. It's better to be thick-skinned. If you don't misbehave when you're young, you won't have the chance to do so when you grow up. Hearing Li Zishuan's deep tone, Hu Hanyun secretly guessed that Li Zishuan was most likely thinking of his childhood at Mount Longhu. Therefore, he didn't know what to say at the moment and could only eat silently. However, children could not feel the troubles of the adult world. After a while, Ernyo raised his head and asked, "Young master, I heard from my mother that we are going to take these chickens to another county tomorrow. Is it true?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, "It's true." "What? Ernyo, you don't want to go?" "I want to go even in my dreams." Ernyo suddenly became excited. It was likely that this brat had never been to a place outside of Lantian County before. However, his face immediately darkened. He scratched his head and stammered, "But young master, the other county is so far away. My brother and I don't know how to ride horses. What should we do?" "You little bastard, you're still dreaming. Who said that we have to ride horses to another county? Where will young master get so many horses for you? Use your feet to walk over." Hearing this, old Hu slapped the back of Ernyo's head in annoyance. "Uncle Hu, I was wrong." Ernyo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Uncle Hu, don't say that." Li Zishuan stopped Hu Hanyun and said, "We don't know how many counties we have to go to this time, nor do we know how many miles we have to walk. It's definitely not possible to walk with our feet. Firstly, it will tire the children out. Secondly, it will affect the speed of eliminating locusts. However, some children are still young and don't know how to ride horses. In addition, the horses need someone to take care of them on the road. It will be very troublesome. Therefore, I plan to let the children ride bicycles and go to another county with me." At this point, he looked at Ernyo and said with a smile, Ernyo, hurry up and eliminate the locusts. After all the fields in Lantian County are cleaned up, I will immediately give each of you a bicycle. Take advantage of the time to learn how to ride a bicycle before the sky turns dark. Tomorrow morning, we will ride and set off. Young master, you want to give us bicycles? That's great. I'll tell my brother and the others now. When Ernyo heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground happily. What's so good about it? You little bastard, scram to the side. Ernyo was happy, but Old Hu was unhappy. Therefore, Ernyo received another slap on the back of his head. This brat looked at Hu Hanyun with grievance and then left dejectedly. Uncle Hu, what are you doing? Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Old Hu said earnestly, Young master, you can't spoil this group of little bastards. A bicycle is not cheap. It costs a few hundred. If you give one to each person, you will have to give more than 100 bicycles. It's too wasteful. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, they are all things produced by the workshop. The cost is not much. Moreover, you also know that many children in the Han family village and Plum village don't know how to ride horses. In comparison, learning to ride a bicycle is easier than learning to ride a horse. Therefore, if we want to eliminate the locusts in other counties as soon as possible, using bicycles as a means of transportation is the best choice. Although Old Hu understood that Li Zishuan's words made sense, he still found it hard to accept. Young master, this is too wasteful. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted. Uncle Hu, you don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind. This matter is settled. As for the workshop, I have already asked people to prepare the bicycles. Also, other than the bicycles, I have also prepared something good for the children. At the end, Li Zishuan could not help but smile mysteriously. Hu Hanyun was speechless and could only stop trying to persuade him. Oh, that's right. Uncle Hu, you should also learn how to ride a bicycle later. This time, you will come with me. As for the Han family village, I will temporarily let Second Master Lu handle it. Suddenly, Li Zishuan added. What? Young master, I will go too? No. Young master. Even if I Old Hu want to go, I will just ride an old horse. You don't have to waste it. Old Hu was stunned for a moment before he waved his hand and said, A bicycle cost a few hundred strings of coins. Even if Li Zishuan did not feel the pinch, he felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. Uncle Hu, you don't have to decline. It's just a bicycle. Moreover, you have done so much for me. It is only right for me to give you a bicycle. Don't worry, the bicycle in the workshop is very easy to ride. It is not tiring at all. When the time comes, you can ride the bicycle and bring the children to exterminate the locusts. I will ask the local government to cooperate with us. Li Zishuan smiled. In the end, he just wanted to give a wave of benefits to the children in the two villages. After all, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had been exterminating locusts all over the world. In the end, the one who gained the reputation was himself, Li Zishuan. He could not let the others work for nothing, right? Bicycle with variable speed? Young master, you can't do that. Absolutely not. A normal bicycle is enough. Hu Hanyun was shocked. He had heard that a bicycle with variable speed was not only sold for more than 1,000 strings of coins, but it was also a priceless item. In the dark, some rich people were even willing to pay 2,000 strings of coins for one but could not get it. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would give him and the children the first generation of bicycles. Therefore, Hu Hanyun was completely shocked. Uncle Hu, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. I still have something to do at the workshop, so I will leave first. When the locusts are exterminated in the afternoon, let the children gather back in the village. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said something. Then he turned around and left. Young master. Hu Hanyun did not know what to say. He was stunned for a moment, then responded subconsciously. However, Li Zishuan was already far away. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Kongge, after I leave this time, the academy will be in your hands. Although he said that he was going to the workshop, Li Zishuan made a turn halfway and went to Yanhuang College. He was there to bid farewell to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others. Li Gang nodded solemnly and said, Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I, Li Gang, am in charge of Yunshan, I will not let outsiders offend the academy. The academy's teaching work will also be carried out according to the original plan. Yamacho, don't worry about helping the world and saving the people. Yen Silu also nodded and said, Brother Wenji is right. Yamacho, don't worry about the academy. Even if someone causes trouble, there is still Mr. Mo and a group of guards. This time, Yamacho will bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to other provinces to exterminate the locusts. This will more or less increase the influence of Yanhuang College. Thus, after I leave, all the affairs of the academy will be temporarily handled by Mr. Wenji. The academy's safety will be handled by Mr. Mo. I will leave Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and 30 guards here to help protect the academy. Please protect the academy's confidential information and secret tools. In the past, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, and I were in charge of Yunshan. Naturally, the Jianghu people would not dare to cause trouble. However, this time I will be going to another province, and Mr. Zhang San will also be going out to sea. Therefore, please be vigilant when the time comes. Li Zishuan grunted, then looked at Mo Huai with a serious expression and said, Yes. He was most worried about the academy's safety. With the advancement of several trump card projects, the academy now had some cutting-edge technical information. Even if these information fell into the hands of outsiders, they might not be able to understand it. However, it was still a hidden danger. In the past, there were 3 martial Dao masters guarding Yunshan. Li Zishuan was naturally not worried that someone would sneak into the academy to steal information. However, now that 2 of the 3 martial Dao masters were leaving in the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan felt a little uneasy. Mo Huai understood what Li Zishuan was worried about. His expression could not help but become serious. Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I am in Yunshan, I will definitely not let the academy be tainted by thieves. Li Zishuan nodded and said, With Mr. Mo's words, I am much more at ease. After the locusts in the county are eliminated today, summon the students back to continue their classes. However, this time I will be taking a few students with me, such as Iron Egg, Hu Zhen, and a few others. This time, I will be bringing an improved version of the telegraph. If anything happens in the academy, immediately get Qin Ke to send me a telegram. Li Gang, Yen Silu Mo Huai, and the others all cupped their hands and said, Yes. Yamacho. Marquis, the 64 villages in Lantian County are all willing to lend their chickens to Marquis to incorporate into the Sky Chicken Brigade. I have already asked someone to calculate. Excluding the 150,000 chickens from the Han Village and Plum Village, the remaining 62 villages can pool together a total of 93,000 chickens. Currently, these chickens have all been marked and will be transferred to the Han Village in a while. In the evening, around 5 o'clock, County Magistrate he came to the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. 93,000 chickens? Yes, it's a little more than what I expected. This way, the Sky Chicken Brigade will have close to 310,000 chickens. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. Naturally, he had arranged for County Magistrate he to communicate with the villagers about borrowing chickens. The villagers all agreed, which was within his expectations. However, a total of 90,000 chickens was somewhat out of his expectations. With more chickens, Marquis will naturally be able to return victorious sooner. I only regret that I did not let the people of Lantian County raise hundreds of chickens in every household. County Magistrate he smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and could not help but laugh and scold. All right. Don't be a hindsight zhuge liang. I will be leaving tomorrow. I have already told you what I should tell you. Quickly go back to the county office to handle your official business. I should go and get the children's carriages ready. After that, he turned around and left with a smile, leaving behind a stunned county magistrate he standing in the same spot. Get the children's carriages ready? What carriages? County magistrate he muttered to himself. At the threshing field at the Han village entrance, there were already more than 100 children gathered. The youngest of these children were 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was already 14 or 15 years old. If placed in ancient times, they would be considered adults. Although the children had just returned from the fields not long ago, there was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Instead, they were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing wildly. Nyo, did young master really say that? Don't lie to me. Big brother, why would I lie to you? Young master really said that, but uncle who seemed to be quite unwilling. I don't know if young master was persuaded by him in the end. Oh, that's true. I heard that the worst bicycle costs more than 200 strings of coins. The new second-generation bicycle released by the Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop costs 599 strings of coins. Young master took out so much at once, so he must have spent a lot of money. Uncle who definitely doesn't want to see young master spend money recklessly. Sigh. If I can really get a bicycle, I'm willing to do anything. Nyo told his playmates what Li Zixuan had said to him in the afternoon. It immediately caused quite a stir in the crowd. The brats naturally yearned for the legendary bicycle. Some of the brats even felt that if someone gave them a bicycle, it would be worth it even if they had to give their lives. Just as the discussion was lively, Nyo suddenly pointed to the east of the village entrance and exclaimed, "Wow! Young master is here. There are a lot of people following behind him. But there are a lot of bicycles on that ox cart. What? Young master really gave us a bicycle? But there really are a lot of bicycles." What Nyo said is actually true. Quiet, quiet. Let young master speak. When Li Zixuan walked to the threshing field, he saw such a scene. A group of brats were looking at the bicycles with sparkling eyes. They clearly wanted them, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that because they were too noisy, the bicycles that were delivered to them would fly away. The parents of the brats surrounding the threshing field all looked at the pile of bicycles behind Li Zixuan with faces full of shock. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan took a long wooden stick from Pang Feiji's hands and said loudly, "All right, you guessed right. I'm here today to give you bicycles. Now, all the children will line up in 2 teams. The boys will be in one team and the girls will be in the other team. Those who are taller than this stick will get a bicycle. Those who are not as tall as this stick will sit behind other people's bicycles and follow me to other counties to kill locusts." Chapter 1478. Nyo, you little bastard, you're not allowed to tiptoe. Shall we do? If you're short, you'll grow taller in a few years. Why are you tiptoeing? All the kids behind, listen up. You're not allowed to tiptoe. You're not allowed to tiptoe. Be obedient and measure your height. At the threshing field at the entrance of the Han family village, 100 or so children were neatly lined up in 2 rows. They were competing with the wooden stick that Li Zixuan had brought. Some of the brats, in order to get a bicycle, tried their best to stand on their tiptoes, wanting to be a head taller than the wooden stick. However, they were discovered by Hu Hanyun. As a result, they could not avoid a round of scolding. The reason for this was not because Li Zixuan was reluctant to give everyone a bicycle, but because of safety considerations. It was to prevent the young children from getting into danger while riding a bicycle. Anyone who had ridden a bicycle before knew that if they were short, not only would they not be able to sit on the seat, it was also easy to get into danger during the ride. The pedestrians at the entrance of the village saw this scene and could not help but discuss it. Isn't that Marquis? What is he doing here? Why are there so many bicycles around Marquis? Marquis seems to be giving bicycles to those kids. What? Giving bicycles? Don't tell me. A bicycle costs a few hundred strings of coins. It should be. I heard that Marquis is bringing the Sky Pheasant Brigade to another county tomorrow to exterminate locusts. These kids will definitely follow along. Oh my God. It seems like Marquis intends to let these kids ride bicycles there. This is too extravagant, isn't it? If I had known earlier, I would have let my kid learn how to train chickens from the Han family village's children's. Yeah. Who said it wasn't? I say, you guys are really insatiable. Ever since the entire Lantian County was incorporated into Marquis' fief, haven't our lives been getting better and better? As long as we do well under Marquis' leadership, we will definitely be able to live a good life like the Han family village and the Plum village. Seventh Master is right. During this locust plague, the hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile farmland in Longtime County had to rely on Marquis to exterminate the locusts within 2 days. Look at the farmers in the other counties, they are still suffering from the plague of locusts. The commoners were naturally envious of the fact that the children of the Han family manor and Plum village were able to get bicycles. Although since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution, the commoners did not feel jealous or resentful because of this. Even if they did, they were very narrow-minded people. This was because most of the commoners knew who gave them the good life they were living now. Furthermore, everyone firmly believed that under Li Zishuan's rule, their lives would only get better and better. Uncle Hu, this speed-changing bicycle is prepared for you. I will ask the workers in the workshop to teach you how to ride it in a while. After half an hour, the bicycles were finally distributed to the children. There were a total of 125 children, but only 68 bicycles were distributed. Obviously, there were more than 50 children whose height did not meet the standards. As for the remaining bicycles, they would definitely be sent back to the workshop later on. At this time, Li Zishuan asked someone to push out a bicycle with a special design and then said to Hu Hanyun. A trace of envy flashed in Uncle Hu's eyes, but more than that, he was in a difficult position. He hesitated and said, "Young master, why don't you give me a normal bicycle? This speed-changing bicycle is too expensive." Li Zishuan pretended to be unhappy and said, "Uncle Hu, we already agreed on this before. Why are you still rejecting it now?" "Master, young master has good intentions. You'd better accept it quickly." Lu Yu saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression and hurriedly used her elbow to nudge Hu Hanyun and advised him. In fact, she also coveted this speed-changing bicycle. However, coveting was one thing. If she were to ask Li Zishuan for such a valuable item, she would feel embarrassed. At this moment, she saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression, so she spoke up to persuade Hu Hanyun. Since young master insists on giving it to me, then I, old Hu, will accept it. When I return from the other county, I will return the bicycle to young masters. Old Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Zishuan waved his hand. He did not want to be entangled with Hu Hanyun on this matter. He looked at the excited children who had just received their new bicycles and said loudly, "All right, everyone quiet down. Now that you have all received your bicycles, those who did not receive your bicycles will ride on other people's bicycles tomorrow. Take advantage of the fact that it's not dark yet and learn how to ride your bicycles. Fellow villagers, please watch from the side to prevent any accidents. Tomorrow morning, bring a change of clothes and we will set off on our bicycles." "Young master." The children who received their bicycles were in a good mood. After listening to Li Zishuan's instructions, they shouted in unison. It could be said that their momentum was like a rainbow. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he took out a cylindrical object from the ox cart next to him. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. They did not know what Li Zishuan was up to. They saw him press a button next to the cylindrical object and put the smaller end of the cylindrical object next to his mouth. "Hey, hey, heish." Suddenly, Li Zishuan's voice, which was dozens of times louder, came out from the cylindrical object. Everyone was shocked. Some of the more timid children were even scared to the point of screaming. Li Zishuan smiled. Then he lowered his voice as much as possible and said, "This thing is called a loudspeaker. Tomorrow, you will be divided into 62 small teams. Each team will bring 5,000 chickens and be equipped with a loudspeaker like this. When the time comes, you will use this thing to control the flock of chickens. This way, it will be much easier." When the naughty children heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. "Wow, this loudspeaker is too magical, isn't it? It feels like an immortal magical artifact. With this loudspeaker, we don't have to shout at the top of our lungs. This loudspeaker is definitely not cheap. Young master is really generous." The children were ignorant, but old Hu was not. He looked at Li Zishuan and said anxiously, "Young master, the value of this loudspeaker is definitely not ordinary. What if you give these dolls to them and they break it or lose it? You'd better put it away. These children are used to being wild. It's just a matter of shouting a few more times. It won't tire them out. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Hu, this time, we don't know how many provinces and counties we will have to go to. If we keep shouting at the top of our lungs, I reckon that in a few days, the children's voices will become hoarse. Among them, many of them are in the stage of voice change. They are still growing. This is not good for them in the future. Although the loudspeaker is precious, it is not as precious as the children's bodies. Besides, this loudspeaker will be handed over to Uncle Hu for safekeeping. It will only be given to the children when they need it. There shouldn't be any accidents. Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry anymore. Hu Hanyun didn't know what to say for a moment because he was moved by Li Zishuan's words. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so considerate of the children in the village. Although he spoke casually just now, he also felt sorry for these children. Now that Li Zishuan had made a loudspeaker, it greatly reduced the children's burden. With such a master, Hu Hanyun felt that the people of the Han village must have accumulated a lot of merit in their previous lives and received the blessings of the heavens. That's good. I, old Hu, will definitely take good care of these loudspeakers for young master. After pausing for a moment, Hu Hanyun nodded solemnly at Li Zishuan and said, Then I'll leave this place to you, Uncle Hu. Now that it's dark in this season, try to let the children learn how to ride bicycles before it gets dark. I'll go back first. Li Zishuan nodded and said something to Hu Hanyun before preparing to go home. Hu Hanyun hurriedly said, Young master, don't worry. These children may not be good at other things, but they can definitely ride bicycles by themselves. They'll definitely learn before it gets dark. Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's good. Tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., let all the children bring their luggage and chickens and gather at the village entrance. First stop, we'll go to Xinfeng County first. After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Hanyun hurriedly replied from behind, Yes. Young master. Loudspeaker? What's that? Night fell. Sweet dew hall. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and asked curiously. Obviously, the incident that happened at the Han village entrance in the evening had already reached Li Er's ears. Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this loudspeaker is a metal cylinder. When placed next to the mouth, it can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and prepared it for the children who are training the chickens. He was probably worried that the children would hurt their voices from all the shouting. Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but squint his eyes. After hearing Zhao Song's explanation, he really felt that the loudspeaker was quite magical. However, to say that Li Zishuan specially made it for the children was really a waste of God's gift. Bicycles, loudspeakers, this kid is really generous. However, to bring more than 100 children and more than 300,000 chickens to the various counties to kill locusts, using a bicycle is indeed the best method. Sigh, it's going to be hard on him. Li Er pondered for a long time before sighing and said, How about this? After Li Zishuan leaves Lantian County, let Li Junxian lead a group of 100 riders to Lantian County to protect his family. This kid doesn't care about fame or fortune, but he cares about relationships. I'm guessing that he's most worried about his family. Hearing Li Er's brainless arrangements, Zhao Song couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, Why? Do you think that this emperor's arrangements are a little superfluous? Zhao Song hurriedly bowed and said, This old servant doesn't dare. Li Er waved his hand and said, This emperor doesn't mean to blame you. You've served by this emperor's side for many years. How can this emperor not know what you're thinking? Having his thoughts seen through by Li Er, Zhao Song's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, This old servant is just thinking that under such peace and prosperity, the safety of the Marquis of Yong and's family should be safe. After all, the security of Lantian County has been pretty good recently. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, This plague of locusts is indeed a bad thing for the great Tang imperial court and the people. However, To some people, it's a great opportunity. Demons appear in troubled times. When the locusts cover the sky and cover the sun, some demons and monsters will definitely come out to dance with them. This emperor will wait for them to come out and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Zhao Song sensed something unusual from Li Er's words. He couldn't help but tense up and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He bowed and clasped his hands and said, "This old servant is willing to accompany your majesty and slay demons and monsters for your majesty." Li Er nodded his head. Actually, these were all just his conjectures. However, as the second son of the Duke of Tang, he had climbed step by step to his current position as the ruler of the world. He had always been more sensitive to conspiracies and danger than the average person. He always felt that in this plague of locusts, the damage caused by natural disasters to the great Tang Empire could be controlled. Only man-made disasters could catch the imperial court off guard. The slightest carelessness could cause the great Tang Empire to be in danger. "Your Majesty, according to the report of a spy, the workshop of the Curious Pavilion seems to be working on a secret project. The courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop is heavily guarded. Normal people can't even get close to it. Therefore, this old servant has no idea what the Marquis of Yong and has ordered people to research. However, His Highness, the Prince of Wei, is among them." After pausing for a moment, Zhao Song suddenly remembered something and clasped his hands and said to Li Er, "There's such a thing?" Li Er's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stand up and walk 2 steps in front of the dragon desk with his hands behind his back. He then turned around and said, "Have the Green Sparrow return to the palace tomorrow afternoon." Zhao Song bowed and said, "Understood." Li Er nodded and then waved his hand to signal Zhao Song to leave. Suddenly, he was the only one left in the huge Ganlu palace. He muttered to himself, "A few days ago, I wanted to reprimand that kid for not doing his job properly. Now, it seems that I have wronged him. There should be progress on the telegraph machine, right?" The next day, early morning. After Li Zishuan had breakfast, he carried the bag that Han Yushi packed for him and bade farewell to his family. Lan was crying her eyes out. The little girl had always been inseparable from Li Zishuan. She would feel terrible if she didn't see him for a day. This time, after knowing that Li Zishuan would be leaving home for many days, the little girl insisted that Li Zishuan bring her along. However, Li Zishuan was here for disaster relief and not for a holiday. How could he let this little cutie suffer with him? Hence, the little girl pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and refused to let Li Zishuan leave. In the end, under Han Yushi's earnest persuasion and Mrs. Li's forceful tugging, the little girl finally let go of his arm. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, wife, take care of yourselves. I'll be back in half a month if I'm short and a month if I'm long." Li Zishuan clasped his hands at his family and then turned around to leave with Pang Feiji, Xiong De, and Xiong Er under the reluctant gazes of the crowd. This time, he only planned to bring 3 guards. As for the rest of the guards, half of them would stay at Yanhuang College and the other half would stay at the House of Ho. As for the transportation, he chose Big White. As a modern person, he was not interested in bicycles. He preferred to ride horses. Chapter 1479. Coo 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 coo. Coo coo coo. The sun rose from the east and endless light shone on the earth. On the cement road of Lantian County, there was a huge and strange troop. The reason why it was said to be huge and strange was because this team was made up of about 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens. Roughly every 2 people were controlling 5,000 chickens. One person was riding a bicycle, and the other person was using a cylindrical object to make cuckoo cuckoo sounds to the chickens. The chickens were running on the cement road with their 2 chicken feet. The team stretched for several miles. When the pedestrians saw it, they all moved aside and avoided it. Where did so many chickens come from? It's Marquis. Marquis is leading the Sky Chicken Brigade. They must be going to other counties to eliminate the locusts. Oh my God. These kids are all riding the 2nd-generation bicycles from Strange Interest Pavilion. There are about 100 bicycles in total, right? Not that many, but there are at least 50 to 60 of them. Tisk tsk. According to the price of 599 strings of coins per bicycle, these bicycles alone are worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. These children are so lucky, but they are also working hard. If it weren't for them, how could Longtime County be able to eliminate all the locusts in less than 2 days? That's right. These children are amazing. The Marquis of Yong and is even more amazing. They are living bodhisattvas who can save the world. The pedestrians were first shocked by the size of this troop. Then, they could not help but praise the children from the Han family village and Plum village. After all, if it was in the past, when faced with such a large scale of locusts, the civilians could only wait for death. Now, the locusts in Longtime County were wiped out in 2 days. Of course, the Sky Chicken Brigade's contribution could not be ignored. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the locusts were not invincible. Longtime County was a living example. Yamacho, have we planned our route to eliminate the locusts this time? At the front of the troop, Li Ke asked Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White, while riding a bicycle with variable speed. It was Li Ke who had volunteered to join this locust extermination operation. He had already been transferred to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Chang and City and could be considered the second in command of the bank. As for the first in command, it was Li Zishuan. However, this first in command usually did not care much. As long as there were no problems with the development of the bank, Li Zishuan would generally not interfere. Now, Li Ke had placed many Yanhuang College students in Yanhuang Bank. With these students who were proficient in the new mathematics and double-entry bookkeeping, Yanhuang Bank could maintain high efficiency and not easily make mistakes. Li Ke planned to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the locusts in other counties to check on the operations of Yanhuang Bank branches in other counties. It was for this reason that Li Zishuan decided to bring him along. At this point, it was necessary to mention Li Tai. Li Tai had wanted to come, but Li Zishuan did not allow it. Firstly, Li Tai stayed in Yunshan. If anything happened in Yanhuang College, Li Tai could send a telegram to inform Li Zishuan immediately. Secondly, Li Tai did not know martial arts. Even though he had undergone military training, his physical fitness was still relatively weak. This kind of long-distance operation was not suitable for him. Therefore, little Fatty could only grumble bitterly in the Cloud Mountain. The general route has been planned out. According to the latest information received by the Imperial Court, we will go from the south to the north. First, we will go to Xinfeng, then Weinan, Liang, Jingyang, Yunyang, Sanyuan, Fuping, and Xianyang. After Xianyang, we will split into 2 groups. One group will clean up the affected counties in the west, and the other group will follow the Yellow River to the east. We will clean up as many counties as we can. After cleaning up the counties in the west, we will immediately go to the east to meet up with the other group. While everyone else was enjoying the novelty of riding a bicycle, Li Zishuan was leisurely riding on Big White's back. He observed the farmland along the way while telling Li Ke about the itinerary plan for this trip. Obviously, Li Zishuan had made sufficient preparations before they set off. Hearing this, Li Ke roughly sketched out the marching route in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but nod. With Yamacho's plan, we will be able to save a lot of unnecessary detours. In the shortest amount of time, we will be able to help more counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Zishuan's face didn't relax at all. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "We can only try our best to help as many counties as possible." However, according to the information received by the Imperial Court, there are a total of 108 counties affected by the locusts. Even if we speed up and don't stop working day and night, we won't be able to eliminate all the locusts in a short period of time. This time, the locusts are ferocious. Every day, or even every hour, thousands of caddies of food will enter the locust stomachs. We don't have much time left. According to my estimation, the counties that can eliminate the locusts in half a month will have less impact on the food production this year, so there won't be a large-scale famine. However, if the locusts can't be eliminated in half a month or even a month, then there's basically no need to eliminate the locusts. They can only wait for the government or the Imperial Court to release food for the disaster relief. Therefore, half a month is the best time to eliminate the locusts. It's best if we can eliminate as many locusts as possible within this half a month. After that, we can only cooperate with the imperial court to provide disaster relief. Hearing this, Li Ke's expression couldn't help but become heavy. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Yamacho is right. Disaster relief is like putting out a fire. If we delay for too long, disaster relief is better than disaster relief. Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and continued. According to the speed at which the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminated the locusts in other counties, it will take about a day and a half to eliminate the locusts in a county. Now that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has more than doubled in size, and we have loudspeakers, the efficiency of our command will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, I hope that we can eliminate 2 counties a day. In half a month, that's 30 counties. If we can help more than 30% of the affected counties, then our efforts won't be in vain. Li Ke thought for a moment and said, Lantian County can be considered an above-average county. It has a population of 80,000 people and hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land. The Sky Pheasant Brigade formed by 150,000 chickens could eliminate all the locusts in a day and a half. Now, the Sky Pheasant Brigade wants to eliminate the locusts in 2 counties in a day. Although it's a little difficult, it's not impossible. It all depends on the efficiency of these children's command. In addition, every time we reach a county, I can arrange food and accommodation for the mountain elders and the children. This will give you more time to exterminate the locusts. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I originally wanted to entrust this matter to you. Now that you've taken the initiative to ask, I won't stand on ceremony. Little Ku, every time we arrive at a county, you will first go to the Yanhuang Bank for an inspection. Then, you will contact the local government and ask them to arrange food and lodging for us. We will pay for this ourselves, or we can directly withdraw it from the Yanhuang Bank. We will settle the accounts after we have exterminated the locusts. Li Ke cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the huge team behind him. Then he said to Pang Feiji, Let the children move faster. We will try to reach Xinfen County before noon. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan was at the front of the team, while Hu Hanyun was at the back of the team to prevent any children from falling behind. At this time, Cheng Chumo smiled and said, Yamacho, if we run too fast, what will we do if the chicken gets tired? This guy was originally someone who couldn't stay put. This was a rare opportunity to go to another county with Li Zishuan. How could he not seize this opportunity? Although he had a sweetheart, Gu Qingyue, she had always ignored him. Moreover, his father Qing Yaojin also hoped that he could go with Li Zishuan to help with the disaster. He had even lent his treasured bicycle to him. Therefore, Cheng Chumo came. Li Zishuan heard this and rolled his eyes. He said unhappily, You're such a busybody. Why don't you let the chicken ride the bicycle while you run below? The bicycle's speed was not comparable to that of a warhorse. Normally, it would only go about 15 kilometers per hour. Even if it ran faster, the chicken would still be able to catch up. Cheng Chumo was worrying too much. No. Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and said, I think it's better for them to be tired. When they're tired, they'll be hungry. When they're hungry, they'll be able to eat locusts later. Yamacho, don't you think so? Li Zishuan smiled and didn't answer. In his heart, he secretly thought that Cheng Chumo's words were right. It was true that the chicken liked to eat locusts, but they couldn't bear to eat hundreds of locusts every day. If these chickens didn't exercise more, how could they continue to eat locusts? In addition, after these chickens experienced a lot of exercise and ate locusts, the meat of these chickens would be incomparably delicious in the future. This was a top-grade ingredient. Cough cough. These chickens were the heroes who killed the locusts, and now I want to eat them. What a sin, what a sin. Li Zishuan thought to himself with shame. Mother! Er Mao and I caught a big bag of locusts. Good. De Mao, Er Mao, good job. Catch more. Later, we'll sell them at the county office and you 2 brothers can buy sweets to eat. Okay, Mother. We'll go now. In a field in Xinfen County, 2 children carried a cloth belt and ran to the field to ask for praise from a middle-aged couple. After the 2 children left, The middle-aged woman said with a worried face, "Husband, if we keep catching locusts like this, when will we be able to catch all the locusts in the 30 mu of field?" The middle-aged man next to the woman first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then sighed heavily and replied, "Mother of the children, with our speed, it'll probably take a month. This is my fault. If I knew there would be a locust plague this year, I would have raised more chickens last year. Look at old Master Zhang's family raised more than 500 chickens last year. Yesterday, they cleared more than 30 mu of locusts in one day." The woman's face was full of regret, but she still comforted him, "Husband, it's not your fault. Even if we knew there would be a locust plague last year, we can't afford to raise so many chickens. Old Master Zhang's family is rich, that's why they can raise so many chickens. How can we compare?" The middle-aged man also knew that the woman's words made sense, and his face became even more dejected. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but say excitedly, "In the morning, I heard from Li Zheng that all the locusts in Longtime County have been eliminated. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong and will bring the Sky Chicken Brigade to other counties to eliminate locusts. I don't know when they'll come to our Xinfeng County. With Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade, all the locusts in our Xinfeng County's farmland will probably be eliminated in a day." "What? Eliminated in a day? Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is that powerful?" The middle-aged woman was shocked when she heard this. The man stared and said, "Of course. Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is said to have 150,000 chickens. So, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and catch the locusts." At the same time, in a forest in the south of Xinfeng County, Uncle Hu let the children find a shady place to rest for 15 minutes and drink some water. After that, we'll start eliminating the locusts. After more than 2 hours of traveling, the Sky Chicken Brigade with more than 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens finally arrived at Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan jumped down from Big White's back and said to Hu Hanyun, "Young master." Elder Hu replied. Then he turned around and said loudly to the children of the Han family village and Plum village, "Everyone, rest here. Drink some water and eat some dry food. After 15 minutes, we'll start eliminating the locusts." The children had been riding bicycles for more than 2 hours. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. No matter how much they liked riding bicycles, they would still be tired after riding for so long. After hearing Hu Hanyun's words, they instantly cheered. "Got it, Li Zheng." The children all agreed. At this moment, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and said, "Little Ku, I'll get Pang Feiji and Chon Yo to accompany you to Xinfeng County. First, we'll go to the Yen Huang Bank in the city for an inspection. Then, we'll go to the Xinfeng County Magistrate and ask him to help with the children's lunch. Remember to prepare some throat-soothing poplar and mung bean soup." Li Ku clasped his hands and said, "Yamacho, Ku can go alone. Let Chon Yo and Guard Pang help you here." Li Zishuan said seriously, "No. They have to accompany you. I don't need their help here." No matter what, Li Ku was the current king of Shu and the son of Li Zishuan. Now that they weren't in Chang, Li Zishuan naturally had to consider Li Ku's safety. Seeing this, Li Ku roughly understood Li Zishuan's intentions. He clasped his hands and said, "All right. Then Ku will go to the county now." Pang Feiji and Chung Chumo clasped their hands at Li Zishuan before following Li Ku. 15 minutes later. Ku ku, ku ku ku. The commoners who were catching locusts in the fields under the scorching sun suddenly heard waves of children's coo 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 sounds coming from the road. They couldn't help but raise their heads to take a look. What they saw stunned them. On the road not far away, an endless number of chickens were being chased by a group of children towards them. The flock of chickens was divided into sections by the children. It was about 2 children controlling a flock of chickens. There were thousands of chickens in each flock. Sky Chicken Brigade. The Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Someone reacted at this moment and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! My crops can be saved!" A shirtless old man couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry tears of joy when he saw this scene. "We're saved! Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Our crops can be saved."